Chapter 879. She's My Friend. Chapter 879. She's My Friend. On Star Island, the trapped people were still attempting to seek the almost impossible dream as usual, while Jian Wushuang was fully concentrating on his cultivation. In a blink of an eye, it's been 2 years since he came to Star Island. In the palace of Yin Thunder, Jian Wushuang was sitting quietly in the midst of the endless, dark thunder sea absorbing the power of Thunderbolt around. He immediately looked up with a jerk as an unprecedented sharp light radiated from his eyes. The sharp light was brightly like a thunderbolt. I made it! Divine Yin Thunder. His face lit up with ecstasy. The power of Thunderbolt in his body was defensively fragile at the very beginning, but it gradually grew into a pitch-black and terribly powerful Divine Thunder. The Divine Thunder was exactly Divine Yin Thunder. The level of Divine Yin Thunder was extremely high, and it was hard to cultivate it. During the 2 years Jian Wushuang staying for earnest cultivation in the Thunder Sea, Jian Wushuang suffered all kinds of hardships of Wanlei and finally produced a Divine Yin Thunder. This was the first Divine Yin Thunder he produced. Since it had just been produced and had some attacking potentials, it had a lot of room for improvement. There were 3 levels of Divine Yin Thunder, and now he had just achieved level 1. But for all this Divine Thunder was far enough to help him achieve a brand new level. After 2 years of earnest cultivation on Star Island, my strength has greatly improved. My sword heart has achieved at level 5, and then the first Divine Yin Thunder was produced. I don't know whether I can pass through level 2 of the Black Tower? Jian Wushuang clasped both of his hands, remaining a little bit expectation deep down inside of him. With such an expectation, he would obviously prove it by himself. Jian Wushuang left the palace of Yin Thunder at once and headed to the Black Tower. When he just left the palace of Yin Thunder, he saw the whole Star Island was in chaos. A great number of people rose up, rushing towards the perimeter of Star Island. Meanwhile, Star Island rang with all kinds of sounds. Haha, how could new people come here? It's been just 2 years since Blood Mountain came to Star Island. Now another newcomer comes? That new newcomer, Blood Mountain, was strong indeed. As the 13th king on the island, he is not the one we can bother. But this new newcomer, I think, is not as strong as Blood Mountain. The whole Star Island was startled by the arrival of the new guy, just like Jian Wushuang's arrival at Star Island 2 years ago. Hearing these sounds, Jian Wushuang couldn't help raising his brows. Another newcomer? Is it Zhou Zue, Ling Long, and other people? Jian Wushuang confused. Stellar Fog Sea was widely acknowledged as the sea and impasse, and now almost no one dared enter into such a place. Over 1,000 years, it was not bad that 10 people came here. However, it's been less than 2 years since he came to Star Island, but another newcomer arrived. This new guy was likely to be Zhou Zue or Ling Long, who had come to Stellar Fog Sea together with him. At the thought of this, Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate and headed to the perimeter of Star Island. At the perimeter of Star Island, a long, aquamarine-colored, particularly beautiful figure was surrounded in the center. Countless burning eyes tart towards this gorgeous figure, even more burning than those eyes on Jian Wushuang 2 years ago. At least, Jian Wushuang was a male while this newcomer was a female. More importantly, she was a gorgeous and shapely beauty. If such a beauty was in the eternal world, numerous people would be definitely tempted by her, let alone those prisoners who had been stuck on Star Island for a long time. Although there were some female cultivators stuck on Star Island, the number of them was limited and they were far less good-looking than this woman. Numerous eyes were sticking to this gorgeous figure as if they were starving wolves. This gorgeous woman noticed the stares of everyone around her as her face grew grim and her heart just sank with a bad feeling. Haha, it seems that destiny is kind enough to give us such a beauty. Supposedly, we'll see a good day in the following life. A wild and sturdy man said, making no secret of his greedy simile. This wild man was exactly Shurimo, who had been defeated by Jian Wushuang 2 years ago. As he had been stuck on Star Island for millions of years, Shurimo became very wicked. However, at this moment, this woman is mine. A cold voice abruptly sounded. This voice was too determined to make sure Mo and other people around frowned. Then they all looked toward the speaker. However, when they found the speaker, Shurimo immediately smiled flatteringly. "It's you, Mr. Tian Quan." Since Mr. Tian Quan was also interested in her, "This beauty is undoubtedly yours," said Shurimo respectfully, with a fawning smile. A huge prison as Star Island was, people couldn't be killed in such a prison, and expert coming first was always the elementary principle. Although you couldn't be killed here, your rival who was stronger than you could always torment you at any time because it was not subject to laws. This Tian Quan was one of the renowned kings of the 13 kings on Star Island, including Jian Wushuang. Ranking the 6th among the 13 kings, he was rigorous and competitive. Except other kings, who dared offense him on Star Island. If he wanted this woman, who dared say no? Well, the ice-cold man nodded slightly and said with a cold smile, "Take it easy. I'll take her for at most 1,000 years. After that, suit yourself." "Many thanks, Mr. Tian Quan." Shurimo and people around looked delirious. 1,000 of years? 1,000 of years was a blast, about which they really didn't care. "You, come with me." Having a look at the absolute beauty, Tian Quan's eyes were filled with wild excitement. As the absolute beauty's face suddenly changed, she looked frightened, clenching her teeth. At this moment, whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared in the void behind. Jian Wushuang saw the gorgeous figure with an aquamarine-colored, long hair surrounded at the middle of people when he came here. Just as one expected, a smile grew on his face when he saw her. Surely, he also saw the surrounding, including those infatuating eyes of Tian Quan, Shurimo, and others people. Jian Wushuang's look grew immediately cold as his body dived down. Bang! Like a falling stone, his body landed violently at the middle of people as a fearful atmosphere prevailed everywhere. Jian Wushuang's cold eyes darted toward Tian Quan at once. "She is my friend. Who dares touch her?" Chapter 880, Tian Quan. Chapter 880, Tian Quan. "She is my friend. Who dares touch her?" Ice-cold voice spread about as people around felt their hearts stop beating. Then numerous pairs of startled eyes immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. "It's him. It's Blood Mountain, that newcomer." Newcomer? Now he's been the 13th king of Star Island. People began whispering. The absolute beauty also looked toward Jian Wushuang. When she saw clearly Jian Wushuang, her face was lit up with joy. "You're Blood Mountain, aren't you? Ling Long, long time no see." Jian Wushuang smiled to the absolute beauty. The absolute beauty was exactly Ling Long. Previously, 4 of 3 Clawed Blood Eagle Guard came to Stellar Fog Sea together. They started with good control, but then they encountered a group of exotic beasts and had to flee in all directions. However, Shui Jin was killed while Jiu Zue and Ling Long got separated from Jian Wushuang. Over the past few years, Jian Wushuang had no clue whether Jiu Zue and Ling Long were dead or not. But now, Ling Long had come to Star Island. She survived and had been wandering about in the Fog Sea. "You are that Blood Mountain?" A somewhat cold voice was uttered by Tian Quan as his eyes looked to Jian Wushuang. "Yes, it's me," Jian Wushuang replied, nodding smilingly. "Well, I heard that you'd passed through level 1 of Black Tower for the first 2 days you came to Star Island. Now you're the 13th king on Star Island, but your strength means nothing compared to me. I'm urging that you'd better wise up and give the woman to me," Tian Quan said chillingly. It's been more than millions of years since he came to Star Island. It took a long time for him to pass through level 1 of Black Tower. He was so powerful that he'd been ranking the 6th among the 13 kings. Jian Wushuang had just passed through level 1 of Black Tower. It was estimated that he just began cultivating the 9 secret skill. How could he put it in his eyes? "What if I don't give her to you?" Jian Wushuang looked coolly to Tian Quan, folding his arms. "No?" Tian Quan's eyes grew cold, giving a fearful laugh. "Do you think you can protect her with your strength?" When he finished talking, Tian Quan began attacking Tian Quan. A violent wind suddenly was blowing hard as Tian Quan vanished. Then he appeared again before Jian Wushuang, while there was a black long spear on his hand. This long spear had an increasing flow of air around, gloomy and ghastly. "Newcomer, let me teach you how to respect the seniors." A cold voice was uttered by Tian Quan, while the black long spear stabbed directly on Jian Wushuang's head. It was so fast, and his attacking skill was also malevolent. After seeing this, Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes without panicking. As soon as Tian Quan attacked him, his bloodline power inside his body was sprouting up, transforming into gold-armored ancient god at once. Meanwhile, his blood mountain sword also appeared on his hand. As his sword principle greatly improved, the power of his blood mountain sword became stronger and stronger. With the black long spear directly stabbing towards him, Jian Wushuang waved his blood mountain sword at once. Clang! A sound gave a deafening aftermath as metal struck metal. Phew! 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 3 black flowing lights abruptly swept around. Tian Quan waved his long spear for 3 times in a split second. The long spear was so fast that it gave out a violently destructive aura with irresistible force. Jian Wushuang's brows knitted as he immediately resisted the attempt of 3 long spears to attack him. When he resisted the attack, however, his body went backward for a few steps, thoroughly flurried. Qinyu was right. There were at least 10 people who had the ability of breaking through Dao Master among the 12 kings, but they always attempted to suppress their realms. Like Tian Quan, he is one of them. Jian Wushuang and Tian Quan were putting a tough fight while he was well aware of Tian Quan's specific strength. At the same time, he also felt a uniquely destructive aura from Tian Quan's long spear. Tian Quan has developed a kind of Dao of his own, Jian Wushuang said secretly. There were a variety of Dao. The first kind was to perceive origin of heaven and earth, evolving from origin of heaven and earth into origin Dao. For example, Jian Wushuang meditated world origin and slaughter origin at the very beginning, and then they evolved into world Dao and slaughter Dao. The second kind was sword principle, saber principle, spear principle, and other kinds of weapon Dao. This kind of Dao was a self-understanding of magic weapon. The improvement of sword heart and the elegance of swordsmanship also belonged to sword principle. The 2 kinds of Dao both belonged to eternal realm, which were not accessible to divine realm experts. However, there was the third type of Dao, which was quite unique. As for the third Dao, it was not necessary to tell different types. People had to explore and create it by their own. People could make their own Dao. The reason why Dao Master in the eternal world was called Dao Master was that they had developed and mastered their own Dao. The reason why Dao Master in the eternal world was called Dao Master was that they had developed and mastered their own Dao. If you wanted to achieve at Dao Master, you had to try to develop your own Dao. No matter what level you achieved at, you would acquire the ability of Dao Master if you created it. When Jian Wushuang battled with Tian Quan, he had perceived an independent Dao existing in the movement of the long spear Tian Quan performed. Apparently, Tian Quan had opened up his own Dao. He'd opened up his own Dao with so many skills himself. No wonder he could pass through level 1 of Black Tower. And he even cultivated one of the 9 strongest secret skills on Star Island, which helped him improve significantly his strength. With half closing his eyes, Jian Wushuang was lost in thought. Phew! 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 The flowing lights shot out from Jian Wushuang's interspatial ring one after another. Under Jian Wushuang's control, the 36 blood sky swords converged in a second. Jian Wushuang had a deeper understanding of Ninth Heaven sword formation from 2 years ago. More importantly, his sword heart had achieved level 5. The power of his sword heart skyrocketed, driving Ninth Heaven sword formation to largely rise in both speed and power. Go! As Jian Wushuang pointed remotely, the scarlet longsword combined by the 36 blood sky swords was like a haze of sun, shooting up violently. It was so fast that experts around could hardly see clearly the shadow of the scarlet longsword. Then, the scarlet longsword had appeared right before Tian Quan. Too fast. Tian Quan appeared to be shocked by the speed of Ninth Heaven Sword formation. But with his strength, it was not that fast before he could react. When Ninth Heaven Sword formation swept fiercely toward his head, he directly stabbed it with the black long spear on his hand. Two ghastly blasts of power collided in the void. Chapter 881, Scheduling Battles. Chapter 881, Scheduling Battles. Bang! There was a deafening clap. The scarlet longsword was busted up while Tian Quan's body was shaken so strongly that he took a few steps backward. But the scarlet longsword didn't calm down at all and continued shooting up as if it was completely controlled by Jian Wushuang's consciousness. Bang! 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 Under Jian Wushuang's manipulation, the scarlet longsword began madly attacking Tian Quan. Although Tian Quan could withstand the attacks, he felt under great pressure. Stop! Blood Mountain! Tian Quan suddenly shouted as his voice trailed off. Why? You want to give in? Jian Wushuang's eyes grew cold while the scarlet longsword combined by 36 blood sky swords was quietly hanging behind him, radiating an amazingly foul air. Give in? Haha, you don't deserve it. Tian Quan sneered at him and continued, Today I've got other things to do, so I don't want to waste my time battling with you. Let's fix a date to have a final showdown, shall we? Fix a date to have a final showdown? Jian Wushuang raised his brows as he sneered in his heart. Star Island was like a huge prison, where people was so dull that they seldom had other things to do. How could it possible for Tian Quan to have other things to do on this dull island? He probably felt afraid of being defeated, so he planned a battle with Jian Wushuang next time. After all, he must have enough time to prepare this battle. For Jian Wushuang, it seemed that Tian Quan probably had some unique ways to improve his strength. Jian Wushuang had seen through Tian Quan, but he didn't lay bare the fact. You want to battle with me next time, don't you? Jian Wushuang looked at Tian Quan with a sneer. Yes, Tian Quan looked back to him, while his voice was pretty cold. Of course, since it was battle, let's have it with a bet. I don't know whether you dare accept it. A bet? Jian Wushuang's smile grew wider. What would you like to bet with me? It's simple. The bet is the woman behind you and all the treasure on you. Tian Quan's eyes were shone with a strange light. Jian Wushuang frowned, and he couldn't help casting an eye on Ling Long. He didn't any panic on Ling Long's splendid face. She looked rather calm. When Jian Wushuang looked to her, he nodded softly to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang immediately knew her with assurance. Everything was determined by strength on Star Island. If Jian Wushuang couldn't defeat Tian Quan, Ling Long fall into Tian Quan's hands whether there was a battle. When? Jian Wushuang asked. In 3 days, Tian Quan replied. Okay, deal, Jian Wushuang nodded. If you lose, you likewise have to give me all your treasure. Also, you must leave Star Island and wander about in Fog Sea. And you're not allowed to go back for 100,000 years. What? People around were all startled. Even Tian Quan's face suddenly changed. Giving all his treasure was one thing, but leaving Star Island to wander in Fog Sea for 100,000 years was quite another. As was known to all, it was quite dangerous in Fog Sea that even Dao Master could hardly ignore those dangers. Jian Wushuang had just wandered in Fog Sea for several years, and he was so lucky at that time that he passed through all the dangers alone. But 100,000 years was so long that no one knew what would happen. Tian Quan was powerful indeed, but if he gave all his treasure, it would be a dead end for him to wander in Fog Sea for 100,000 years. On what basis should I wander out of Star Island? That's not fair. Tian Quan glared at Jian Wushuang. Because my treasure is worth more than 1 billion divine gems, Jian Wushuang's voice grew muffled. If your treasure is as valuable as mine, you don't have to leave here. 1 billion divine gems? People around became dizzy after hearing this. Tian Quan was also startled by this. 1 billion divine gems was Amsat equivalent to all the assets of a Dao Master. How could it possible that Jian Wushuang's treasure was so valuable? Tian Quan had been stuck on Star Island for more than millions of years, and the only chance that he could get divine gem was to rob others, and he often failed. So he had little treasure. He may have less than 100 million divine gems altogether, far less than 1/10 of Jian Wushuang's. In terms of such a huge disparity, it was reasonable that Jian Wushuang put forward such a request in the case of fairness. Okay, I agree. Tian Quan nodded solemnly as his voice demonstrated some kind of craze. With a bet worthing 1 billion divine gems, the risk was worth taking for him. Besides, he was confident to his own strength. More importantly, the battle was fixed in 3 days. 3 days? Hump, 3 days is too much. I can achieve at a higher level with my secret skill in 2 days. My strength will improve significantly at that time. Except the monster who has passed through level 2, who is my rival among the kings on Star Island. As for Blood Mountain, hump, he has just come to Star Island for 2 years. How dare of him to battle with me? Tian Quan sneered while he stretched out his hand to make a bow with hands folded in front and said respectfully, Lord Spirit Sound, I have bet with Blood Mountain. Hope you can bear witness for us. After that, a seductive, red figure appeared. That was Lord Spirit Sound. Lord Spirit Sound mastered the whole Star Island, and she knew everything happened on Star Island. No problem, Lord Spirit Sound nodded. In 3 days, you will duel based on the rules. After that, her figure disappeared again. An insidious smile grew on Tian Quan's face, and he glanced at Jian Wushuang with a ferocious smile, turning away. It seemed that Tian Quan didn't know there was also an imperceptible smile on Jian Wushuang's face when Lord Spirit Sound agreed to witness their duel. After Tian Quan left, all people spread about. Jian Wushuang took Ling Long and headed inside of Star Island. Blood Mountain, thanks a lot just now, Ling Long said gratefully. You're welcome, Jian Wushuang smiled, shaking his head. By the way, you're safe for the time being. If I fail in 3 days, I can't protect you anymore. You won't. Ling Long looked deeply to Jian Wushuang. It was not too long that she got to know about Jian Wushuang, but she was clearer about how unbelievable he was. Jian Wushuang was the one who could go so far with Divine Realm. It was very incredible. Watching Ling Long's eyes, Jian Wushuang gave a shrug and said, How did you manage over the past few years in Fog Sea? Have you met Jiu Zue? Chapter 882, A Trap? Chapter 882, A Trap? Jian Wushuang had a long talk with Ling Long. Ling Long had been struggling in Fog Sea for all these years. Her strength was quite good in the Eternal Realm, but being alone in the Fog Sea, the danger is everywhere. She was very vigilant but still almost killed many times. Luckily, Ling Long escaped death over and over again with her various skills. She came to Star Island at random. She had never seen Jiu Zue since the day they ran away separately. She had no trace of him. Our destiny is at the mercy of God. Only Jiu Zue himself can save his life. Nothing we can do. Jian Wushuang sighed lightly and added, You can live here for the moment. Although the island is a prison, no one will kill you anyhow. Cool. Ling Long nodded. From what Jian Wushuang had said, she learned a little about the island and thought it was a good place for her. Jian Wushuang helped Ling Long find a dwelling place and then went back to his house directly. Upon his arriving, Qian Yu came over. Blood Mountain, someone tells me there will be a fight between you and Tian Quan 3 days later, and the cost is enormous for the loser. Is this true? Qian Yu had been cultivating beside Star Jade Wall for a period of time, and he wasn't there when Ling Long came. Yes. Anything wrong? Jian Wushuang looked at Qian Yu. For the last 2 years, Jian Wushuang had spent most of his time improving his skills. But in his spare time, he drank alcohol with Qian Yu now and then, and gradually they two were sort of buddies. Damn, you were in Tian Quan's trap. Qian Yu moaned. Trap? What trap? Jian Wushuang asked. Well, you've been here just 2 years, and don't know the situation. On Star Island, there are 12 kings renowned for prominent skills. Tian Quan ranks 6th regarding his strength among them. As far as I know, he had been immersing and practicing a secret skill all these years. Probably just around these days, he might make crucial progress. Once he succeeds, his strength will grow dramatically. Then, except for the king who had passed second-level Dark Tower, he will second to none. I guess the reason he wanted it in 3 days is that he will become very strong at that time, and then he can defeat you easily. Qin Yu explained. I see, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, but not surprised at all. Oh, you are totally not worried about that, are you? Qin Yu gazed at his partner with an astonishing look. Nothing to worry about. Just take measures as the situation calls for. Jian Wushuang smiled confidently. Right then. Happy to hear you are fully prepared. Wish you good luck. Qin Yu left immediately. Jian Wushuang stood where he was with a hint of chill in his eyes. What a trap. He wants to beat me hollow 3 days later when he is strongest. Unfortunately, he won't succeed but be defeated instead. Jian Wushuang laughed callously. Is it a trap of Qin Yu for him? Actually, that was also what Jian Wushuang wanted. Even though his strength will rise dramatically after his breakthrough, such an improvement is far from enough to help him pass through the second level of the Dark Tower. But my situation is different. My sword heart has reached level 5, and with the first divining thunder, my strength has tremendously improved. Definitely, my skill is better than him. Maybe I can pass through level 2 of the Dark Tower. I was about to have a try today, but in case of any trick from Tian Quan, it's better to wait until 3 days later before the duel starts. As he made up his mind, Jian Wushuang immediately headed to the palace of Yin Thunder again to improve divine Yin Thunder inside his body. 3 days elapsed quickly. In the center of Star Island, there was an extensive drill ground. It was so vast that even Dao masters could fight without any restraint. The drill ground was made to killing for experts on the island. At the moment, thousands of hundreds of people gathered around the drill ground. More than 9 out of 10 experts stuck on the island arrived. Even most of Dignitary 12 Kings showed up. It was the day Jian Wushuang and Tian Quan would have a duel. It was a battle between 2 great experts. Moreover, the loser would suffer. If he lost the fight, one promised to give the other treasures worthy of 1 trillion. And if the result was the other way around, the loser had to give up all his possession and left Star Island for 100,000 years, like gone forever. Such a big duel was particularly remarkable in this place. Early in the day, Tian Quan wore a purple gown, standing in the center of the drill ground grimly. He was waiting for Jian Wushuang. Everyone cannot help but look at him while remarks were inundated the whole ground. This guy has passed the first level of the Dark Tower a long time ago, and then obtained the strongest secret skill on the island. The skill is hard to get, but he has been keeping learning. I bet he is in good command of it. His strength is absolutely improved. Oh, but I've heard he made no progress in a phase for a long time and devoted full energy into it. I wonder if he takes a big step. I guess he does. Rumors go that the reason why Tian Quan wanted to have the duel today is that his strength could grow much bigger after those days. Really? Then such an arrangement is totally a trap for Blood Mountain, isn't it? They just continued to exchange their opinions. Some uttered in a deep voice, while others blurred out loud. Tian Quan heard them clearly. A cold smile showed on his face. Blood Mountain? Just a newbie here, reckless and stupid. Soon I will let him know who is the best on Star Island. Tian Quan said to himself piercingly. What he didn't know was that, when he was waiting there for a fight, his enemy appeared in the Dark Tower. Second level inside the Dark Tower. With the gold-armored ancient god appearance, Jian Wushuang stared at Blood Demon in high rank in front of him with a hint of dark golden light in his eyes. 2 years ago, he stood the same place, trying to defeat high-ranked Blood Demon with his 9th Heaven Sword formation. He failed downright as a result. Today, 2 years later, he came here for another try. Chapter 883, Level 2. Chapter 883, Level 2. High-rank Blood Demon, show me what you've got. Jian Wushuang licked his lips with a firm gaze. Even though he was being gazed at by Jian Wushuang, the high-rank Blood Demon did not hesitate. Striding forward a span of 300 meters, he suddenly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and chopped down at him with his large sword. The attack was simple but domineering. Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry to display the ninth heaven sword formation from the beginning. Instead, he gripped the Blood Mountain sword tightly. There was a stream of power inside the longsword. Jian Wushuang quickly slashed out with the sword while releasing an overwhelming sword essence that was like a huge waterfall cascading downwards. Boundless Heaven Sword Art, 5th move. Even since he began cultivating on Star Island 2 years ago, his slaughter body had been working on comprehending the marvelous pattern on the Star Jade Wall. The swordsmanship contained in the pattern was completely unfathomable, but it left many impressions on him after his 2 years of meditation. Due to these impressions, Jian Wushuang had become more knowledgeable about sword principle. He also made great progress in the Boundless Heaven Sword Art. As of now, he could manage to display the 5th move of the Boundless Heaven Sword Art with effort. As for his incredible swordsmanship, Jian Wushuang could display it effortlessly, and his sword heart had also reached a new level. At the same time, a visible black thunderbolt surged out the instant the sword was swung, becoming part of the sword light. This black thunderbolt was the divine Yin thunder that Jian Wushuang controlled. Bump! A roar of terror echoed inside level 2 of the Black Tower. Jian Wushuang's body shook and the ground under his feet split open. Although the process was a bit difficult, his eyes glittered with surprise. No wonder the divine Yin thunder is one of the strongest secret skills on Star Island. I only managed to gather one, but my overall strength has improved so much. Although my strength is not quite equal to a high-rank blood demon, I'm still able to battle him head-on. With a faint smile, Jian Wushuang moved and immediately attacked. In level 2, Jian Wushuang confronted the high-rank blood demon with his swordsmanship, the help of the Blood Mountain sword, and the divine Yin thunder. A fierce fight broke out. Jian Wushuang was often suppressed by the high-rank blood demon, but his opponent could only dream about defeating him in a short time. Compared with 2 years ago, the situation was much better. Back then, he had been killed by the high-rank blood demon in only 3 blows. Bump! There was another loud explosion, forcing Jian Wushuang to retreat and causing his palms to feel slightly numb. I can barely face him with only my swordsmanship. If I want to defeat him, I will have to rely on the 9th heaven sword formation. Jian Wushuang recited the spell in his heart and 36 blood sky swords immediately appeared, combining to form a 6-meter-long scarlet longsword. A horrible aura condensed around his sword. Kill! A threatening light flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes as the divine Yin thunder directly poured into the scarlet longsword, becoming part of it and causing the sword's horrifying aura to skyrocket. Then, this terrifying sword sliced through the air, accompanied by a surge of flowing light. Buzz, the scarlet flowing light went through the air and instantly arrived in front of the high-rank blood demon. The high-rank blood demon whispered as it brought down its sword without mercy. A huge knife shadow ruthlessly deckended. These two terrifying powers confronted each other once again. However, after this confrontation, it was the high-rank blood demon who was shaken and forced to step back. I have the upper hand. Jian Wushuang looked very pleased. For him, the most frightening feature of the high-rank blood demon was its outrageous power. But now that he was able to use the 9th heaven sword formation with all of his strength, along with help from the divine Yin thunder, his power exceeded the high-rank blood demons. As a result, the threat to him was reduced dramatically. Go! Kill! While looking coldly at his opponent, Jian Wushuang attacked continuously and crazily, displaying the 9th heaven sword formation with all his might. High-rank blood demon tried to fight back, but every one of the attacks was difficult to face. He managed to fight back against the first few blows, but he could not resist against dozens of these horrifying attacks. He eventually failed to defend, and Jian Wushuang took a chance to directly penetrate the body of the high-rank blood demon. Finally, he passed the test on level 2 of the Black Tower. I made it. When he saw the body of the high-rank blood demon land heavily on the ground, Jian Wushuang felt relieved. The condition for leaving Star Island was to pass the 3 levels of the Black Tower, and he had already passed level 2. He was only one step away from level 3. However, the level 2 test was much more difficult than the one of level 1, so the test on level 3 would probably be even more extraordinary. Let's give it a try. Jian Wushuang walked toward level 3 of the Black Tower. After Jian Wushuang passed level 2 of the Black Tower on the large campus of Star Island, Tian Quan, as well as everyone who came to watch this battle, had been waiting here patiently. What happened? It has been so long. Where's Blood Mountain? We have been waiting for him patiently. Why hasn't he turned up yet? Maybe he knows he is not strong enough to be Tian Quan's opponent, so he ran away from the battle. Hey, this Blood Mountain has only been on Star Island for 2 years. How could he be as powerful as Tian Quan? In my opinion, he must have been too scared to come. He can't escape and no one on Star Island can die. On top of that, this duel was witnessed by Lord Spirit Sound in person, so even if he runs away, Lord Spirit Sound can declare it as his loss and give the 1 billion divine gems to Tian Quan. That means there's no use in trying to escape. Everyone was talking about it, and some people had obviously become impatient. Tian Quan's face was also a bit cold. At this time, an enchanting red figure suddenly appeared in the center of the drill grounds. Everyone around showed their respect towards him. Tian Quan, Blood Mountain, is currently being tested in the Black Tower, and he still hasn't come out. Please wait a little longer, said Lord Spirit Sound. In the Black Tower? Tian Quan felt puzzled. Also, Lord Spirit Sound continued, just now, Blood Mountain passed level 2 of the Black Tower. His simple words instantly caused a loud uproar on the drill grounds. Chapter 884. Oh no. Chapter 884. Oh no. The once chaotic drill ground had turned dead silent all of a sudden. It was so quiet that you could hear a needle drop. Those standing on the drill ground widened their eyes, their mouths making an O shape. The words of Lord Spirit Sound were still ringing in their heads. Just a moment ago, Xiefeng had broken through level 2 of the Black Tower. He had only been on Star Island for less than 2 years and had already surpassed level 2. How is that possible? The crowd was stunned. Barely anyone could accept this fact. However, the one who proclaimed it had been Lord Spirit Sound. Since it was said by a person like him, there was nothing to doubt about it. Xiefeng really did surpass it. Amazing. Really amazing. How long has it been? He actually surpassed it in just 2 short years? The second level of the Black Tower is more difficult than the first by 10 times at least. Except for those strong monsters, the kings on Star Island had been stuck at the first level for a very long time. Furthermore, they even cultivated a strong secret skill, but it did not manage to surpass level 2. However, this Xiefeng, he's a monster that cannot be comprehended. Numerous people were gasping in shock, each feeling very emotional about this news. After the momentary shocks, their gaze returned back to Tian Quan, who was standing in the middle of the drill ground. However, this time around, their eyes was very strange. In fact, some even showed a sense of schadenfreude. Just a moment before, they were gasping at Tian Quan's skills and were guessing how strong he could become after having a breakthrough in that secret skill. But now, everyone had the same thought. Things are not good for Tian Quan. Things are not good. Tian Quan was now in trouble, a tragedy. Even Tian Quan himself was well aware of his circumstances. How is this possible? Tian Quan froze completely. He had yet to walk out of that state of shock. Just before that, Tian Quan had not paid much attention to Jian Wushuang. 3 days ago, Jian Wushuang had used the 9th Heaven Sword formation to suppress him. However, he had not given much thought about it. Besides, once he achieved a breakthrough in the secret skill that he was refining, his strength would definitely reach a whole new level. He had the ultimate confidence that he could defeat Jian Wushuang easily. But now, Jian Wushuang had yet to appear at the scene. Just the Lord Spirit Sound's message alone was enough to bring him to despair. Level 2? He actually surpassed level 2? That's impossible. Tian Quan shook his head crazily. God, this was the second time. Only the strongest monster among the 12 kings of Star Island had surpassed it as well. Furthermore, that monster took a damn long time to achieve that. But this Xiefeng had only been in the Star Island for 2 years, and he already achieved such tremendous improvements in his strength. That's it. Tian Quan was expressionless. He was very clear of his own circumstance. Although his strength was skyrocketing, there was still a huge gap between him and level 2. He was obviously not a worthy opponent of Jian Wushuang, who had already surpassed it. People around him were giving him looks of pity. Just at that moment, whoosh, a shadow came flying past them. It was Jian Wushuang, who had just walked out of the Black Tower. After passing level 2's challenge, which was to defeat the high-ranked blood demon, Jian Wushuang had attempted to break through level 3. His opponent was once again a blood demon, but its strength was extremely scary. Jian Wushuang gave his best but failed after being hit by 2 knives. After walking out of the Black Tower, Jian Wushuang immediately rushed towards the drill ground. Upon arrival, he saw many complicated looks. Some were in shock, some filled with admiration, and some were even filled with jealousy. Seems like Lord Spirit Sound has already released the news of me passing level 2? Jian Wushuang glanced at Lord Spirit Sound and thought to himself. Xiefeng, Tian Quan, since the both of you are here, then let's begin today's duel, said Lord Spirit Sound. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded his head slightly and immediately glanced at Tian Quan. His gaze became cold. Bastard. Tian Quan had a dark expression on his face, and his body was shaking in anger. However, he was the one who invited Lord Spirit Sound to be the witness to this duel. The conditions could not be changed. So what if he passed level 2? Perhaps he was just lucky. Yes, it was pure luck. His strength might not be that strong after all. Tian Quan comforted himself. I've achieved a breakthrough in that secret skill and my strength has increased greatly. I'm not that far away from level 2. This fight is unnecessary. It might even be possible that I beat him. Comforting himself like that, a streak of light flashed in his gaze. His expressions turned crazy, and he started the fight straight away. Shush! Tian Quan launched a sudden attack, and he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in an instant. At that moment when he moved, a burning flame appeared on his back. This flame burned the air, and it instantly formed an image of an exotic beast on Tian Quan's back. The flaming exotic beast was struggling, and it was emitting an extremely strong aura. Is this the secret skill that he has been cultivating? Jian Wushuang frowned at the image of that exotic beast. He had taken a look at the introductions of the 9 strongest secret skills of Star Island. Tian Quan had exhibited one of the secret skills that could raise one's offensive power, which was considered hard to acquire. He had already managed to control this skill quite well. The proof was the image on his back. Although Tian Quan's aura skyrocketed with the appearance of the image, Jian Wushuang was not taken aback at all. There's no need to waste time dealing with him. Jian Wushuang felt a tug in his head, and he transformed into the gold-armored ancient god. Right afterward, sword shadows immediately shot out from his interspatial ring. These shadows instantly came together in the void, forming a 2 feet long scarlet longsword. This longsword was extremely sharp and had a terrifying aura. At the moment it was formed, a black thunderbolt shot out from Jiang Wushuang's body into the longsword. It caused the sword's aura to skyrocket. Go! Jian Wushuang hushed lowly, and the blade immediately flashed across the void and appeared in front of Tian Quan. After breaking through the void easily, the longsword aimed for Tian Quan's head. It all happened too fast. The crowd did not have enough time to react. However, that was not the case for Tian Quan. The black long spear that he was holding was ready to be launched. It aimed straight to the front. This pierce created a huge hole in the void. Chapter 885, Alone on the Top. Chapter 885, Alone on the Top. Boom! Following the sound, Tian Quan felt a huge force reaching him through the long spear in his hand. His whole body shook, and he felt something sweet in his mouth. He almost gushed out blood. You actually held that in? Not bad. Jian Wushuang laughed faintly, after which he controlled the scarlet longsword to shoot out again at an alarming speed. Tian Quan had just barely blocked the first attack and was regaining his posture when the second attack already came his way. Why is this happening? Tian Quan's eyes were flickering madly. He immediately spun the long spear, and the flaming exotic beast image behind him let out a huge growl. It became even more powerful. Boom! Tian Quan threw the black projectile in his hands. Jian Wushuang controlled his scarlet longsword and aimed at Tian Quan for the third time. No! Tian Quan only managed to let out a pitiful cry before his head was pierced by the longsword. The winner had been decided. On the drill ground, Tian Quan's head came back together. However, he was as pale as snow. His body was shaking and his gaze was hollow. The experts in the crowd watching were murmuring to themselves in shock. The gap is too big. 3 moves, all it took was 3 attacks to kill Tian Quan. This is absolutely overwhelming. He has such strength. No wonder he can surpass level 2. The crowd had all these thoughts to themselves and were looking at Jian Wushuang in admiration. If they used to think that luck played a little role in helping Jian Wushuang to pass level 2, they were now proven wrong by his real strength. After all, Tian Quan was one of the 12 kings. Besides, after he achieved a breakthrough in the secret skill that he was cultivating, his rank was in the top 3. However, he had failed to take just 3 attacks from Jian Wushuang before he had been totally crushed. Perhaps, other than the 5 big Dao Masters, only the strongest monster in the 12 kings of Star Island could display such strength. Tian Quan, you've lost. You must fulfill your promise. Jian Wushuang had already retrieved the Blood Sky Sword. Standing in the drill ground, he looked at Tian Quan silently. Tian Quan's body was shaking. He was so unwilling to do so. However, since Lord Spirit Sound was present, he could only give away all his belongings and treasures. The treasures were all given to Jian Wushuang, including the spear he had used just now. It was an emperor weapon level. Tian Quan, listen carefully. According to the rules of the duel, you must leave Star Island today. You will then roam in the Fog Sea and never return in the next 10,000 years. Jian Wushuang proclaimed without any emotion on his tone. After hearing that, Tian Quan's face became even whiter than a piece of paper. He had lost all his treasures, but he could think of ideas to gain back some. But if he were to lose his life as well, then that would be the end. With no treasure in hand, asking him to go to the Fog Sea would be the same as asking him to die. In conclusion, Tian Quan was in deep trouble this time. He had failed terribly. However, not only did he suffer loss, he had not even accomplished his true goal. Even if he had failed terribly, he had only himself to blame. With the presence of Lord Spirit Sound's power, Tian Quan could only walk out of Star Island cooperatively. Jian Wushuang was standing on the drill ground, looking at Tian Quan's back as he left. But just at this moment, oh, seems like there's a commotion today. A thick voice was heard suddenly, following which, the crowd saw a purple-haired elegant man walking slowly towards them. He had 2 long spears on his back. This man had an untouchable aura in his midbrow. Every step he took caused purple ripples in the void beneath his feet. Everyone on the drill ground squinted their eyes when they saw someone walking towards them. Zidong. It's Zidong. He is the official number 1 king among the 12 kings. It's Monster Zidong. Is Zidong actually here? Isn't he always doing closed-door training? The whole drill ground became chaotic. Jian Wushuang lifted his head to see who was coming. So is he Zidong? Jian Wushuang's gaze was starting to freeze. He had been on the island for 2 years and knew a little bit about some of the experts here. For example, he knew the names of the 12 kings on Star Island. Of course, he also knew this king in front of him was ranked first and the so-called monster. He was also the only one on the island who had passed the test on level 2 of the Black Tower. Buzz. Zidong landed in the drill ground in front of Jian Wushuang. A pair of strange eyes glowing with purple light were staring straight into Jian Wushuang's. Are you Xiefeng? Zidong asked with a calm voice. Yes, I am. Jin Wushuang nodded his head. For all these years, I have been doing closed-door training. I never took notice of what's happening on Star Island. If Lord Spirit Sound had not notified me just now, saying that you've passed level 2, I'm afraid I wouldn't have even known that a character like you arrived on the island. Zidong said. Oh. Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrow and glanced at Lord Spirit Sound unconsciously. He got the news of Zidong doing closed-door training from Qinyu. He knew that he rarely came out, but he actually appeared in front of him today. It turned out that Lord Spirit Sound told Zidong the news of him passing to level 2, which was made him go out in shock. Being stared by Jin Wushuang, Lord Spirit Sound kept his highly unfathomable smile. He was not intending to give any response. Xiefeng, there are quite a number of experts on Star Island, but before today, I was the only one who had managed to pass level 2. For so many years, I have been standing at the peak all by myself. It may sound glorious, but did you know the other feelings associated with it? Zidong stared at Jin Wushuang. I understand. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly. Indeed, he did. It was always lonely being above everyone else. The other experts, like the other kings, could find their own opponents on Star Island. They could fight on a regular basis. But Zidong was an exception. In the Eternal Realm on Star Island, he was already undefeatable. No one dared to provoke nor attack him. And as for the 5 big Dao Masters on the island, they were way stronger than him. He was not qualified to challenge them. This was why he never had a decent opponent for all these years. He did not even have a chance to fight. This was an unbearable torture for someone born for combat. I used to not have any opponents, but things are different now. Zidong smiled faintly, and his gaze towards Jin Wushuang became brighter. I am very excited. After all these years, there's finally someone else who surpassed level 2 and can enter the Eternal Realm. Xiefeng, come fight with me. Chapter 886, The Number 1 King, Zidong. Chapter 886, The Number 1 King, Zidong. Xiefeng, come fight me. Chaos broke out immediately with Zidong's challenge among the whole drill ground. Challenge? Is Zidong challenging Xiefeng? Haha, Zidong finally found an opponent. We haven't seen Zidong fight in so long. The last time he fought, he hadn't even passed level 2. Zidong and Xiefeng? Who will win this fight? One by one, the gazes of the crowd all brightened up. Jin Wushuang also noticed the burning passion in Zidong's eyes. He laughed and nodded. I also want to know how strong the number 1 king of Star Island is. Jin Wushuang had really high expectations. He would never turn down this fight. It was always lonely being on top of everyone else. Now, the 2 strongest people in the Eternal Realm of Star Island were him and Zidong. Naturally, they would have to treat each other as honorable opponents. Make a move. I hope that you won't disappoint me. Seeing Jin Wushuang take up the fight, the corners of Zidong's mouth went up. I will try my best. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly, following which, he took out his 36 blood sky swords, and they instantly formed a 2-feet-long scarlet long sword. A black thunderbolt traveled from Jin Wushuang's body into the sword formation once again. Oh, divining thunder! Zidong took notice of Jin Wushuang's move. When he saw him using the divining thunder, his eyes lit up. He laughed, haha, what a coincidence. That's what I'm cultivating too. You too? Jin Wushuang was flustered. Then let's see whose is stronger. After speaking, Jin Wushuang controlled his scarlet longsword such that it shot out like an explosion. It was as fast as lightning. The crowd was unable to see it flash past the void. On the other hand, the longsword's target, Zidong, laughed coldly. When the sword was approaching him, he suddenly moved his body. Whoosh! A purple shadow flashed past the void. It was as quick as a ghost. Jin Wushuang's longsword had fixed its target. It was already so close to touching Zidong, but he moved away so quickly. In that instant, he literally moved past the edges of the sword. What? Jin Wushuang was greatly taken aback. The first launch of his ninth heaven sword formation was the traceless sword formation. Its strength was its fast speed, followed by its also remarkable power. With the support of the divine Yin Thunder, the sword formation's shooting rate became even faster. Usually, it was difficult for even the Eternal Realm to capture the shadow of the longsword. However, Zedong actually managed to just pass errand it. Dodge the sword formation? What kind of a speed was that? Xiefeng, take this spear. After going around the sword formation, Zedong appeared in front of Jin Wushuang. The two long spears on his back had already formed together. He looked at Jin Wushuang with a grin and threw the spears in his hands. It all happened as fast as lightning. Jin Wushuang had already turned into the gold-armored ancient god state. However, the armor was too big. He was unable to avoid Zedong's attack. He could only take out his blood mountain sword and perform swordsmanship as he launched it against his opponent. Clang! Once the tip of the long spear landed on the blood-colored blood mountain sword, it caused a strong spiral effect. The force seemed like it was going to grind Jin Wushuang's hand. Luckily, the physical strength of Jin Wushuang's gold-armored ancient god was incredibly strong. With the addition of his Shuang armor, he was well protected. Humph! Jin Wushuang snorted coldly. He dismissed the spiral force easily, although he was forced to take a few steps back while doing so. While he was backtracking, Jin Wushuang's gaze was full of glistening flashes of light. He controlled his ninth heaven sword formation and immediately launched an attack back to Zedong. Your sword formation may be quick and your power may be strong enough, but it's such a pity that you're obviously not too familiarized with using it yet. Your actions are clumsy and not flexible. Against me, a sword formation like this is basically useless. Zedong smiled lightly and just stood where he was, allowing the scarlet long sword to aim directly for him. Right before the long sword was about to hit him, Zedong suddenly moved his body and bypassed it once again. Again? Jin Wushuang's face was sullen. The ninth heaven sword formation that he was controlling was super fast. It had met many opponents before, and none of them had managed to surpass it. Zedong was the only one. Not flexible enough? Jin Wushuang furrowed his eyebrows and sighed to himself. After all, he had just gotten control of the ninth heaven sword formation recently, which was the reason he was at the initial realm of understanding towards the first attack of this skill. This led to the flaws in his activation of the skill. Jin Wushuang was on the drill ground, focusing on controlling the ninth heaven sword formation. He shot them at Zedong at a crazy speed, but the target just stood there and moved his body just when strictly required. He managed to avoid 10 consecutive attacks easily. Jin Wushuang's swings did not even touch the corners of Zedong's sleeves. I've already said, your sword formation has no effects on me at all. Once again, he avoided the sword formation's attack. Zedong shook his head and snorted, and then his body flashed past violently. He was too quick for the ninth heaven sword formation that Jin Wushuang was controlling. It proved that he was too inflexible. The ninth heaven sword formation was actually capable of being speedy and powerful, but Jin Wushuang only knew how to control it to launch an attack straight forward. The formation's speed would slow down if it was to turn or change direction in the void. Fail. Zedong laughed faintly and launched the long sword he was holding onto again. This attack was faster and scarier than the previous one. The dangerous attack made the part of the void in front of him blow up violently. Although Jin Wushuang's sword formation tried its best to protect him, his arm was still numb from the shock and fresh blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth. Afterward, Zedong's spear skills went completely insane. One by one, the spear shadows flew towards Jin Wushuang. They were strangely fast and traveled at unexpected angles, which suffocated Jin Wushuang. He set up an all-body protection and managed to withstand a few spear attacks. However, the projectiles soon pierced through the protection. Jin Wushuang had lost the fight. Jin Wushuang's body had recovered completely as he laid on the drill ground. The 2-feet-long scarlet longsword was floating silently beside him. Jin Wushuang glanced at the ninth heaven sword formation beside him and shook his head in shame. I relied on the ninth heaven sword formation the most. If Zidong had not dodged its attacks, I could have battled with him. But in the end, my sword formation was nothing to him. Without the sword formation, once he comes near me, I would be left with limited ways to attack back. I fail with dignity in this duel. Chapter 887, Zidong's Evaluation. Chapter 887, Zidong's Evaluation. Indeed, he had failed with dignity. True to his status as Star Island's widely recognized #1 king, Zidong's strength was much greater than Jian Wushuang's. He has already formed his own Dao long ago, and not just one of them. He has already cultivated the divine Yin Thunder secret skill till level 2. It is much stronger than mine. His knowledge of the spear is also extraordinarily strong. Jian Wushuang was praising Zidong in his heart. Xiefeng. At this moment, Zidong looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile on his face. Your current strength is still lacking a little bit. You can't even make me get serious. After hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help but laugh bitterly. He could also see that Zidong fought with him casually just now. It was obvious that he was just messing with him. Those surrounding them heard the conversation and were taken aback. The strength that Zidong exhibited just now totally crushed Jian Wushuang. And yet this was not all that he had. Of course, it is just your current strength that's weaker than mine. We can't be sure of what's to come in the future. Zidong smiled lightly. I can see your potential. There is still a humongous space for improvement. Firstly, let's talk about your heavy sword formation. You probably just mastered the technique recently. There is still room for improvement. Once you level up to a certain degree and become more flexible, you can then make me really give out my best. Other than that, you still have a definite room for improvement in sword principle. Also, for the divine Yin Thunder, you only managed to condense one thunderbolt just now. It was also very weak. If you manage to improve your sword principle and divine Yin Thunder greatly, you can then come and fight a real duel with me. You may even defeat me. And if you have enough time, I'm even sure that you can surpass level 3 of the Black Tower. Zidong said these lines with a serious gaze. Those on the drill ground listening were all shocked. They did not expect Zidong to make such good remarks about Jian Wushuang after defeating him completely. Jian Wushuang could be able to defeat Zidong in not too long. And Zidong also said that if Jian Wushuang was given enough time, he could surpass level 3. Is that possible? Jian Wushuang was also lost. He shook his head and said, that will all be in the future, and no one knows for sure. At the very least, my current strength cannot be compared to yours. But I believe that it is just a matter of time before I can fight a real duel with you and even defeat you. Haha, I am actually very excited about that. Zidong laughed. Then from today onwards, if you need anyone to help you gauge your skills, feel free to come to find me anytime. Anyways, I've been on the island for so long that I am always bored. If I could have an opponent like you to accompany me, I could not ask for more. Thanks. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. Zidong was definitely a true expert. At least Jian Wushuang had never seen someone as strong as Zidong in this level of the Eternal Realm. In fact, Jian Wushuang felt that even the peerless genius of the Xia clan, who was widely recognized to be the #1 in the Eternal Realm of Eternal World, was not compatible to Zidong in terms of strength. It would also definitely be beneficial for Jian Wushuang to have an expert to help him gauge his skills. I am looking forward to the day that you become stronger than me. Zidong smiled, and after speaking, he turned and left. Jian Wushuang did not stay for long on the drill ground. He immediately returned to his house. He sensed some flaws in his ninth heaven sword formation while fighting with Zidong just now. Since it was an imperfection, he had to fix it for sure. The crowd on the drill ground started to disperse too. That was the end of the commotion for the day. However, Jian Wushuang remained a hot topic among the crowds on Star Island for a while. It was incredible that he could surpass level 2 of the Black Tower after just 2 years there. Not only did Zidong personally acknowledge Jian Wushuang's potential, he even thought that Jian Wushuang could surpass level 3 if he was given sufficient time. A high evaluation like this naturally caused Star Island to become quiet. Even the 5 Dao Masters were also surprised. However, although they started to take notice of Jian Wushuang, they never showed up. In the depths of stellar fog sea, in the lake covered with gray smog, Lady Red was still sitting quietly on a huge lotus leaf in the middle of the lake. There was a playful smile on her face. This enchanting woman was naturally Lord Spirit Sound. Lord Spirit Sound had an original body. Once incarnated, the one on Star Island would just be her incarnation. Her original body was always on the lake. Xiefeng, Lord Spirit Sound repeatedly mentioned Jian Wushuang's name. This Xiefeng is not bad indeed. As an inverse cultivator, he has now acquired that marvelous sword formation. Most importantly, he has an extraordinarily high level of understanding. He is now capable of passing the test on level 2. If he's given enough time, he could even pass the one on level 3. That is very likely. Seems like it won't be long before the lineage of stars gains one more disciple. Lord Spirit Sound mumbled a few sentences to herself. Suddenly, her voice stopped. She looked towards her side. The stellar fog sea had many misty fogs that could cover the crowd's line of vision. However, they did not have any effect on Lord Spirit Sound. Her gaze could pass through the endless fog into the vast void. She looked towards a huge island that was at the extreme end of the stellar fog sea. That island was extremely far away from Star Island. It could be said that it was on the opposite side. That island was also covered in fog, but it was even denser and much more mysterious. Gu King, a fella came to my Star Island. He has great potential and has chances of leaving the fog sea. Most importantly, that fella has a definite relationship with your master. Lord Spirit Sound opened her mouth and her voice traveled through the vast void to the mysterious island. An ancient and thick voice was heard from the deepest part of the island as a response to Lord Spirit Sound. Why, are you not interested at all? Lord Spirit Sound found it strange. Interested? The ancient voice paused before continuing. No need to bother about him for now. Bring him to me when he can really pass the tests on Star Island. After speaking, the voice disappeared completely. Sitting on the huge lotus leaf, Lord Spirit Sound smiled and closed her eyes. Chapter 888, The Cultivation Age on Star Island. Chapter 888, The Cultivation Age on Star Island. After the duel with Zidong, Jian Wushuang returned to his residence. A piece of empty land. Go! Jian Wushuang controlled the scarlet longsword formed by 36 blood sky swords. The longsword shot out forwards. It traveled at a breathtaking speed. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang felt a tug in his heart. He controlled the longsword to change direction mid-air. The change in direction immediately caused the sword to pause temporarily, after which there was an obvious slowdown in its speed. Its forward attack was acceptable, but once it changes direction, its speed slows down a lot. Awkward. It is indeed very awkward. Seems like I have to spend a long time to investigate this ninth heaven sword formation properly. Jian Wushuang spoke to himself. In the following days, Jian Wushuang naturally continued to cultivate on his own. He continued to split the workload among the two original bodies. The world body stayed in the Divine Yin Thunder Palace for a long period of time. It focused on improving the strength of the Divine Yin Thunder in its body. On the other hand, his slaughter body often went as Star Jade Wall to meditate. After a period of meditation, he would find Zidong to battle out. Zidong had been withering on the Star Island for too long before he finally found an opponent in Jian Wushuang. He could not be more eager to battle with Jian Wushuang every single day. Jian Wushuang had a high level of awareness. In addition to that, he also had the perfect opportunity given by Star Island. Thus, he was naturally improving at a remarkable rate. With an expert like Zidong to help him practice, Jian Wushuang improved continuously in his ninth heaven sword formation. He was becoming increasingly familiarized with it. The Star Island was cut off from the rest of the world. It was basically a giant prison. Gradually, time passed. The people on the island were like prisoners. They led boring lives. They spent most of their time doing emotionless cultivation. They had already forgotten about the passing of time. Time was just a number to them. No matter how much time had passed, there was not much significance. However, that was not the case for Jian Wushuang. Before he came to Stellar Fog Sea, he asked Wang Yuan how long Lung Rushuang could last without the Dragon Phoenix fruit. Wang Yuan's answer back then was 300 years. That was to say, Jian Wushuang must bring the Dragon Phoenix fruit back within the next 300 years. 300 years was not a very long time. For the people on Star Island, it was nothing. However, for Jian Wushuang, they were crucial, each and every year. When he was on Star Island, he took advantage of every minute and every second to think of ways to increase his strength. Just like that, he had been on the island for 210 years. Jian Wushuang had never stayed at a place for so long ever since he started cultivation. It was also his longest in-depth cultivation. An elegant man with long purple hair was seated at a table in an ordinary backyard on Star Island. He sat there while drinking from the bottle of wine that he was holding. Zidong. A gentle voice was heard and a cool, elegant woman walked in. This woman was also one of the kings on Star Island. She was on good terms with Zidong. It's so rare to see you drinking alone. Why? Did Xiefeng stop looking for you to gauge his skills? The woman looked at Zidong. Ever since he defeated me 120 years ago, he rarely came to find me. The last time was 30 years ago. Zidong laughed. That Xiefeng is really a monster. The woman shook her head as she sighed. When you guys first fought against each other more than 200 years ago, you basically outclassed him completely. But who would have thought that he would defeat you less than 100 years later? It's less than 100 years. 100 years was nothing to us. But in this period of time, his strength improved by many levels. It was amazing. Hearing that, Zidong could not help but shake his head and sigh. Xiefeng's potential was unexpected. When I first fought with him, I saw that his strength had much room for improvement, and perhaps he could outperform me in the future. But I never thought that he would improve so quickly. By the way, I heard that Xiefeng came to challenge you a while back. What was the result? Zidong asked suddenly. What else? Of course, I was defeated by him. The woman laughed bitterly. I don't even know what he's thinking. 30 years ago, he started to challenge others like crazy. Not only did he challenge us kings, but he even challenged each and every single one of them in the eternal realm who had average strength. Furthermore, he acted strangely while he was fighting. He could easily have won us, but he purposely held back his strength every time. He would use his sword formation to battle with us for a long time before defeating us. Haha, he is using you guys to train his sword formation. Zidong laughed. 210 years ago, I told him that there were some flaws in his sword formation. Since then, he focused on improving it. When I was helping him to gauge his skills later on, I could feel an obvious improvement in his control of the sword formation. It was much more flexible than before. By now, he probably already has an ultimate control over it. I saw that too. When he was dealing with me, he deliberately suppressed the sword formation strength and speed by a lot. However, its flexibility improved tremendously. The woman sighed. By the way, Zidong, if Xiefeng continues to improve at this speed, do you think he can really pass the test on level 3? Of course he can. Zidong nodded his head in certainty. If I thought that it was possibly more than 200 years ago, then now I'm absolutely certain of it. It won't be long before he leaves Star Island. Are you so sure about it? The woman was surprised. Just wait and see. Zidong smiled but did not explain much. While the woman was chit-chatting with Zidong in the backyard, at the Divine Thunder Palace on Star Island something else was happening. Jian Wushuang was in the middle of the Black Thunderbolt Ocean. He had a stern and serious look on his face. We have reached the extreme. Jian Wushuang held on tightly to his fists. A streak of light shone violently in his gaze. More than 200 years ago, his world body had situated in the Divine Thunder Palace, sucking in the black thunderbolts. As that progressed, the Divine Thunder in his body naturally became stronger. Besides, he no longer only had one Tao of it. He had 10 of them. Each Tao of the Black Divine Thunder had accumulated the maximum thunderbolts. This meant that the divine Een Thunder had reached the peak of level 1. One more step, and he would reach level 2. Chapter 889, The Shock. Chapter 889, The Shock. Here we go. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. The 10 divine Een Thunders, which had grown to the fullest extent inside his body, gathered and immediately began to fuse. There were 3 levels for the secret skill of divine Een Thunder. The first level began with the formation of a divine Een Thunder. 10 divine Een Thunders was the peak of level 1. On level 2, the 10 thunders would be fused together and evolve into a more advanced and stronger divine Een Thunder. Right now, Jian Wushuang started the fusion. Each of the thunder was extremely wild and violent. When 10 of them were fusing together, the process was very fierce and a huge burden to both the body and mind. Even a Tao master couldn't withstand such pain. Jian Wushuang had an extraordinarily strong willpower. Besides, he was fully prepared for this. The severe pain caused by the fusion process did not affect him too much. Half a day later, the 10 divine thunders fused together and began to metamorphosize. The most difficult and dangerous process was over. Metamorphosis was just a matter of time. After a short while, there was only one divine Een Thunder left inside his body. This one was smaller than the previous ones, but with much stronger power. The newly evolved divine Een Thunder was scarlet. Yes, a scarlet divine thunder. Jian Wushuang flipped his hand, and the scarlet thunder appeared on his palm. Seeing this, his eyebrow raised. He could feel a terrifying aura hidden inside the scarlet thunder. Such aura was enough to be a threat to even a Tao master. The level 2 of divine Een Thunder. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists, looking pleasantly surprised. The power of divine Een Thunder will improve dramatically with each advancement to a higher level. Now that it had reached level 2, the thunder's power was at least 10 times stronger than before, which also brought great improvement to his strength. This secret skill of divine Een Thunder was so powerful. I was lucky enough to have the Thunder Sea of Thunder Palace to help assist cultivation. Otherwise, I would have to wait for God knows how long to reach level 2. He looked around Thunder Sea with a light smile. He noticed that when the divine Een Thunder inside his body reached level 2, the surrounding Thunder Sea was no longer useful to him. If he wanted to continue to upgrade the divine Een Thunder, he had to rely on himself. Zidong also practices the divine Een Thunder. He reached level 2 a long time ago, but stopped there ever since. It must be because the Thunder Palace can no longer be of any help. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Although the Thunder Palace had lost its purpose, Jian Wushuang did not care. For more than 200 years, I had trained meticulously on the Star Island. My power improved at an amazing speed because of the island's resources and the fights with those experts here. Now, my sword heart has reached level 6, the peak of level 6. I'm more skilled with the 9th heaven sword formation now, and its power is stronger. Speaking of level, I now have a perfect mastery of its first sword formation, Traceless Sword. After 200 years of practice, my Star River secret skill had reached level 15. The basic power was 3 times stronger than before. There is also the divine Een Thunder, which has now reached level 2. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone brightly. Compared with 200 years ago, I'm much more powerful in strength. I have reached the top in every field, and it is difficult to make too much progress in a short period of time. That is to say, even if I were given a few hundred years or more, my strength would not advance rapidly. I have made every possible breakthrough and upgraded to the maximum. Next, I should try to pass the 3rd level of the Black Tower. The 3rd level was much more difficult than the 2nd level. 200 years ago, after passing level 2, Jian Wushuang tried to pass the 3rd level. However, the gap was greater than expected. Today, his strength had tremendously improved in every aspect. He was qualified enough to challenge the 3rd level now. On the Star Island, 4 tall black towers stood silently. On the roof of a pavilion near the Black Tower, 2 figures were sitting in front of a chessboard. They were playing chess. Both were holding black and white pieces respectively. Life on the Star Island was as dry as a chip. Playing chess was one of the few things that could kill time. Just then, the slender elder holding the white pieces suddenly moved his eyes and looked toward the black tower. Look, isn't that Blood Mountain? Blood Mountain? The other man looked over. Yes, it's him, the monster. I heard that he's been practicing like crazy. Why did he come here today? The lean elder wore a strange expression and said, judging from his direction, he's heading toward the black tower, isn't he? Speaking of which, the slender elder suddenly thought of a possibility. Is he going to challenge the black tower? 200 years ago, he just passed level 2. Now, he is going to try level 3? The expressions of the two elders grew excited at once. The black tower seldom had visitors. Those who came to challenge the tower all had confidence in their strength and believed they could pass. Jian Wushuang came here, which meant that he had the confidence to pass level 3. It's just more than 200 years, and he is already confident enough to pass level 3? The slender elder was a little stunned, but reacted immediately. Quick, inform the others. 200 years later, Blood Mountain came back to the Black Tower again. This is a big event. Spread the news and let everyone know. Good, quick. The two men moved immediately. The Star Island was a small place with just a few people. It was very easy for them to spread the news. All they needed to do was to shout from high up. In a moment, everyone on Star Island was aware of the event. The entire Star Island was shaken instantly. Chapter 890, Challenging Level 3. Chapter 890, Challenging Level 3. In front of the Black Tower, there were huge crowds. Almost everyone on Star Island was here. The 12 Heavenly Kings, except Tian Quan, who had already left Star Island, were all here. The 5 Tao Masters, though didn't show their faces, were all hidden in the dark and watching quietly. Everyone was attracted by the news that Jian Wushuang was going to challenge the Black Tower. The crowd was noisy. The 3rd level. After the 3rd level, he could leave Stellar Fog Sea. I'm wondering if he can do it. It's hard to say. This Blood Mountain is a complete monster. He is even more ingenious than Zidong. No more than 2 years after coming to this island, he had passed level 2 and improved with shocking progress ever since. Now, it is really possible to cross level 3. Anyway, he is the most talented Eternal Realm I have ever seen. If he cannot pass the 3rd level, then there will be no chance for us at all. Everyone was discussing about it. Among the crowd, Zidong and the elegant young woman stood side by side. Zidong smiled and said, I just told you it won't take much time before Blood Mountain pass level 3, but I didn't expect him to do so immediately. Don't be too optimistic. He is just going to try, but might not pass. You know how hard it is to pass the 3rd level. You've put so much effort, but are still far away from passing it. Blood Mountain, although very talented, only practiced for a short time. He is not likely to pass. The woman said while shaking her head. Haha, let's have a bet then. I bet Blood Mountain will succeed. Zidong smiled. Over the past 200 years, he had been in contact with Jian Wushuang many times. He had some understanding of Jian Wushuang's character after so many practices with him. He knew clearly that Jian Wushuang wouldn't challenge level 3 without certain treasures. Now that he was here, the success rate would never be less than 50%. On the other side, Ling Long and Qian Yu also stood there. Blood Mountain, you must succeed. Qian Yu clasped his hands, his eyes shining brightly. He was the first person Jian Wushuang knew on Star Island, and they were naturally good friends. Because of their relationship, no one dared to offend him in Star Island. He admired and appreciated Jian Wushuang. Of course, he hoped he can go through. Ling Long also stared at the Black Tower, but with a complicated expression. She came to Stellar Fog Sea with Jian Wushuang and witnessed his growth and progress with her own eyes. Although Jian Wushuang was stronger than her when they first came here, the difference between them was not big. But what about now? Within just 200 years, Jian Wushuang's strength had improved to an unimaginable level. Her strength also improved with the help of the Star Jade Wall, but as compared to Jian Wushuang, The gap was really too big. In the midst of all the discussion, a figure suddenly appeared on the steps of the Black Tower. Hee, it's such a lively scene. An enchanting woman in red smiled and overlooked the crowd. My lord. Lord Spirit Sound. The crowd before the Black Tower immediately saluted respectfully. Are you all here to watch Blood Mountain challenge the third level? The Lord Spirit Sound asked smilingly. In that case, let me do you a favor and show you his actions in the third level. Just then, she waved her hand. Some ripples appeared in the void beside her. Then, a huge mirror image showed up. This mirror image reflected the scene of the third level inside the Black Tower. Inside the third level, Jin Wushuang, wearing a blood-red robe and carrying a long sword, was confronting the Blood Demon, the fiercest demon in the third level. The two were more than 300 meters away from each other. Apparently, the fight had not started. In front of the Black Tower, all eyes were fixed on the mirror image. Hidden in the dark, the 5 Dao Masters also looked up. Level 3 of the Black Tower. Jin Wushuang stood silently, totally unaware of the shock outside brought by his actions. All his attention was on the Blood Demon in front of him right now. The highest level of Blood Demon. Last time we met, he defeated me with only 2 moves. But this time, it will be different. He held his fists and made the first move, without any hesitation. Buzz. The immaterial sword essence burst out. Several blood sky swords appeared in front of him and formed a 6-meter-long scarlet sword in no time. At the same time, his body began to swell. He then transformed into a gold-armored ancient god with the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. At that moment, Jin Wushuang had adjusted to his peak state. Let the fight begin. Following the shout, a scarlet thunderbolt shot out from his body and fused into the scarlet long sword. Soon afterwards, the long sword shook a little and disappeared. The first sword formation of the 9th Heaven Sword Formation, Traceless Sword. Why was it called the Traceless Sword? Because the sword formation would sweep out without leaving any trace in the void. Now, Jin Wushuang had a perfect mastery of the first sword formation and left no trace when performing the skill. Too fast. Apart from several experts, most of the audience in front of the tower did not see where the scarlet sword go. They only heard a violent wind-breaking sound. Later on, the void in front of the Blood Demon was broken through, and streams of spatial turbulences rattled wildly. The terrible strong power shocked those hidden Dao Masters. The Blood Demon, with a wide and thick saber, attacked as violently as before. Before most of the audience noticed Jin Wushuang's long sword, the Blood Demon's saber was already on its way. Clang! With a loud crash, the sparks caused by violent collision of metal scattered away. All the audience noticed a shudder from the Blood Demon's body after the collision. Soon, Jin Wushuang launched another violent attack with his scarlet long sword. The long sword pierced through the void with so much ease. Like fish in the water, the sword showed up again in front of the Blood Demon. Chapter 891, The Seventh Step. Chapter 891, The Seventh Step. Shoo! The scarlet longsword shuttled through the void with terrible strength and stabbed at the Blood Demon again and again. As Jin Wushuang became more skilled in controlling the sword formation, he could use it to hack, chop, and even swipe, not just simply stabbing. The longsword was fast and flexible, making it difficult for the Blood Demon to resist. So quick. Too quick. Not only fast, but also so flexible. The audience cannot stop marveling at the scenes. Blood Mountain's sword formation is indeed formidable. He was not that agile the last time we practiced. As he became more skilled with the sword formation, his sword control grew more and more flexible. The power of this sword formation has been upgraded to a whole new level. Zidong gasped in admiration. His sword formation is impressive, but this alone is not enough to pass the third level. The woman beside him said. As expected, the Blood Demon finally erupted completely. The Blood Demon suddenly waved his saber and rushed forward. Majestic power burst out from the saber and beat off the scarlet longsword over and over again. He quickly approached Jian Wushuang and was right in front of him in no time. Swoosh! The blood demon hacked with the saber, so swift and violent, like a thunderbolt in the clear sky. At such a sight, all the audience sighed pitifully, thinking that Jian Wushuang was about to lose. After all, the sword formation was his most powerful weapon. With the protection from it, he could fight with the blood demon face to face, but once the blood demon approached him, 200 years ago, when Jian Wushuang was fighting Zidong, he lost tragically because his sword formation was invisible and didn't work for Zidong at all. He was then easily approached and defeated. Now he was approached by the blood demon. Once close, Jian Wushuang could not use the ninth heaven sword formation. His offensive power would be greatly reduced. However, these people did not know he was not what he used to be 200 years ago. Now his sword heart had reached the top of level 6, and his divine Yin Thunder had entered the second level. His body was extraordinarily strong, strong enough to resist the blood demon even without the ninth heaven sword formation. When the blood demon appeared in front of him and held up the saber, Jian Wushuang immediately waved his blood mountain sword. Once the blood mountain sword's ultimate power was triggered, Jian Wushuang instantly performed the fourth move of the boundless heaven sword art. Bang! With a loud noise, a terrible roar shook the entire Black Tower. After that, Jian Wushuang staggered and dropped back several steps, but his aura remained strong and intact. He survived? How could he survive? Did he survive the blood demon's attack without the sword formation? The audiences were all stunned. In terms of attack, he had such a violent, yet nimble sword formation. In defense, he could resist the blood demon from nearby. Then, this battle, just as when everyone was still shocked by what they saw, Jian Wushuang suddenly snorted, and his body split into half in midair. Yes, it is split into two. Doppelganger. It is the doppelganger. Everyone was shouting under the Black Tower. Jian Wushuang, who was still in the third level, revealed his two original bodies at this moment, his eyes cold and solemn. The world body stepped back toward the edge, and the slaughter body, with the blood mountain sword and a monstrous aura, directly rushed out toward the blood demon. The world body controlled the ninth heaven sword formation and attacked the blood demon in a frenzy again and again. The slaughter body performed the swordsmanship and fought with the blood demon face to face. On the battlefield, streams of violent sword light roared out one after another, accompanied by the harsh noise from the 6-meter-long scarlet long sword, which was shuttling back and forth in the air. The two are perfectly matched. Facing such an attack of two different offensives, the blood demon appeared a little confounded and kept moving backward. At this sight, the audience all stood in amazement. Is the blood demon suppressed by him? This is the blood demon in the third level, the last anchor of the Black Tower. Yet he is suppressed? Too strong. The blood mountain is too strong. His original body controls the sword formation, while the doppelganger fights. Both are terrible. The blood demon cannot withstand the attack from the two. Is the blood demon going to lose? Countless screaming rang in succession. Among the crowd, Zidong also stared at the image with wide eyes, appearing astonished. This blood mountain, his strength is beyond the eternal realm. I'm sure he is able to fight with a real Dao master right now, Zidong said in his deep voice. He did not disguise his words, so the people around him heard and were all shocked. To fight with a Dao master? In the eternal world, it is a wild wish for people in the eternal realm to confront with a Dao master fair and square. Is this the legendary seventh step? The woman beside Zidong murmured. The seventh step? The crowd was silenced at the sound of these three words. Within the eternal world, there were only 6 steps in the eternal realm. The 6 steps of the eternal realm was divided according to the 6 levels of the sword heart. The top of level 6 represented the highest level in the eternal realm. However, there was a rumor in the eternal world saying that a 7th step existed. It was said that a long time ago, before the Tang of the Eastern Land was created, There was an extraordinary eternal realm in the eternal world. This eternal realm was able to fight with Tao Master. The entire eternal world was shocked by his strength. Just because his power was too strong to go beyond the eternal realm, someone defined him as the seventh step of the eternal realm. Only that one person had achieved the supreme seventh step during the entire history of the eternal world. In addition, 4 million years ago, the Star King, who had passed the level 3 test of Star Island and left Stellar Fog Sea, also reached the seventh step. But this Star King kept a low profile and had little fame in the eternal world. Now, the strength Jian Wushuang had revealed exceeded the sixth step and reached the seventh. This step was enough to confront ordinary Tao masters. Moreover, no one knew that Jian Wushuang was only a divine realm expert, except the Lord Spirit Sound and Ling Long. Of course, although he was a divine realm expert, he was still an inverse cultivator. He couldn't be judged based on ordinary realms. Lord Spirit Sound once said that top experts on this land had a better understanding about inverse cultivators. They regarded inverse cultivators as cultivators of a higher level. Therefore, inverse cultivators on the divine realm expert level were actually no different from normal eternal realm cultivators. Chapter 892, Lineage of Stars. Chapter 892, Lineage of Stars. Is he about to succeed? The Lord Spirit Sound had been watching the images from the mirror image all the time. Right now, her face broke into a smile. It's right. He is an inverse cultivator on the divine realm expert level and should be regarded as an eternal realm. Besides, he has good opportunities, a supreme bloodline from the ancient god, a set of remarkable sword formation, and the secret skill of divining thunder from the Star Island. It is natural that he could pass. The Lord Spirit Sound was not very surprised by Jian Wushuang's performance in the third level, but the others were totally dumbfounded. Inside the third level, Jian Wushuang's two original bodies cooperated with each other. The world body controlled the sword formation, while the slaughter body fought in close combat. The two were a perfect combination. Shoo! The horrific sword formation broke through the air like a bloody electric drill. Before the blood demon could ward off the formation, the sword light from the slaughter body shot toward him from the other side. The blood demon had exhausted himself, but was still completely suppressed. Being suppressed by his opponent, the blood demon grew weaker and weaker. Finally, the long sword stabbed fiercely at the blood demon, whose body exploded right away. The blood demon collapsed. He passed. The blood demon is defeated. He really passed the third level. In front of the Black Tower, the crowd was shocked at the sight. Even the 5 Tao masters hiding in the dark were astonished by what they saw. After passing the third level, Jian Wushuang could leave the damnable place of Stellar Fog Sea. It was the expectations of everyone on this island. In history, only the Star King left Stellar Fog Sea 4 million years ago. Today, Jian Wushuang was the second person to do so. He passed. Seeing that the blood demon totally collapsed, Jian Wushuang was finally relieved. He waved his hand, and the ninth heaven sword formation immediately broke up into many blood sky swords, which were then stored in the interspatial ring. His two original bodies reunited. Blood Mountain. Out of nowhere, the Lord Spirit Sound showed up in front of Jian Wushuang. Lord Spirit Sound. Jian Wushuang looked over. It took you only 210 years to pass level 3 of this Black Tower. Very impressive. She sighed softly and then made a gesture. Follow me. Jian Wushuang felt an invisible force rushing toward him, and his body was no longer under control. At the same time, in front of him, a space wormhole suddenly appeared and directly drew him in. The moment he crossed into the wormhole, the space on the third level quieted down. The mirror image in front of the Black Tower disappeared. The crowd was still there. Everyone was praising and discussing, waiting for Jian Wushuang to walk out from the Black Tower. On a lake covered by endless gray fog, huge lotus leaves floated on the surface of the water. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang emerged out of thin air on top of one of the lotus leaves. This is He looked around. This is Star Lake, the place where I live. Lord Spirit Sound was standing before him. She continued, what I have left on the Star Island is only an incarnation. What you see now is my original body. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded slowly. Blood Mountain, you are clear of the rules on Star Island. You should know that after passing the 3rd level of the Black Tower, you are qualified to leave the Stellar Fog Sea. Lord Spirit Sound went on, but there was something else. Something else? Jian Wushuang was confused. You can leave Stellar Fog Sea if you pass the 3rd level. This is true. Apart from it, you're also qualified to be a disciple of the Star Bloodline, said Lord Spirit Sound. A disciple of the Star Bloodline? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Star Bloodline? What was the Star Bloodline? He had never heard of it in the Eternal World. But he could guess that the Star Bloodline must have something to do with the great expert who had created the vast Stellar Fog Sea. Blood Mountain, listen carefully. The Stellar Fog Sea was created with great means by the founder of the Star Bloodline. The purpose of its existence is to select qualified disciples for the Star Bloodline. Lord Spirit Sound narrated. There are 4 black towers on Star Island, representing 4 different levels of tests. Among these 4 levels, the levels of the Divine Realm, Eternal Realm, and Tao Master are designed to help select ordinary disciples. You just passed the Eternal Realm test and could be accepted as an ordinary disciple of the Star Bloodline. This is your disciple token. Lord Spirit Sound handed a token to Jian Wushuang. He automatically took it over and put it on his hand. A closer look at the token with his consciousness, he discovered a vast sea of stars, boundless and bottomless, sending out a unique and frightening aura. That aura was strong enough to make Jian Wushuang's heart tremble. He swallowed hard and quickly calmed down. Then he asked, Lord Spirit Sound, you've talked so much about the Star Bloodline, but where is it exactly? Why haven't I heard about it in the Eternal World? In his eyes, the founder of the Star Bloodline, who had created the Stellar Fog Sea, must be a remarkable expert. Such a mighty person shouldn't be unknown to others. His Star Bloodline shouldn't be unheard of. The Star Bloodline is not in your realm. It's natural that you haven't heard about it, said Lord Spirit Sound. Not in this realm? Then where? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Lord Spirit Sound glanced at him and smiled. The Eternal World is huge. It's not as simple as you think. Your knowledge about it is like a drop of water in the sea. When you become a Tao Master and have a wider knowledge, you'll naturally know. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang frowned. What he knew about the Eternal World was only a fraction of it. How big was the Eternal World exactly? You don't have to know too much about the Star Bloodline. After all, you are so weak right now. You should improve your strength first. Lord Spirit Sound smiled. By the way, now that you've passed the test and become a disciple of the Star Bloodline, I'll choose 3 opportunities for you and then send you away. This is the rule set by the founder. 3 opportunities? Jian Wushuang's heart lightened. Chapter 893, The 1-Meter Sword. Chapter 893, The 1-Meter Sword. Jian Wushuang remembered that when he first came to Star Island, Lord Spirit Sound said if he passed the 3 tests of the Black Tower, he could leave Stellar Fog Sea. Besides, she would also give him some additional opportunities. Now, this must be it. 3 opportunities? He was quite expectant. The Star Bloodline must be very extraordinary, for the Stellar Fog Sea was already quite unusual. The opportunities mentioned by Lord Spirit Sound must also be a heritage from the founder of this lineage. Opportunities left by that kind of experts naturally made Jian Wushuang very excited. The founder has left many treasures and opportunities in the Stellar Fog Sea. I will choose 3 useful opportunities for you. Lord Spirit Sound looked at him and said, Your sword formation looked marvelous. Its creator must have a very profound understanding about sword principle and formation. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. The 9th Heaven sword formation was co-created by Sunrise Sword Emperor and Tao Master Spirit. In the Eternal World, Sunrise Sword Emperor and Tao Master Spirit were acknowledged as the greatest sword cultivator and formation master respectively. Both represented the top level in their respective fields. The formation is wonderful indeed, and you're also skilled at controlling it. But it's a pity that the magic weapons forming up the formation are of low grade, said Lord Spirit Sound. Jin Wushuang was astounded by her words. The magic weapons that form up the sword formation, the Blood Sky Sword. The 36 Blood Sky Swords were peak-level eternal weapons from the Blood Eagle Guard's treasure vault. He spent huge amount of credits for these expensive weapons, which were systematically made and identical to each other. However, such weapons were low-grade in the eyes of Lord Spirit Sound. Your sword formation will be more powerful with systematically made magic weapons. I happen to have one set which is very suitable for you. What do you think? She stretched out her hand, and a magic sword weapon, glowing with lavender light, emerged on her palm. Jin Wushuang immediately looked at the weapon on her hand. It was 1 meter long, with a thin hilt and a sharp edge. What a fine sword! Seeing the cold radiance reflected from the edge, he knew how sharp it was without using it. Of all the magic sword weapons he had seen, only his Blood Mountain sword was sharper than this one. The Blood Sky Sword was nowhere near it. Most importantly, the aura from this sword was far beyond the reach of eternal weapons. Is it an Emperor weapon? A sudden thought flashed in his mind, but he soon shook his head. No, it feels totally different from an Emperor weapon, although it has similar aura. This sword is 1 meter long, hence the name 1 meter sword. Lord Spirit Sound continued, although it is not an Emperor weapon, this sword is more powerful than ordinary Emperor weapons. It's a very common systematically made sword weapon in the Eternal World. Many powerful sword formations in the Eternal World were performed with it. On the market, a single 1 meter sword is worth 1 billion divine gems. Speaking of this, she paused and looked toward Jin Wushuang. 1 billion divine gems? He was totally stunned. An ordinary Emperor weapon was only worth 4 or 500 million divine gems at the auction. However, this 1 meter sword would be sold at a much higher price of 1 billion, which was a clear evidence of its power. I saw your sword formation was made up of 36 systematically made magic weapons. So my first opportunity for you is a set of 36 1 meter swords. What do you think? Lord Spirit Sound said with a smile. Hearing this, Jin Wushuang's heart pounded violently. If a 1 meter sword was truly worth 1 billion divine gems, 36 of them would be worth 36 billion divine gems. That was an astronomical number. 36 billion. Jin Wushuang was amazed, but he suddenly frowned. Is there anything wrong? Lord Spirit Sound glanced at him. Lord Spirit Sound, here's my problem. The sword formation that I'm practicing now contains 3 levels. The number of weapons required in each level is different: 36 weapons for the first level, 72 for the second level, and 108 for the third level. I already had a perfect mastery of the first level formation. When I leave Stellar Fog Sea and reach the Eternal Realm, I'll have enough spiritual power to practice the second level. By that time, I'll need 72 swords. You also know that the sword formation's greatest power could only be unleashed with identical systematically made magic weapons. The 36 1 meter swords from you would be useless when I reach the second level. Jin Wushuang said. He spoke the truth. He had been studying the second level of Ninth Heaven sword formation with some progress, but the second sword formation required too much spiritual power. He could only wait until he reached the Eternal Realm. Since it was not long before he could practice the second level, the 36 swords for the first level would be of little use to him. I see. The Lord Spirit Sound nodded and then smiled. I do have more 1 meter swords at hand, but since 36 of them are worth 36 billion divine gems, 72 of them, Jin Wushuang turned nervous. He did longed for a set of suitable and powerful systematically made magic weapons, which would greatly improve the strength of his sword formation. But the 1 meter sword was so expensive. He couldn't do anything if the Lord Spirit Sound didn't want to give them to him. Relax. The 1 meter swords are expensive indeed, but compared with the many treasures our founder left on the Star Island, they're nothing valuable. Since they will be useful to you, you should have them. You just said that you need 108 of them for the third-level sword formation, didn't you? Then I will give them all to you. After saying this, Lord Spirit Sound waved her hand. Suddenly, 108 swords, shining with lavender light, flew out one after another and floated in front of Jian Wushuang. Chapter 894, The Bodhi Fruit. Chapter 894, The Bodhi Fruit. Seeing the many 1-meter swords floating in front of him, Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. He put them into the interspatial ring without any hesitation. Each handle is worth 1 billion and is more powerful than an ordinary emperor weapon. 108 1-meter swords. He clasped his hands. With these swords, I don't have to worry about weapons when practicing the second and third level of the ninth heaven sword formation. Next is your second opportunity. Lord Spirit Sound spoke again. Jian Wushuang immediately looked toward her. The first opportunity was already invaluable. What could the second opportunity be? Blood Mountain, you're a divine realm expert now. After leaving Stellar Fog Sea, you'll soon reach Eternal Realm, which is not difficult for you at all. But after that, it won't be easy to become a Tao Master. Jian Wushuang nodded. He didn't worry about breaking through the Eternal Realm. After all, he met the requirements for Eternal Realm a long time ago. In his 200 years on the Star Island, based on his understanding of the World Tao and Slaughter Tao, he already had a profound comprehension of the 9 occults. If he wanted, he could directly break through with just a little preparation. Limited by the tests on the Star Island, he had been restraining his realm and delayed the breakthrough again and again. But he would definitely do it after leaving Stellar Fog Sea. However, becoming a Tao Master was not as easy as breaking through the Eternal Realm. I have some Bodhi fruits. You can take them. The Lord Spirit Sound waved her hand and showed him some white Bodhi fruits. Bodhi fruits? Jian Wushuang stared at the Bodhi fruits in her hand and detected an extremely strange aura from them. The Bodhi fruits are extraordinary treasures. Here are 5 of them. Take one for every 1,000 years and I guarantee you'll become a Tao Master within 10,000 years. The Lord Spirit Sound looked at him, wearing a cold smile. To become a Tao Master within 10,000 years? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Of course, the Bodhi fruit has many usages. It may seem a bit wasteful if you swallow it indirectly. If you can, find someone to refine them into Bodhi-dan. 1 Bodhi-dan is enough to help an eternal realm become a Tao Master within a short time, said Lord Spirit Sound. Is the Bodhi-dan so effective? Jian Wushuang marveled. To become a Tao Master was so hard in the eternal world. They were so rare. Even in the Tang of the East, Tao Master level experts were not very common. The birth of each Tao Master, the top expert in the eternal world, required years of accumulation. The most important thing was to find one's own Tao way. For many years, Jian Wushuang had been meditating under the Star Jade Wall and had some idea about finding his own Tao way. But it would take a long time before truly opening up. He had some confidence in his talent, and he knew his chances of breaking into the Tao Master in the future were great, but he was not sure how long it would take. Could the Bodhi-dan really help an expert to reach Tao Master within a short period of time? If news about the elixir spread out, the countless eternal realms in the eternal world would go crazy about it. After all, a lot of top-level eternal realm experts dreamt of becoming Tao Masters. These 5 Bodhi fruits are the second opportunity for you. They can guarantee you the position of a Tao Master in the future. As to refining them into Bodhi-dan, it totally depends on you. Lord Spirit Sound let out a faint smile and threw the 5 Bodhi fruits to Jian Wushuang. He took them and carefully put them into the interspatial ring. Putting away the Bodhi fruits, Jian Wushuang felt relieved. But then he suddenly asked, Lord Spirit Sound, is there a difference between Tao Masters practiced with the help of Bodhi fruit and those without? Difference? Just a little. Lord Spirit Sound nodded. The function of the Bodhi fruit or Bodhi-dan is to help you create your own Tao way in the shortest possible time so as to meet the minimum requirement for Tao Masters. The created Tao ways vary in strength. A more powerful Tao way indicates a stronger Tao Master, and vice versa. The Dao Ways created with the help of the Bodhi fruit or Bodhi Dan are usually those weakest ones. Is that so? Jian Wushuang frowned and asked, only the weakest Dao Wei? He was greatly disappointed. He was ambitious and wanted to be a Dao master, but was unwilling to become just the most ordinary one. He would never choose the weakest Dao Wei unless he had to. Lord Spirit Sound said, I give you these treasures just in case. If you have some trouble on the way, you can still become a Dao master with the help of these Bodhi fruits. But if everything goes well, you don't have to rely on them. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, already having his own idea. If he could become a Dao master on his own, he wouldn't use the Bodhi fruits. But if there was little hope of becoming a Dao master on his own strength, he would have to turn to these Bodhi fruits for help. Great. I had already given you 2 opportunities. It's time for the third one, which is also the most special one. Lord Spirit Sound's face turned grave. The third opportunity is invaluable, much more valuable than the previous 2 combined. Most importantly, it suits you the most. It will be of great help to you, and even change your fate. Change my fate? Jian Wushuang was puzzled and grew more expectant. But I need to mention that I only give you a chance to win this fate-changing opportunity. It depends on your own ability to get it. Lord Spirit Sound said, only a chance? Jian Wushuang complained in his heart, but nodded heavily. A great opportunity that could change one's fate was not easy to obtain. But as long as it can be obtained, it would be of great benefit to him too. Jian Wushuang certainly would not give up such a good chance. Follow me. Lord Spirit Sound uttered these words and then waved again. Another space wormhole appeared before her. Without a thought, she stepped into the space wormhole directly with Jian Wushuang. Chapter 895, Island? Chapter 895, Island? On a giant island, completely covered by a thick fog, located at the farthest end of the stellar fog sea, Jian Wushuang came to this island with Lord Spirit Sound. After landing on the ground, Jian Wushuang took a look at his surroundings. However, other than the thick fog, the only things within view was scattered gravel. He was surprised to find out that all the stones and even the ground were a weird scarlet color. The ground? Jian Wushuang stamped on the scarlet ground, finding that it was very hard and smooth. He deliberately stamped harder, but the ground remained unaffected by his strength. Follow me. Lord Spirit Sound led Jian Wushuang deeper into the island. Jian Wushuang followed closely while inspecting his surroundings. He could tell that there was something unusual about this island. First of all, it was too quiet. There was no sound at all on such a huge island. After a short time, Jian Wushuang arrived in front of the only mountain on this island. This giant mountain was the same scarlet color, but it had a strange shape. Here it is, Lord Spirit Sound said. He stopped and looked up towards the weird mountain. Jian Wushuang looked at the mountain too. It appeared lifeless and had no sound. Gu King, I've brought the little guy I told you about last time, Lord Spirit Sound said. His voice echoed across the island. The huge island remained quiet for a long time. Then, a deep old voice rang out, as loud as thunder. Is that him? The sound revealed no emotions at all and came from all directions. Jian Wushuang looked around immediately, but he couldn't tell where exactly the sound came from. Is it from the ground? Jian Wushuang looked at the scarlet ground. A divine realm expert? The deep old voice echoed across the island again. Humph! How could a divine realm expert deserve what Master left? The deep old voice became angry. Immediately, Jian Wushuang felt an incredible oppression coming from everywhere. It felt like it could crush his bones, and his face turned red. Seeing this, Lord Spirit Sound flicked his sleeve and the oppression surrounding Jian Wushuang immediately disappeared. Lord Spirit Sound said, Gu King, although this little guy is only a divine realm expert, he's an inverse cultivator. He just arrived at Star Island about 200 years ago and has already passed the 3 Eternal Realm tests. It's rare to have such ability. In addition, The stuff your master left has little to do with a person's realm, right? You are right, but a divine realm expert is still too weak. It's impossible for him to get what master left. Come again once he reaches Tao Master. How do you know he's unable to get it without even letting him try? Lord Spirit Sound sneered. After a short silence, the deep old voice spoke again. Little guy, what's your name? Blood Mountain, sir, Jin Wushuang answered. My master did leave a valuable treasure here, but it's not easy to acquire. I don't believe there's any chance for a divine realm expert to succeed. If you still insist on trying, although it won't kill you, it may cause serious injuries that will need a very long time to recover from. The deep old voice stopped for a while, then continued, Now, let me ask you again. Do you want to try? Of course. Jin Wushuang nodded without a second thought. It was such a big opportunity. Who knew if there would be another chance if he missed this one? Not to mention serious injuries, even if he might die, he would still want to give it a try. Okay, as you wish. The entire island became silent again after these words. Are we starting now? Lord Spirit Sound looked at the Scarlet Mountain, smiled, then said, Blood Mountain, pay close attention to what happens next. Jin Wushuang was stunned but nodded subconsciously. Boom boom pow. At this moment, the entire island started to shake madly. What's going on? Jin Wushuang frowned, then looked at Lord Spirit Sound and realized that she was already floating. She obviously knew the island would begin shaking. Jin Wushuang began to float as well while looking around in confusion. Suddenly, with a loud buzzing, the peak of the giant Scarlet Mountain began to split, revealing two weird suns that were both a dark gold color. This is... With both eyes opened widely, Jin Wushuang stared at the two suns, while feeling as if his head was about to explode. Suns? What suns? They were obviously two giant dark gold eyes. Yes, they were two eyes, and their size was comparable to two small mountains. Each eye was several times bigger than the gold-armored ancient god that Jin Wushuang had turned into. While still at the peak of the mountain, the eyes suddenly opened and focused directly on Jin Wushuang. Meanwhile, Jin Wushuang realized that the scarlet ground he was previously standing on was wriggling madly. It was wriggling. The entire island was wriggling. Next, many huge scarlet tentacles emerged from the wriggling ground. Jin Wushuang and Lord Spirit Sound were in the sky above the island, watching as this all took place. He could clearly see that the entire giant island beneath him had become alive. Numerous tentacles were reaching out from every part of the island as the ground slowly split open, revealing its true form. Jin Wushuang was stunned upon seeing the island's true form. Island? This was not an island. It was a giant worm that had been curled up. Yes, the Scarlet Island he saw before was just the outer shell of this giant worm. Chapter 896, I Am Gu King. Chapter 896, I Am Gu King. How could it be? When he saw this, even Jin Wushuang felt a hint of fear. It was enormous and boundless, with scarlet scales, surrounded by numerous savage tendrils, covering its body. A simple glance revealed countless hundreds of tendrils, thickly dotted across its body. There was a huge maroon head at the top of that scarlet body, which was also fully covered with tendrils. Also, there was no nose on its face, just a pair of humongous eyes and a wide-opened bloody mouth. There were also two tendrils beside its mouth. It was fiendish, scary, and horrifying. It gave off a frightening atmosphere which seemed to cast a shadow over everything in its surroundings. However, the most blood-curdling was its size. It was just way too humongous. Jin Wushuang had seen some huge exotic beasts before, but compared to this enormous scarlet worm beast, even the biggest one was a joke. They wouldn't even be qualified to be called small. It was just like comparing ants to an elephant. The humongous island they had been standing on before was actually its coiled-up body. Is this really the island we were just standing on? Jin Wushuang's heart was trembling. Before this, He had walked a good distance on the island and noticed that the island seemed unusual. But to his great surprise, this island was actually a living creature and a huge, horrifying worm beast at that. Jin Wushuang was secretly amazed. However, his expression changed suddenly. This is... His eyes were filled with astonishment. He stared at the huge worm beast in front of him carefully. This beast, he sensed something familiar about it, like he had met it before. Jin Wushuang tried to recall where he had sensed this before. In no time, he realized the worm beast's identity. The ancient god clan. Jin Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes. Now, he remembered. When he landed in the ancient god clan, he was badly wounded. At that time, ancient god of the ancient god clan, along with Elder Ing, used a savage scarlet worm beast to cure him. Jin Wushuang even assimilated the essence blood of the worm beast. The worm beast's essence blood seemed extremely precious. However, the worm beast that was used to cure him, when compared to this one, putting aside size and number of tendrils, was exactly the same in every other aspect. "I am Gu King." An ancient and heavy sound was heard as enormous scarlet worm beast looked at Jin Wushuang with its humongous and round eyes. "I am a plenilune centipede from the ancient god clan. My lord is the 8-star imperial god of the ancient god clan, King Luo Zhen." The ancient and heavy sound reverberated throughout the area surrounding Jin Wushuang, which greatly shocked him. The 8-star imperial god? Jin Wushuang's eyes widened. The hierarchy of the ancient god clan was decided by the number of angles in the star on their chests. So, the 1-star ancient god was the weakest, similar to a human divine realm expert, while the 2-star ancient god was equivalent to the eternal realm. And the 3-star ancient god in the ancient god clan, as he knew, was at the same level as the Tao Master in human. 3 stars was enough to rival human Tao Master. Yet this one, the Master of Gu King, was an 8-star ancient god. 8 stars? What level would he reach according to the standards of human cultivators? Moreover, he is an ancient god of imperial bloodline. How powerful would he be? Blood Mountain. I sense the bloodline of the ancient god clan inside your body, and the purity of it is extremely high. You also possess the imperial bloodline. Besides that, you are quite gifted since you managed to pass the 3 tests of Star Island and become the disciple of the lineage of stars. So, I will give you a chance to acquire my master's most valuable treasure. After say that, Gu King lowered its mutant-sized head and opened its bloody mouth. At that moment, Jin Wushuang looked deep inside its bloody mouth, where he saw a dark golden light. What's that? Jin Wushuang glanced at that dark golden light. But there was not enough time for him to understand what it was. Gu King's bloody mouth drew near and seemed as if it was trying to devour Jin Wushuang. Before Jin Wushuang could react, Gu King swallowed him in one gulp. Lord Spirit Sound watched all this happen, from the beginning to the end, without interfering. Quite the opposite, he was standing there with a curious smile on his face. After being swallowed by Gu King, Jin Wushuang was confused for a second. He didn't understand what had happened at first, and by the time it dawned on him, he was already inside a grandiose scarlet palace. This scarlet palace was also tremendous, with enough space to accommodate thousands of people. However, Jin Wushuang knew that this palace existed inside Gu King's stomach. At this point, Jin Wushuang finally understood what the dark golden light which attracted him was. There was a drop of dark golden essence blood suspended above the scarlet palace. Yes, a drop of essence blood. This drop was exceptionally pure and contained incredible power. It only took Jin Wushuang one look to be completely enthralled by it. At the same time, the ancient god bloodline inside him began to seethe subconsciously. It began to seethe dramatically and even started to boil. His light in his eyes even began to burn with a subconscious desire. It was the first time Jin Wushuang had such peculiar feelings since he assimilated the ancient god bloodline. Although this feeling was weird, he was still able to remain calm in the deepest place of his heart. Is this drop of essence blood the most valuable treasure which that 8-star imperial god left? Jian Wushuang whispered. Blood Mountain. The voice of the Gu King arose directly in the palace. What you are looking at is the inheritance essence blood which was condensed by my master before his death. This drop of blood contains my master's bloodline and power. If someone from the ancient god clan manages to refine this drop of essence blood and slowly absorb its energy over time, they could eventually come to possess the imperial bloodline of the ancient god. As for the power, although they would not be able to completely inherit my master's strength, which was at the 8-star ancient god level, he could still, at the very least, reach the level of 5 or even 6 stars. And this increase in power will not have any side effects. After the master's essence blood is completely absorbed, they can still rely on their own ability and continue to improve their strength. Of course, the prerequisite for achieving this is that they must be able to refine this drop of essence blood. Chapter 897, Consciousness. Chapter 897, Consciousness. Essence blood of inheritance. Staring at the drop of dark golden essence blood floating above the palace, his eyes shone brightly. He had the bloodline of the ancient god clan. For him, this drop of essence blood of inheritance from the 8-star imperial god was akin to a great fortune. Which king? I'm curious as to how can I refine this drop of essence blood? Jian Wushuang asked. All you need to do is to go up there and start a refine. But in the process you'll be met by an obstacle hindrance. As to what that obstacle may be, you'll find out when the time comes. Which king's voice rang in the Scarlet Palace. Remember, you only have one chance to refine it. If you fail, don't try again but just leave. Got it. Jian Wushuang nodded. Then he flew directly towards the drop of dark gold essence blood. Soon Jian Wushuang approached that drop of dark gold essence blood. Jian Wushuang fixed his eyes on the drop of essence blood fervently, burning with excitement. Then, he reached out a large hand and tried to grab the drop of essence blood. But the moment he touched it, he triggered an invisible attack. Jian Wushuang shuddered. This is the consciousness attack? Jian Wushuang looked surprised. He himself was good at launching consciousness attacks. Therefore, he was quite familiar with such attacks. Is this the obstacle I must overcome during the refining? Jian Wushuang nodded and immediately focused on refining the drop of essence blood. As he was refining it, the consciousness attack that came from the drop of essence blood was becoming more aggressive. After around half an hour, Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly sparkled. He opened his mouth, and the drop of dark gold essence blood instantly shrank and fluttered inside his body. I made it! Jian Wushuang was thrilled. How is this possible? An old but vigorous voice rang out throughout the whole Scarlet. Which king's voice obviously revealed a note of incredulity. The consciousness attack in Master's essence blood is incredibly powerful. How could this kid fight off this consciousness attack without any effort? This is impossible. The Witch King found it quite astonishing that Jian Wushuang refined the essence blood left by his master so easily. It was indeed easy for Jian Wushuang. During the process of refining, Jian Wushuang did not meet much resistance at all, and he succeeded in just half an hour. As confusing as this may have been, the fact remained that Jian Wushuang had refined the drop of essence blood smoothly. Humph! As a snort sounded, the whole Scarlet Palace began to tremble. Then, the Witch King disgorged the huge Scarlet Palace from his stomach. Jian Wushuang, who was staying inside the Scarlet Palace, was spat out. Still in the stellar fog sea. Looking indifferent, Lord Spirit Sound was standing in the void. Meanwhile, the unbelievably colossal body of the Witch King was floating ahead of him, and Jian Wushuang was walking out of the Scarlet Palace. Just when he stepped out, the Witch King's gold-colored eyes as bright as the sun suddenly swiveled in his direction. Blood Mountain, tell me, have you learned any secret skill that can enhance your own consciousness? The Witch King asked in a low voice. Secret skills that can enhance one's own consciousness? Jian Wushuang was stunned and shook his head softly. He had previously practiced some secret skills about consciousness attacks, but as for those that could strengthen one's own consciousness, he had not even have heard any, let alone practice it. No way. This is utterly impossible. The Witch King let out thunderous bellows. Master's essence blood contains a form of consciousness attack. Its impact varies with each individual. The higher one's phase is, the stronger the attack will be. But anyway, you're an inverse cultivator at the level of the Divine Realm Expert, which equals to a normal Eternal Realm Expert. Thus, the impact of this consciousness attack on you must also be quite hard to bear. Even a real Tao Master might not be able to fend it off. But you not only fended it off but managed to do so with little effort. It was as though the consciousness attack didn't influence you at all. Since you did that, your consciousness shall be unusually strong, or even more powerful than most of the Tao Masters. You're merely a Divine Realm Expert. If you never practiced that kind of secret skills, how has your consciousness become so strong? You must have learned some secret skills before. Think harder. The Witch King's voice was very tense. The Witch King had seen the world when he followed his master, an 8-star imperial god, on expeditions in a variety of places. Based on his experience, he was sure that Jian Wushuang must have practiced some form of unique secret skill that reinforced his own consciousness. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang would not have been able to refine the essence blood left by his master so easily. When Jian Wushuang heard the words of the Witch King, he could not resist scowling. Some secret skill that can enhance one's own consciousness. It was true that he never practiced any. But the Witch King was so certain about this. Could it be? A possible explanation dawned on Jian Wushuang. The Universal Tao Scripture. Jian Wushuang yelled, abruptly clapping his hands. When Jian Wushuang joined his master Xian Yi and became his personal disciple, Palace Master Xian Yi personally handed him the Universal Tao Scripture. At that time, Xian Yi did not describe what specific use this Universal Tao Scripture had. He only told him that the Universal Tao Scripture was highly unique and could be quite helpful in the future. Jian Wushuang was also bemused about this scripture. When he was in the Ancient God Clan and treated like a clansman of the Ancient God Clan, he had suspected that the Universal Tao Scripture had changed the aura of his soul. But during the meeting with Xian Yi later, this speculation was denied. However, now, could it be that what the Universal Tao Scripture has changed is not the aura of my soul but my consciousness? Jian Wushuang mumbled to himself. Of course, this was just a guess. He could not be certain. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang opened his mouth and said, Witch King, my senior, I did learn a very special secret skill, but I have no idea what effect that secret skill has. All I know is that it is a very unusual secret skill. Well, that must be it. The Witch King nodded with assurance. You, as a Divine Realm Expert, have not lived in this world for a very long time, right? Even if you've been through a great amount of training and survived great hardships, your consciousness would not be that strong. So, you surely have practiced some secret skill to enhance your consciousness. And this kind of secret skills that help one improve his consciousness is rather rare throughout the world. So the one you practice is naturally out of the ordinary. Is it? Jian Wushuang nodded. To verify this, he would have to send a message to his master after he got out of the stellar fog sea. Well, no matter what, you've refined the essence blood of my master. From now on, you are the successor of my master. The Witch King announced in a booming voice, as though these words were beyond question. Then, he cast his eyes on Jian Wushuang once again. Blood Mountain, give 1 drop of your ancient god essence blood. The Witch King requested. My ancient god essence blood? Jian Wushuang nodded. Each ancient god had his own essence blood, and so did Jian Wushuang. Although he did not know what the Witch King would do with his essence blood, he extracted a single drop and handed it over to the Witch King without hesitation. Chapter 898, Plenilune Centipede. Chapter 898, Plenilune Centipede. Once he obtained the ancient god essence blood of Jian Wushuang, the Witch King shot a curious look at Jian Wushuang with his enormous eyes. Then, myriads of mysterious cracks started to appear on the Witch King's gigantic body. Each of those cracks was unfathomable to Jian Wushuang. The mysterious cracks covered the Witch King's body. Then, the Witch King opened his mouth and swallowed down the drop of Jian Wushuang's ancient god essence blood. "Kid, brace yourself," the Witch King shouted. As these words faded, his large body with a huge, hideous head on the top dashed towards Jian Wushuang. Without giving Jian Wushuang any time to react, it crashed into Jian Wushuang. However, to Jian Wushuang's shock, when the Witch King's body collided with his, he did not feel any impact. Instead, the Witch King's body actually entered into his. Jian Wushuang felt his brain was jammed. He stared at the scene, totally at a loss. There was nothing he could do but watch the Witch King's huge body pour into his. Soon, the Witch King's island-sized body had completely vanished out of sight. At the same time, a mysterious scarlet crack, one that looked quite complex, emerged on Jian Wushuang's right arm. "Blood Mountain," a vigorous voice sounded from Jian Wushuang's insides. "Senior Witch King, what are you doing?" Jian Wushuang was utterly astonished. "From this day on, you're my new master. There's no need to call me senior any longer, just Witch King," the Witch King said. His tone appeared to be friendlier. "New master? What's going on?" Jian Wushuang still did not fully understand what was happening. "As I told you before, I am Plenilune Centipede. Plenilune is the name of my population." The Witch King began to explain the situation. "The clan I belong to is called the Plenilune clan. Human cultivators also address the Plenilune as Plenilune Worm Beast. The Plenilune is born with an ancient god and relies on the ancient god's blood to survive and grow. You can perceive the Plenilune as a kind of parasitic beast. Anyway, the Plenilune clan is destined to serve the ancient god clan since they were born. For the ancient god clan, the Plenilune clan is their close ally." Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was taken aback. It had occurred to him that when he was staying in the ancient god clan, he saw many ancient gods carrying worm beasts just like the Witch King, but they were much smaller. Those ancient gods all treated the worm beasts as their brothers. "Since I was born, I've been around my master King Luozhen and lived on his blood. As master's strength kept going up, I grew stronger and stronger. When master became the top 8-star ancient god, I also became the Plenilune Centipede in the prime of my life. But later, master met his downfall. I escaped with his essence blood of inheritance and tried to find a suitable successor for him. However, given that I lost the ancient god that I relied on, I could not survive for long, so I came to the Stellar Fog Sea. The Stellar Fog Sea was created by the founder of the lineage of stars. With the magic means he left here, I managed to scrape a living, but I can only exist in the form of an island and cannot move. The slightest of moves will shorten my lifespan. I have remained here and waited for a long time. Finally, you, a man with the bloodline of the ancient god clan, came to me, but you're merely a divine realm expert. Merely a divine realm expert. I never thought you could refine Master's essence blood. Master's essence blood was in my stomach. To give you an opportunity to refine it, I would have to make a significant move, which would dent my lifespan. Thus, I attempted to persuade you to give up. But to my surprise, your consciousness is so powerful that you actually made it." Speaking of this, the Witch King also sounded a bit thrilled. "Now, you've refined Master's essence blood of inheritance, so you're the successor of my master. And as I have accomplished all tasks left to me by my master, the next thing I have to do is find a new ancient god to rely on and survive with his blood. You, the successor of my master, are naturally the perfect candidate. Therefore, from now on, you're my new master. I'll live in your body, feed on your ancient god blood." That explains it. Hearing the Witch King out, Jian Wushuang nodded and now had a general idea of the whole event. The Plenilune is a kind of parasitic beast that only feeds on the blood of an ancient god. Over the past years, the Witch King failed to find any ancient god to rely on, so he could only turn into an island and has since struggled to survive with the help of the unique features of this stellar fog sea. Now that he had become the successor of that King Luozhen, the Witch King finally completed his mission. Hence, the Witch King picked him as his new master and expected to live on his blood. Realizing all the things that had occurred, Jin Wushuang gave an unbidden wry smile. When the Witch King picked him as his new master, the Witch King did not ask for his approval. At the thought of this large worm beast living in his body from now on, Jin Wushuang could not help but feel chills climbing up his spine. Then, Jin Wushuang asked the Witch King a few more questions, such as how to communicate with him. After learning everything he should know, Jin Wushuang reluctantly accepted that he had become the Witch King's master. At this point, Lord Spirit Sound, who had stood in the void nearby and watched all this quietly the whole time, approached him. Blood Mountain, congratulations. Lord Spirit Sound stared at Jin Wushuang. She had witnessed everything that had taken place. The reason that I took you here was that I hoped you could have a try since you carry the bloodline of the ancient god clan. But who knew that you really obtained the supreme treasure that the king left behind? How blessed you are. Tut, tut. Jin Wushuang smiled. Although being recognized as the new master of the Witch King made Jin Wushuang a little overwhelmed, he had also successfully gained the essence blood of inheritance that 8-star imperial god left behind, which was indeed a great fortune. Well, I have already given you 3 opportunities. Now, you may leave the stellar fog sea. Lord Spirit Sound said. At this, Jin Wushuang's brows furrowed slightly and he asked, Lord Spirit Sound, I have some friends on this star island. I wonder if I can. But before Jin Wushuang could finish his words, Lord Spirit Sound cut him off. I know what you're going to say. I'm sorry. The rule is the rule. It was established by the founder of the lineage of stars. Even I have no right to change it. Thus, if anyone on the Star Island wants to leave, he has to pass the 3 tests in the Black Tower and become a disciple of the lineage of stars. If he can't meet this requirement, he will be trapped on this Star Island forever. Lord Spirit Sound's voice sounded quite callous. Chapter 899, Before Departing. Chapter 899, Before Departing. When he heard Lord Spirit Sound, Jin Wushuang couldn't stop his expression from changing. After all, he did have a few friends on Star Island. Like Ling Long, who had entered the stellar fog sea with him and had even been through some life and death situations with him. Then, there were also Qian Yu and Zidong. He had a good relationship with Qian Yu, while Zidong had sparred with him many times and even helped him out over the years. If possible, he wanted to bring these 3 out with him when he left the island. But, of course, the rules of Star Island were not that easy to break. If you want to bring them with you, there is a way. However, it will be quite difficult for you, Lord Spirit Sound suddenly said and smiled. Are you referring to the 4th Black Tower? Jin Wushuang asked. There were actually 4 Black Towers on Star Island. The first 3 Black Towers were there to test Divine Realm experts, Eternal Realm experts, and Dao Masters, but the 4th tower had always been a mystery. However, there was a rumor on Star Island that whoever conquered the 4th tower would be able to control the stellar fog sea. Regarding the rumor on Star Island about the 4th Black Tower, it is not exactly wrong. That tower is about the final test on Star Island, replied Lord Spirit Sound. Before continuing, I mentioned to you before that passing the first 3 towers means you can become an ordinary disciple of Star Bloodline, but that only means to be an ordinary disciple. However, the 4th Black Tower, the person who founded the Star Bloodline set the rules that anyone who can pass the test in the 4th tower can become a true disciple of Star Palace and will be able to enter it. Meanwhile, that person will also gain control of the entire stellar fog sea, which also means he will gain control of Star Island. If you successfully pass the 4th Black Tower and become a true disciple of Star Palace, whether or not the people on Star Island can stay or go will be completely up to you. I see. Jin Wushuang nodded and then asked, what realm was the 4th tower created to test? Well, it definitely has a very high requirement, much higher than your current level, so you still have a long way to go before your cultivation reaches that point. In the future, once your strength has improved enough, Gu King will let you know, Lord Spirit Sound said with a laugh. I still have a long way to go. Jian Wushuang sighed helplessly. After all, he was still quite young. He had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, so it was already incredible for him to have reached his current level. As for the strength required to defeat the fourth tower, he was not there yet, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be strong enough in the future. Oh, there is one other thing. Jian Wushuang looked at Lord Spirit Sound and continued. When I entered the stellar fog sea 200 years ago, there were 4 of us. Shui Jin died and Ling Long entered Star Island with me, but I never did find out what happened to Jizue. Do you, Lord Spirit Sounds, possibly know his whereabouts? The other person who came with you? Lord Spirit Sound frowned and shook his head. I am in charge of Star Island, but I have no control over what happens in the stellar fog sea, so I don't know where Jizue is now, the person who came with you. However, since it's been over 200 years now and he has not entered Star Island, it's highly likely that he is already dead. He is dead? Jian Wushuang frowned while sighing to himself. In the beginning, he had entered the stellar fog sea along with Jiuzue, Ling Long, and Shui Jin, but only he and Ling Long had survived. Moreover, Ling Long was not strong enough to pass the test of the Black Tower, so it would be a very long time before she was able to leave. She could even be trapped here for the rest of her life. Jian Wushuang was the only one with enough talent and luck to be able to leave. Among the 4, he was the luckiest. Do you have any other questions? Lord Spirit Sound asked, with his hands behind his back and a patient expression on his face. There is nothing else, but before I leave, I want to go back to Star Island and tie up a few loose ends. Is that okay? Jian Wushuang asked. That is fine. Lord Spirit Sound nodded slightly. However, whether you are on Star Island and in the Stellar Fog Sea or not, you cannot reveal any information regarding the Star Bloodline or Star Island to anyone, no matter who they are. I will place a strong restriction on your body. If you tell anyone, the restriction will activate. Unless someone stronger than me steps in, you will definitely die. After that, Lord Spirit Sound flicked his wrist and Jian Wushuang was instantly surrounded by a red light. When facing Lord Spirit Sound, Jian Wushuang was completely unable to fight back, so he could only accept it as the red light entered his body. A restriction? He could not help but smile bitterly. Before entering the Stellar Fog Sea, there had already been a restriction placed on him by Emperor Long. Now, while leaving the Stellar Fog Sea, another restriction was being placed on him. Okay, you can go. Lord Spirit Sound made a simple motion. Then, in front of Jian Wushuang, a wormhole appeared out of thin air. Jian Wushuang stepped into the wormhole and immediately returned to Star Island. Back on Star Island, Jian Wushuang had passed the 3rd Black Tower test in front of everyone. When news of this spread, everyone on Star Island was completely shocked. Everyone on the island was very excited. After all, the Stellar Fog Sea had been around for a long time, and only one person had ever left alive to date. The odds of leaving here were just too low. Because the odds were so low, the people on Star Island didn't see any hope for the future. Maybe they were already very desperate. But now that Jian Wushuang was preparing to leave, the hope that was buried deep in their hearts had been rekindled. If Blood Mountain can pass through the 3rd tower, why can't I? Almost everyone had this train of thought. In front of the Black Tower stood a crowd of people who were waiting for Jian Wushuang to reappear. But even after such a long time, he still had not come out. Everyone understood that he had probably left with Lord Spirit Sound and possibly even exited the Stellar Fog Sea already, so these people could only slowly disperse. Inside Jian Wushuang's courtyard on Star Island, everyone who had an excellent relationship with Jian Wushuang was gathered here. Ling Long, Zidong, and Qian Yu were all gathered here, with Jian Wushuang sitting in the middle. Blood Mountain, congratulations. Zidong stared at him with a burning look in his eyes that was very deep, yet possessed a hint of envy. Before the arrival of Jian Wushuang, he had been the person who was the closest to passing the 3rd test. No one expected Jian Wushuang, who had only arrived recently, would only need 200 years to completely surpass him. Not only that, He even took the lead and passed the third tower. Chapter 900, The Kong Ming Dao Master. Chapter 900, The Kong Ming Dao Master. By the way, since you have passed the third level of the Black Tower, you can now leave the Stellar Fog Sea, right? Zidong looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes, that's true, but I am the only one who can leave. Jian Wushuang said with a faint nod. I asked Lord Spirit Sound if I can take you guys with me, but the answer was no. Zidong, Qian Yu and Ling Long looked at each other without speaking. They were not surprised to hear this result. I really envy you, Qian Yu praised. You are the most talented among us. After you is Zidong. He has passed the second level and may have a chance to leave in the future. But as for me and Ling Long, maybe we will be stuck here forever. On hearing this, Ling Long expressed a bitter smile. No, you won't be kept here forever. I've asked Lord Spirit Sound, and he told me that if someone is able to pass the task of the fourth Black Tower, he will be the master of the Stellar Fog Sea. Then, you will have the chance to leave. Said Jian Wushuang seriously. I will do everything I can to improve my strength once I leave the Stellar Fog Sea. I promise I will come back if it's possible, and then I will pass the task of the fourth Black Tower to get you out. Aha, I'm so happy to hear that. Qian Yu grinned. Blood Mountain, we will depend on you now, Zidong said with a smile. I trust you. Ling Long took a solemn look at Jian Wushuang. Well, I'm about to leave the Star Island soon, but first, we should get a have-drink together. Jian Wushuang laughed and said. Zidong and the other three also made their own toasts. Jian Wushuang stood up after just one shot. Zidong, you know that Qian Yu and Ling Long are not so strong. You should take care of them in the Star Island from now on. You can count on me. Zidong nodded. My three friends take care. Jian Wushuang left after saying these words. But of course Jian Wushuang didn't leave immediately. Instead, he made his way to a castle made of black stone on the edge of the island. The master of this castle is one of the 5 Dao Masters of the Star Island, Dao Master Kong Ming. Jian Wushuang stood in front of the Blackstone Castle. He then bowed slightly to the castle, and then his loud voice rang out. Dao Master Kong Ming, Blood Mountain, is here to pay you a visit. Enter, said a voice from inside the castle. Jian Wushuang rushed into the castle and arrived at the garden. He then saw a middle-aged man with mustache and a cyan-long gown, carefully tending the flowers. The middle-aged man stopped what he was doing when Jian Wushuang entered. He turned his head slowly to look at Jian Wushuang. Blood Mountain, you have passed the third level of the Black Tower and you are able to leave Star Island. So tell me, what is your purpose here? Dao Master Kong Ming said in a calm voice. Elegant aura spread out from him as he spoke. I come here to ask you a favor, Jian Wushuang said. Yes? Asked the Dao Master Kong Ming. To be honest with you, I came to this Stellar Fog Sea for only one reason, and that is the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit. Jian Wushuang openly expressed his intentions. The eyes of the Dao Master Kong Ming narrowed when he heard Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit, his gaze fixed on Jian Wushuang. Dao Master Kong Ming, I'm aware that you have a Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit in possession. 50,000 years ago, you were being hunted by someone and had to flee into Stellar Fog Sea when you saw no other option. And now with the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit still in your possession, I was hoping that you could do me a favor, and I, Blood Mountain, will always remember that you did me this favor. Jian Wushuang said in a serious tone. Remember this favor? Dao Master Kong Ming uttered a snorting laugh. Blood Mountain, how dare you treat me like a fool? I'm now trapped in the Star Island. What's the use of your favor when I hardly have any chance of leaving? Moreover, the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit is of great value and is quite meaningful to me. If it weren't for the fruit, I wouldn't have been hunted and never would have fled to the Stellar Fog Sea. 50,000 years ago, I chose to come to the Stellar Fog Sea rather than hand over the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit. And now, you want to trade this Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit with your worthless favor? How naive of you. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes after hearing this. He had no idea that the Dao Master Kong Ming had been hunted because of a Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit. Dao Master Kong Ming, that Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit is useless to you now since you are trapped in the Star Island. But to me, it is of huge value. Besides, I believe that my favor might be of use to you. Lord Spirit Sound told me that if anyone can pass the task of the fourth Black Tower, then he can take control of the Stellar Fog Sea, which means he can control the lives of everyone within. And this fourth Black Tower, as long as I have the ability, I will do my best to pass. The fourth Black Tower, you say? Dao Master Kong Ming glanced at Jin Wushuang with surprise, and then snarled, "Not even the Dao Masters have the ability to do so. What makes you think you can pass such a challenge?" "I have no assurance of success," Jin Wushuang said truthfully. "The fourth Black Tower is indeed currently beyond my ability, and it is true I have no faith passing. Nevertheless, I still have the potential for success. It may seem quite unlikely, but there is hope. The Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit cannot help you in any way right now, so why not exchange it for the only chance of leaving the Star Island? I believe that you, Dao Master Kong Ming, will make the right choice," Jin Wushuang said with sincerity. He had no choice, for the fruit was in the hands of the Dao Master Kong Ming. And though Kong Ming is a Dao Master expert, he could not pass the first level of the Black Tower. However, he had spent 50,000 years in the Star Island and had cultivated a very powerful secret skill, not to mention his own ability. It is true his strength was way above that of Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang needed to remain polite. He must try to convince the Dao Master Kong Ming to give him Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit willingly. Dao Master Kong Ming narrowed his eyes a little when Jin Wushuang finished his speech, and he succumbed to deep thought. It didn't take long for Dao Master Kong Ming to make up his mind. He looked up at Jin Wushuang again, with a smile on his face. "You do have amazing talents. In the long history of Star Island, only 2 people have managed to leave. You are one of the 2 people, the other one is Star King from 4 million years ago. Being able to leave the Stellar Fog Sea alive, you 2 are true exceptional genius, and you may even be stronger than Star King in terms of talent." Chapter 901, The Agreement. Chapter 901, The Agreement. Stronger than the Star King? Jin Wushuang was surprised. The Star King passed the test 4 million years ago and left the Star Island, but it took him about 1,000,000 years to achieve this, while you only spent 200 years on the Star Island before leaving. One used for nearly 1,000,000 years, the other one only used little more than 200 years. It is obvious which one has more talent. And a top genius like you, as long as you don't stumble along the way, will surely continue to achieve remarkable things in the future, so I believe what you just said. No one has reached the task of the fourth Black Tower, but you do stand a chance. Obviously, the Dao Master Kong Ming approved of Jin Wushuang's talent and potential. "I will give you the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit on one condition," said the Dao Master Kong Ming. "What's the condition?" Jin Wushuang asked instantly. "I will give you 100,000 years. You must come back to the Star Island in 100,000 years, and then attempt the challenge of the fourth Black Tower. I won't blame you if you don't succeed, and you must never blame me for being too cruel if you are not qualified. I know that you have a couple of friends on this island. I might not be able to hurt you, but I know how to deal with them. Remember, 100,000 years. If I fail to see any hope of you returning to pass the task of the fourth Black Tower, then I swear I will do everything in my power to torture those friends of yours," Dao Master Kong Ming said with coldness in his eyes. 100,000 years? Jin Wushuang frowned and hesitated for a while. Then he nodded heavily. "I promise you, I will be back in 100,000 years. By that time, if I'm not qualified for the fourth Black Tower, I will give you a treasure 10 times the value of the fruit. Also, I hope that my friends will be safe and no harm shall come to them in those years. That can be arranged." Dao Master Kong Ming nodded. He then waved his hand and tossed over a fruit. "This is the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit you ask for." Jin Wushuang looked at the fruit in his hands. The look of this fruit is very strange. This oval-shaped fruit is divided into 2 sides of colors. One side is black, the other is white. And the fruit also emits a unique fragrance that makes people desire it. So this is the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit. Jin Wushuang was delighted and carefully put the fruit into his interspatial ring. Well, now that we made our agreement, I shall no longer bother you. Jin Wushuang made a salute to Dao Master Kong Ming. He then turned and left. Dao Master Kong Ming stared the back of Jin Wushuang with expectation in his eyes. Lord Spirit Sound, I'm ready to leave now. Jin Wushuang came to meet the Lord Spirit Sound. Lord Spirit Sound nodded his head and led Jin Wushuang to the center of the stellar fog sea, a small, untended island. There is basically nothing on this island other than a huge space wormhole. But this wormhole is completely sealed. This wormhole connects to the world outside the stellar fog sea. It is the only way out and can only be launched by me, said the Lord Spirit Sound. Jin Wushuang nodded softly. This island in front of his eyes just lies there in the fog sea. Often, there were too many experts wandering in this fog sea. Some of them may have found this island, but it still wouldn't make any difference, even if they found the island and the wormhole. Only the Lord Spirit Sound has the ability to launch this wormhole. As for others, even if they are really talented in formation, can never launch the wormhole. Lord Spirit Sound walked near the wormhole, and then made a few unique gestures towards it. Soon enough, the space wormhole was launched. The wormhole will transfer you to somewhere random near the stellar fog sea. Just go. Lord Spirit Sound waved his hands. Jin Wushuang, without any hesitation, walked straight into the wormhole. When he stepped into the wormhole, a weird light sparkled. Then the figure of Jin Wushuang vanished into the wormhole. The boundless stellar fog sea covers a huge area. The area it covers is way larger than a normal realm in the eternal world. Somewhere near the stellar fog sea, a space rift suddenly appeared in the peaceful void. Then a figure in red burst out from the rift. Finally made your way out. Jin Wushuang looked around himself the moment he regained his composure. What he saw was a wild, lush forest with no gray fog in the air. It was obvious that he really had left the stellar fog sea. I spent more than 200 years in this stellar fog sea. What a long time. Jin Wushuang gasped in admiration. It may be that 200 years is just a flash in other eternal realms, but to Jin Wushuang it was such a long time. Blood Mountain. The solid voice of the Witch King echoed in the heart of Jin Wushuang. The Witch King thinks of Jin Wushuang as his master and lives inside his body. He and Jin Wushuang are connected by heart and blood, so they can communicate with their minds. Witch King, I'm now your master, so I may as well just tell you that my real name is not Blood Mountain, but Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang professed. Jin Wushuang. The Witch King doesn't seem to be surprised and continued to say, you are an inverse cultivator. Yet now you have only reached the level of Divine Realm Expert. That is just too weak. Now you just got out of the stellar fog sea. Your priority should be looking for a quiet place. Shut yourself off and cultivate so that you can break through to the eternal realm. Then you shall absorb the power of the essence blood from Master slowly. If you do so, your overall strength will sure to reach a whole new level. Shut myself off? Jin Wushuang shook his head. Not so fast. I still have some pressing issues to take care of. After that, I will do as you suggest. Jin Wushuang was qualified enough to break through the eternal realm long ago. All he needed now was some time to cultivate in private. But now, he had to go back to the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land and take Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit to Wang Yuan for the crepe myrtle elixir which can restrain the icy heart poison in Long Rushuang's body. He is in no hurry for the breakthrough. After all the years he spent on the Star Island, he just doesn't care about it this time. I was just transferred from the stellar fog sea, and now have no idea where I am. Maybe I should ask someone for directions. Jin Wushuang thought to himself while his body was already moving forward. Chapter 902, Plenilune. Chapter 902, Plenilune. Jin Wushuang rushed forward, all the while talking to the Gu King telepathically. He had many questions about the Plenilune clan. Gu King, can you tell me, what abilities do the Plenilune clan have? Their strongest ability is recovery. The Goo King didn't conceal anything from him. Their ability to recover is enough to rank top 3 among all the species in this world, including the bloodlines and exotic beasts. And this ability to recover can not only heal physical injuries, it can also cure damage to your mind and even your soul. Most importantly, it can greatly speed up the recovery of spiritual power. A high-level plenilune with great strength can recover even better. Speed up the recovery of spiritual power? Jian Wushuang repeated, surprised. When he was still in the ancient god clan, he had known that the plenilunes could cure others. He had no idea that they had the ability to speed up the recovery of spiritual power. Jian Wushuang had cultivated the heavenly creation skill, so his spiritual power could already recover fairly quickly. If he had the extraordinary recovery power of the Plenilune clan, perhaps he would never have to worry about using too much spiritual power. In addition to their great recovery power, the Plenilunes can also fight. Unfortunately, their fighting power is not that strong. But of course, if a Plenilune can continue to grow and metamorphosize into a Plenilune centipede, when he reaches his peak, he will awaken some type of secret skill from within his bloodline. These secret skills are extremely powerful against ancient gods. A Plenilune centipede in his peak? Isn't that what you are? Jian Wushuang smiled. Goo King, you have already awakened the secret skills, right? Yes, I have, the Goo King admitted. It's true I have awakened the skills, but I have no way of using them. Why not? Jian Wushuang was confused. Jian Wushuang, I once told you that the Plenilune attach themselves to the ancient gods, and their abilities depend largely on their masters, the Goo King began. As for me, I am indeed a Plenilune centipede in my peak. If my former master was still alive, I would still be attached to him, and I would be able to use my abilities. My power to fight or recover would be quite strong. On hearing this, Jian Wushuang began to think of how huge the Goo King was. Though it is still not clear how powerful the Witch King's recovery ability was in his peak. But with the enormous body like this, Jian Wushuang can imagine how fearful the Witch King used to be. But when I took you as my master and attached myself to you, my powers were greatly weakened, because you are just a one-star ancient god, the Goo King said seriously. Jian Wushuang didn't know what to say. A one-star ancient god was the lowest level of ancient gods, and was the weakest among them. And now, just because of him, the Goo King's power had decreased? The one-star ancient god is at bottom level of the ancient god. Now I life in your body. Of course my power has descended to the bottom as well. Let's put the recovery ability aside and talk about fighting power. I'm only capable of fighting against the weakest human Dao Master, and may lose if I encounter someone with greater strength. That's because my master and I have gone through many great dangers, and also thanks to my killing secret skill. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to fight against Eternal Realm elites. The Goo King spoke with a hint of criticism. Is that so? Jian Wushuang made a wry smile. The Goo King must have been a true horror. Just the sight of his immense body and a Dao Master in the eternal world would be terrified. When Jian Wushuang heard that the Goo King was going to make him his master, he was indeed delighted. After all, the Goo King had remarkable strength and could help him when there was danger. But now, knowing that the Goo King's strength was reduced, and that he could only fight the weakest Dao Masters, and that it was because of him, he inevitably felt a little disappointed. Well, it's not that bad. After all, he still has the strength of a Dao Master, and his recovery skill will be of great help. Jian Wushuang smiled to himself. One more thing, Goo King. The essence blood of your former master is now inside me. What should I do to absorb it? Jian Wushuang asked. Simple. Just wait. It takes a lot of time to absorb and transfer the power inside the essence blood, the Goo King answered. That's all I can do? Is there any way to speed it up a bit? Or can I try to absorb it all in one go? Jian Wushuang questioned. Ho ho, I suppose that would be fine if you think your life is too long. The Goo King snorted. Don't you forget, Jian Wushuang, you are only a one-star ancient god. Even if you can make a breakthrough, you will only become a two-star ancient god. The essence blood that my former master left possesses too much power, more than you could imagine. And you wish to absorb it all in one breath? Let me tell you something, if you attempt to do so, you may not survive. Even if you made it, such great power would not be absorbed properly. About 99% of it would be completely wasted. You would just ruin the essence blood my master spent great effort gathering. If you dare to do so, I will never forgive you. Jian Wushuang made an awkward smile. He had only been curious. He hadn't been expecting an answer like this. The inheritance essence blood my master left to you requires a long time to take in slowly. I can assure you that if you do so, you will be an elite expert in 100,000 years. You may not be able to reach the level of my master, but you are more than capable of becoming an overlord. Only a fool would do something like absorbing all the power at once. Well, there is one condition in which someone can take in all the power, the Gu King suddenly said. And that is? Jian Wushuang asked immediately. You would have to abandon everything you have for a slight chance of surviving this predicament, the Gu King told him with a firm voice. Jian Wushuang felt shock in his heart when he heard this. It was at this time that a loud sound spread out from the void ahead. Is someone there? Jian Wushuang frowned. Then he smiled. He flew quickly towards the sound. Chapter 903, The Blood-Clothing Sect. Chapter 903, The Blood-Clothing Sect. In the vast void, a large team was moving forward slowly. This team was made up almost entirely of people wearing fearsome scarlet armor. There were about 100 of them. Among these people were dozens of young men and women. Move faster. Aha, faster now. Crack, crack. The whips slashed heavily. The leader of the men in scarlet armor was a bald man. He had a savage look and held a serpent-like whip in his hand. Father, little way. Crying and murmuring could be heard from the young people. Among the crowd, there was a young man in a shabby cloth made of animal fur. He had a dirty face and was holding a little girl in his arms. He may have been young, but his aura indicated that he had clearly reached the level of divine realm expert. The eternal world provided the perfect environment for cultivation. That is why there were countless geniuses, and this young man was one of them. Xiao Yin. The young man holding the girl had bright eyes, and they expressed his desire to live. He said in a gentle voice, Sister, I promise you will survive. The girl's body trembled slightly. Are we going to die, brother? The girl asked. This is the blood-clothing sect. I heard that when captured by these people, only 1 out of 10 will survive at most. The young man's face was pale as death. The blood-clothing sect was a notorious force in this territory. They had only one method of gathering disciples. They looked for talented experts within an area and killed all of their relatives so they could bring the young men back by force. After that, these young people would go through a bloody baptism. The bloody baptism was actually an elimination game to knock out 9 people from 10. Only the best could become disciples of the blood-clothing sect. Their way of picking disciples was truly far too cruel. But their cruel methods provided them with strong disciples. And the blood-clothing sect had expanded that way. They were strong enough to rank top 5 in this territory. The leader of the blood-clothing sect was so powerful that he was at the top of the eternal realm. It was said that he and the other 2 Tao masters were in a close relationship. That is why, despite their notorious fame, no one dared to stand against them all these years. Don't worry, Xiao Yin. I will protect you. The young man hugged his sister with tears on his face. Suddenly, whoosh! Suddenly a man appeared in front of the crowd. All the men from the blood-clothing sect stopped at once. Who do you think you are to stop the way of the blood-clothing sect? Their bald leader spoke with a rather cold voice as he looked over with a whip in his hand. The blood-clothing sect had always acted in a tyrannous manner, and so had its members. The blood-clothing sect? Jian Wushuang wasn't familiar with this name at all, but he kept an eye on the looks of the young men. I see they are doing some dirty business here, but not bothering to hide it. They even told me their name. It looks like this blood-clothing sect is quite strong and famous here. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. He raised his head. I want to ask for directions, and I was hoping you would tell me. Jin Wushuang's voice was somehow chilly. Ask for directions? The bald man laughed. You are the first one to be brave enough to ask the blood clothing sect for directions in this whole area. Judging by your looks, you are still young, but you've reached the level of the eternal realm. Seems like you are a genius. We're going to have to take you with us too. Let's go, brothers. The members of the sect showed their excitement, rushing toward Jin Wushuang together. The coldness in Jin Wushuang's eyes sparkled. Immaterial sword shadows appeared before him. The sword essence may have seemed minuscule, but it emitted strong power. All the sword shadows shot forward. It was just like thunder and lightning. Jin Wushuang had a battle strength at the legendary 7th level. He could even fight a few rounds with a decent Dao Master. It was way too easy for him to deal with divine or eternal realm experts. The sword shadows cut through the void, into the bodies of the blood clothing sect members, leaving them no chance to counter. In a mere second, hundreds were killed. The only one to survive was the bald man. As for the young men and women in the center, they were unharmed. Well, the bald man was greatly shocked. Even a stupid man like him could not fail to realize that he had encountered a real expert, someone capable of killing him 1,000 times in less than a minute. Please, sir, ask me anything, and I will tell everything I know. The bald man kneeled on the ground and looked at Jin Wushuang with terror in his eyes. Tell me, which territory is this? Asked Jin Wushuang. This is Python territory, he answered. Jin Wushuang took out his map and began to study it. Python territory is here. Jin Wushuang looked at a point on his map. Python territory was fairly close to the stellar fog sea, but far away from the Tang of the East. If I start from the Python territory, it will take me more than 100 years to reach the Tang of the East on foot. It seems I have no other choice but to go to the Void Temple and find a wormhole, Jin Wushuang murmured to himself. Then he asked, is there a Void Temple somewhere nearby? Void Temple? What is a Void Temple? The bald man was confused. You have no idea? Jin Wushuang asked, but then felt relieved. He was only in the 4th step of the eternal realm. He might have never had a chance to wander from the Python territory. It was reasonable that he had never heard of a Void Temple. Sir, I have never heard of such a thing as a Void Temple. But the leader of the blood clothing sect is knowledgeable. He even has a good relationship with the 2 Dao Masters in this territory. Surely he has heard of it. The leader? Jin Wushuang frowned. A cold smile spread on his face. Chapter 904, Lift a Finger. Chapter 904, Lift a Finger. You, come with me. Jin Wushuang ordered, looking down at the bald man who was kneeling in front of him. He glanced at the young men and women behind him and said to them, As for you, go back where you came from and be careful not to get caught again. As soon as he had said this, Jin Wushuang took the bald man in one hand and set off, leaving the young men and women and the dead bodies behind. Dead, my brother. The devils from the blood clothing sect are all dead, said the little girl who was being held by her brother. Yes, they are all dead, a dirty young man wrapped in an animal skin said. His eyes were shining. It was that man, the Lord, who killed them. He killed all the devils from the blood clothing sect in seconds. What a top-notch expert. And it appears that he is going looking for trouble with the master of the blood clothing sect. The master of the blood clothing sect? The demon? The girl was stunned. I hope the Lord can kill the demon. The man clenched his hands and picked up the little girl. Little Een, let's get out of here quickly. Soon, the young men and women who had been saved by Jin Wushuang all left. They had thought they had no chance of surviving under the hands of the blood clothing sect, but they had been extremely fortunate. Jin Wushuang had happened to cross their path and save them. Jin Wushuang grasped the bald man from the blood clothing sect, who guided him toward the sect's lair. On the way, he asked some basic information about the blood clothing sect and the strength of their master. Top of the 6 steps of the eternal realm? Jin Wushuang thought with a slight smile. He didn't mind that. He didn't attach much importance to anyone below the level of Dao Master. My lord, Here we are, the bald man said in horror. Jian Wushuang stopped and looked at the huge rift in front of him. There were a few palaces and pavilions within, and it was protected by a formation with a blood-red light. It was clear that this was the lair of a sect. This is the lair of the blood-clothing sect, and it has a protective array. But the protective array can only stop people in the eternal realm, Jian Wushuang thought. He smiled faintly with a sharp flash in his eyes. Chhh. A sharp sword slipped past the bald man's neck. Jian Wushuang killed him. The bald man had thought that Jian Wushuang would keep him alive if he followed his instructions. But Jian Wushuang had had no intention of keeping him alive. He knew how the blood-clothing sect did things and had seen how he treated the young men and women. Jian Wushuang continued moving closer toward the blood-clothing sect's lair. As soon as he appeared in the void above the rift, he set off the protective array, but he simply waved a ray of sword light and tore a hole in it easily. He rushed into the rift through the hole. In a grand palace, in the very center of the blood-clothing sect's lair. In 3 months, the next bloody baptism will be carried out. Is everything we need ready? How about the little guys? The master of the blood-clothing sect asked coldly. He was a young man with a red sword scar between his eyebrows. He was wearing a scarlet robe. Below him were several higher-level experts, the elders of the blood-clothing sect. At this time, wait. The master and the elders were startled. They were all clearly aware that someone had just torn a hole in the protective array. Someone's breaking in, one of the elders said, standing up, but Jian Wushuang didn't wait for them to react. Swoosh! A figure had appeared in the palace like a ghost. Everyone in the palace stared at the newcomer. You're the master of the blood-clothing sect, aren't you? Jian Wushuang questioned with a slight smile. He was looking up at the man at the top of the palace. Who are you? The master of the blood-clothing sect asked with a cold expression. He could tell that the man in front of him was extraordinary. Anyone who could tear the blood-clothing sect's protective array so easily and break into the palace was either a Dao master or at the top of the eternal realm. The blood-clothing sect did not want to provoke such a man. There is no need for you to know who I am. I am just here to ask something, and to clean this place out, Jian Wushuang said. His figure floated out. Damn! You are looking for death. Kill him. The blood-clothing sect members became angry and attacked Jian Wushuang together. However, Jian Wushuang was powerful. No matter how many Eternal Realm experts joined the fight, they were just going to get slaughtered by him. Within a moment, the palace was completely quiet. Jian Wushuang waved his sword and cut the blood-clothing sect master's head off. The Void Temple subsidiary palace isn't far from here, Jian Wushuang thought with a smile. He had gotten his answer from the master of the blood-clothing sect, so he left immediately. When he left, he even destroyed the lair, splitting it in half. Jian Wushuang, the blood-clothing sect has no enmity toward you, and the master answered your question honestly. Why did you kill him and destroy the blood-clothing sect? You should know that the master of the blood-clothing sect has a good relationship with the 2 Dao masters in this territory, the Gu King asked Jian Wushuang. The blood-clothing sect has a horrible reputation. Their way of doing things is extremely vicious and cruel. Destroying this kind of sect is not a bad thing. Besides, it's so easy, Jian Wushuang answered. It seems that you are quite righteous. But I have to remind you, in this world, if you want to live long, you should keep as far away as you can from unnecessary troubles that have nothing to do with you, the Gu King said with a sad tone. My last host, King Luozhen, just died because he wanted to deal with troubles that had nothing to do with him. Really? Jian Wushuang nodded his head with a smile. Don't worry, if I wasn't able to measure danger, I wouldn't have been able to get out from the ancient world to where I am now. That's good. The Gu King responded and said no more. Jian Wushuang went directly to the Void Temple subsidiary palace. When he arrived, he took out his master's senior brother Shuelingtian's token to open the space wormhole. With the space wormhole, Jian Wushuang quickly returned to the territory of the Tang of the East. Chapter 905, Accident. Chapter 905. Accident. Tang of the East, the Imperial Palace. As the capital of the Tang of the East, the Imperial Palace was extremely large and prosperous. It was filled with a sea of people. Finally home. Jian Wushuang stood on the street breathing in the air of the Imperial Palace. His mood was complicated. More than 200 years ago, 4 three-clawed blood eagle guards, Zhou Zue, Ling Long, Shui Jin and himself had accepted the hell-level task to the extremely dangerous stellar fog sea. 200 years later, he was the only one to have survived. 200 years have passed. What about the icy heart poison in Lung Rushuang's body? Jian Wushuang thought worriedly. But at this moment, what? Jian Wushuang felt an unusual energy in the Imperial Palace. On the street, royal guard soldiers in gold armor were everywhere. Jian Wushuang also perceived some concealed and tyrannical auras hidden in the dark. Did something happen? Jian Wushuang wondered. He wrinkled his eyebrows slightly. He hadn't been to the Imperial Palace in 200 years. Though heavily guarded at the time, it was far less compared to now. Jian Wushuang also discovered there were more experts in the Imperial Palace than before. Did something happen? Confused, Jian Wushuang took out a message token. This message token was used to connect with Wang Yuan. Elder brother Wang Yuan, I'm back. The message was quite simple. Jian Wushuang got the reply only a moment later. Haha, third brother, you finally returned. Over the past 200 years, I worried about you all the time. It made me lose a lot of weight, Wang Yuan said happily. Don't brag. I think you are much fatter than before, Jian Wushuang said jokingly, but then asked Wang Yuan seriously, Elder brother Wang Yuan, did something happen in the Imperial Palace? You already know that? Wang Yuan said with a smile, well, it's not a big deal. In 3 years, there will be a selection ceremony. A selection ceremony? Jian Wushuang repeated. He was shocked at first, then without thinking he mumbled, what is the selection ceremony? For whom? Of course, it's for the princess of the Tang of the East, Lung Rushuang. Who else's selection ceremony could attract so many experts? Wang Yuan said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's mood suddenly darkened. Selection ceremony? A selection ceremony for Lung Rushuang? Jian Wushuang had risked his life to find the yin-yang dragon phoenix fruit in the stellar fog sea in order to save Lung Rushuang from poison. He had narrowly escaped from the stellar fog sea and brought the yin-yang dragon phoenix fruit back. And here Lung Rushuang had been fine all along, even holding a selection ceremony to select a husband. Lung Rushuang, Jian Wushuang pondered a moment. No, with Lung Rushuang's temper, even if she hadn't been poisoned, she would never hold a selection ceremony, let alone the fact she was deeply poisoned and didn't have much time left to live. The selection ceremony must have been arranged by Empress Long. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and said, Elder brother Wang Yuan, I will come to you now. Okay, Wang Yuan replied. Soon, Jian Wushuang arrived at Wang Yuan's mansion. As the chief alchemist in the Tang of the East, Wang Yuan got to live in a huge mansion in the Imperial Palace. There was a dim secret chamber shielded by a restriction. The restriction was to prevent someone from breaking into the secret chamber or hearing the conversation inside. Now, there were only 2 people in the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang and Wang Yuan. Haha, third brother, I knew you'd eventually make it out from the stellar fog sea. Wang Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. When Jian Wushuang entered the stellar fog sea, he'd been really worried about him. Now that Jian Wushuang was in front of him, he was extremely relieved. Elder brother Wang Yuan, tell me about the selection ceremony, Jian Wushuang said very seriously. He was in no mood to make a joke. We all know what kind of condition Lung Rushuang is in. If I fail to get the yin-yang dragon phoenix fruit to refine the crepe myrtle elixir, she won't live more than 300 years. 200 have already passed. That means she can only live another 100 years at most. Why are they holding the selection ceremony now? Jian Wushuang asked in confusion. Lung Rushuang was about to die. Why did Emperor Long want to hold a selection ceremony for her? Selection ceremony? Hee hee, Wang Yuan said with a sneer. Third brother, The selection ceremony is actually a way for the Tang of the East to make alliances with the Xia clan through marriage. Marriage? The Tang of the East with the Xia clan? Jian Wushuang was grave. When he had been on the Circus Island, he'd once heard from Lin Wanner that the first master of the Xia clan had been recognized as the son-in-law of the Tang of the East for a long time. However, that was talk. It hadn't been realized after all. But now, this marriage. Does Lung Rushuang agree? Jian Wushuang asked in a low voice. This issue was of great significance. If Lung Rushuang had agreed, it was a marriage of her own free will, something no one could prevent, not even Jian Wushuang. But if Lung Rushuang had not agreed, it was different. Agree? Wang Yuan said with a smile. If Lung Rushuang was willing to agree, then there wouldn't be a selection ceremony in 3 years, it would be a wedding. But it's strange. According to what I heard in the palace, when Empress Long proposed that she marry the Xia clan, Lung Rushuang refused directly. But when Empress Long proposed holding the selection ceremony, she didn't object. Third brother, you should know that the master of the Xia clan has been called the top genius of the eternal world, and he is at the top of the eternal realm. He is the true chosen one. Wang Yuan said with a smile. Everyone thinks he is the only one worthy of Lung Rushuang. Besides, who could possibly defeat him at the selection ceremony? So, almost everyone recognizes the selection ceremony as the marriage. Many believe that no matter what happens, Lung Rushuang will marry the master of the Xia clan. Of course, people have come to this conclusion because they don't know you, my third brother. If you join in the selection ceremony, the result might be different. Wang Yuan paused and looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked incredibly confused. He had heard what Wang Yuan said. She refused the marriage but didn't refuse the selection ceremony? Why she didn't refuse the selection ceremony? Was she hoping someone could beat the master of the Xia clan at the selection ceremony and marry her? Who is the person she wants? Is it me? Chapter 906, The Answer. Chapter 906, The Answer. Is it me? Jian Wushuang asked himself. He didn't know. Third brother, will you participate in the selection ceremony in 3 years' time? Wang Yuan asked Jian Wushuang with interest. Jian Wushuang fixed his eyes slightly, pondered for a while, then nodded heavily. I will. Haha, Wang Yuan laughed. Third brother, it seems that I am right. You really do like Lung Rushuang. Otherwise, you would never have taken such a risk to find the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit in the Stellar Fog Sea. Tell me, when did you become interested in Lung Rushuang? Wang Yuan turned his gaze, looking forward to Jian Wushuang's answer. Jian Wushuang put on a bitter smile, but his eyes became blurry. Lung Rushuang. As early as the first time he had seen her in the ancient world, the cold pride in Lung Rushuang's bones had made him throb slightly. This kind of throb spread slowly in his body like a spider web. The next month when Jian Wushuang was living in the nature residence, Lung Rushuang had played the Chinese zither every day. Jian Wushuang had practiced his swordsmanship to this melody. For Jian Wushuang, it could be said that this had been his most relaxing month. Although he had not seen Lung Rushuang for a long time after that, she was still on his mind, leaving a very deep memory that could never be erased. Have I really fallen in love with Lung Rushuang? Jian Wushuang asked himself. Yes, I have. Jian Wushuang confirmed the answer in his heart. He felt good around her. From the beginning of his cultivation, step by step, he had been surrounded by countless women of varied character. However, the only one who stayed in his heart forever was Lung Rushuang. This feeling could not be wrong. As early as in the ancient world, as early as in the nature residence, Jian Wushuang had already loved her. After so many years had passed, the impression Lung Rushuang left in Jian Wushuang's heart had not weakened. It had become even stronger. When he saw her afflicted with the icy heart poison, Jian Wushuang had also felt a piercing pain in his heart. When Jian Wushuang learned that the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit could stop the poison, he had broken into the Stellar Fog Sea without hesitation. Perhaps he could not treat this love like Jiu Zue did, asking for nothing in return, without any selfishness, only pure love. But true love was give and receive. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, looked at Wang Yuan and asked, "Elder brother Wang Yuan, if I go to the palace, can I see her?" "You can't," Wang Yuan answered, shaking his head. "Ever since the selection ceremony was announced, Empress Long has blocked all outside connections. No matter who it is, if they want to see her, they have to get Empress Long's personal approval." "Really?" Jian Wushuang wrinkled his eyebrows. "Actually, I really admire the Empress for being so sultry and heartless," Wang Yuan said in an appreciative tone. "She is the one who knows Long Rushuang's condition best. However, at this point, instead of trying to find a way to save her life, she is squeezing out the last bit of her daughter's value by making her marry the Xia clan to achieve her purpose. Long Rushuang is unfortunate to have such a mother." "Long Rushuang is being used as a chip?" Jian Wushuang said. His eyes turned cold. Jian Wushuang had seen so much during these years that he could extrapolate many things from Wang Yuan's words. "It appears I need to meet Master Mubai of the Xia clan and Empress Long," Jian Wushuang said in a cold voice. Then he took out the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit and handed it to Wang Yuan. "Elder brother Wang Yuan, this is the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit I brought back from the Stellar Fog Sea. As for the crepe myrtle elixir, I'm counting on you." "The Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit? You really got it?" Wang Yuan said with a surprised smile. He nodded heavily. "Don't worry, with the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix fruit, I can guarantee that the crepe myrtle elixir can be refined within 3 months. When you join in the selection ceremony in 3 years' time, you will have to prepare a few wedding gifts. The crepe myrtle elixir is unique and would have a great effect on Long Rushuang. It's absolutely appropriate to be one of the wedding gifts." "Wedding gifts?" Jian Wushuang repeated with a silent smile. "By the way, I have a few things to show you." Jian Wushuang took out the 5 Bodhi fruits he'd been given by Lord Spirit Sound. "This is..." Wang Yuan stared at the Bodhi fruit in Jian Wushuang's hands, and a light suddenly flashed in his eyes. "The Bodhi fruit. This is the Bodhi fruit. You know it?" Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. "Of course I know the Bodhi fruit. The Bodhi fruit is known to almost every alchemist who has attained certain accomplishments in refining elixirs." Wang Yuan said in an excited voice, "The Bodhi fruit is the most important material in refining the legendary elixir, Bodhi-Dan. Countless top-class alchemists dream of obtaining a Bodhi fruit in order to refine the legendary elixir. Unfortunately, the Bodhi fruit hasn't been seen in the eternal world for a long time. The last Bodhi fruit was found 5 million years ago." "Third brother, how did you get 5 Bodhi fruits?" "Please don't ask me about the source of the Bodhi fruit. Just tell me whether you can refine the Bodhi-Dan with them," Jian Wushuang said. "Refine the Bodhi-Dan?" Wang Yuan had a bitter smile. "Third brother, I have been studying with the master and I've improved a lot in my refining elixir skill. I can barely take a seat as one of the chief alchemists in the Tang of the East, but when it comes to refining the Bodhi-Dan, the Bodhi-Dan is a legendary elixir that gives someone a 90% chance of breaking through from the eternal realm to Tao Master. In the whole eternal world, there can't be more than 3 alchemists who can refine this kind of elixir. I don't have the ability yet. But don't worry, my master can refine it. I'll give my master a message to ask him to refine the Bodhi-Dan immediately. This is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity that he certainly won't refuse. With his ability, 5 Bodhi fruits can be refined into 4 Bodhi-Dan at least." "Your master?" Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. "Please send my appreciation to him. If he needs any special materials, just tell me. I will collect them as soon as possible. The only requirement is to make sure to refine the Bodhi-Dan in 3 years." 3 years? "Third brother, you want to..." Wang Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang. "Didn't you say I should prepare wedding gifts for the selection ceremony? 1 crepe myrtle elixir may be not valuable enough, but if I add 4 Bodhi-Dan, allowing the Tang of the East to have 4 more Tao Masters as wedding gifts, the wedding gifts shouldn't be taken lightly," Jian Wushuang said. Jian Wushuang's eyes were full of brilliance. Chapter 907, One People. Chapter 907, one people. After handing the yin-yang dragon phoenix fruit and Bodhi fruit to Wang Yuan, Jin Wushuang immediately found a secret chamber and began a closed-door cultivation. In the secret chamber, he sat cross-legged alone, and his face was unusually serious. In 3 years, the selection ceremony will be held. I'm bound to have a direct conflict with the Xia clan, even Empress Lung. The result of the selection ceremony can't be predicted, and whether I'll survive is unknown. But before the selection ceremony, every improvement I make to my strength will increase my odds. The most important thing right now is to break through to the eternal realm. Jin Wushuang's eyes grew cold. He hadn't been in a hurry to break through before, but now everything was different. After all, he only had 3 years to prepare. In 3 years, he might have to face Empress Long and the Xia clan, both huge forces. Let's get started. Jin Wushuang closed his eyes and began to accumulate spiritual power. He had already reached the requirements to break through and realize the World Dao and the Slaughter Dao at the 9th level occult. Everything was ready. The next thing he had to do was accumulate spiritual power to break through the bottleneck in his body. In the secret chamber, time passed. While Jin Wushuang was in the closed-door cultivation, Lung Rushuang was staying in the farthest end of the palace of the Tang of the East. She lived in a courtyard enclosed completely by restriction. She sat quietly, indifferent as usual, looking like a fairy. Her face was paler than it had been 200 years ago. A beautiful, enchanting figure was slowly making its way over. "Your Majesty." The maidservants saluted respectfully at once. Lung Rushuang, however, was indifferent. "All of you can leave." Empress Long waved her sleeves and the maidservants left. Only Empress Long and Lung Rushuang remained. In 3 years, the selection ceremony will begin. Everything has been prepared for you already, except yourself, Empress Long said coldly. "It doesn't matter whether I'm ready or not, does it?" Lung Rushuang said. The Empress glared at her and said in a low voice, "You should have been married to the Xia clan 1,000 years ago. I have tolerated you for 1,000 years, and that's more than enough. Not to mention that I'm not forcing you to marry the Xia clan now. Instead, I'm holding a selection ceremony for you, to choose the best young man to be your husband. What on earth do you have to complain about?" "I'm not unsatisfied. I just hope that at the selection ceremony, you, my mother, can choose my husband according to the rules of the ceremony," Lung Rushuang said indifferently. "Nonsense. We are inviting all the experts from the many different forces of the eternal world. How can I back out in front of so many people? But you are the one that should follow your words. I'm afraid that the final winner will be the master of the Xia clan, and you cannot refuse to marry at that time," Empress Lung said. "Don't worry. If he wins at the selection ceremony, I will marry him," Lung Rushuang said. "Good," Empress Lung nodded. But the next moment, she said in a soft voice, "Shuanger, I'm doing this for you. The master of the Xia clan, his character, appearance, and talent strength, is the best in the eternal world, almost flawless. Why does such a husband not deserve you? As for the poison in your body, although we couldn't find the yin-yang dragon phoenix fruit to refine the crepe myrtle elixir, I have sent people to find other elixirs to suppress the poison. You can rest assured. And as long as my plan with the national master is realized, I can reach a new level and help you quite easily. At that time, if you think that the master of the Xia clan doesn't suit your appetite, just tell me, and I will kill him and destroy the Xia clan. And I won't stop you from choosing someone else to be your husband. However, please tolerate this vexation for now." Tolerate this vexation? Humph. Or in other words, you just want to use this marriage to placate the Xia clan and buy time for your and the national master's plan. "Mother, do you think my father would agree to this?" Lung Rushuang said coldly. "Emperor Xiao? Even if he knew, what could he do? Win and you are king, lose and you are the outcast. Now I am the queen of the Tang of the East. The mansion masters of 36 prefectures of the Tang of the East only admire me as the queen. Who cares about Emperor Xiao?" Empress Lung said with a sneer, "But there is no sense in telling you. Be prepared, 3 years will pass quickly." After saying that, Empress Long left and disappeared from the courtyard. Lung Rushuang was alone again, sitting in the courtyard, but on her cool face, a complicated emotion had appeared. 3 years, will he come? Lung Wushuang immediately thought of a man. She gathered her consciousness and a figure suddenly appeared next to her. It was a dirty girl in a tattered black coat, with big eyes and a touch of wit on her face. Schwerer, go see that man for me, Lung Rushuang said coldly. No problem, the dirty girl said, blinking her eyes and nodding. Then she bounced vivaciously out of the courtyard. There was a restriction around the courtyard. No one could go in or out at will. However, the restriction seemed to be of no use to the dirty girl. The palace was guarded heavily and full of experts, but it seemed that no one could see her. The dirty girl bounced and left the courtyard quickly, and then she left the palace. If Jian Wushuang saw the dirty girl, he would recognize her at a glance as someone he had seen in the ancient world, Lung Rushue. She was Lung Rushuang's younger sister. At least, that's what he thought. However, if Jian Wushuang were to have witnessed the scene in the courtyard where Lung Rushue came out from Lung Rushuang's body, he wouldn't think so. Lung Rushuang and Lung Rushue were one person. In the imperial city, Jian Wushuang had been in the secret chamber for a month in a closed-door cultivation. He had tried to break through the bottleneck again and again. Today, he finally opened his eyes. I made it, he said excitedly, eyes shining. The third step of the heaven-defying 4 steps of the heavenly creation skill, the everlasting realm, I made it. After staying in the second step of the deification realm for hundreds of years, Jian Wushuang had finally broken through. Chapter 908. The Third Step, Everlasting Realm. Chapter 908. The Third Step, Everlasting Realm. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang sat alone observing the changes in his body. In the heaven-defying 4 steps of the heavenly creation skill, each step forward could bring a qualitative change. The first step was the heaven-treading realm. It had given Jian Wushuang an incredible degree of perception and talent. The second step was the deification realm. It had given him extraordinary limitless battle strength. This was the reason he could fight with a Tao master when he was only a divine realm expert. The step he had entered now was the third step, the everlasting realm. The everlasting realm was similar to the eternal realm for ordinary warriors. At this step, the heavenly creation skill gave Jian Wushuang an unprecedented life-saving ability. In the everlasting realm, I become immortal? Jian Wushuang showed an expression of ecstasy. He already felt the change in his body. When he reached this step, his body had become completely different. He could clearly feel that every part of his body, his flesh, blood, even every single cell, seemed to be an independent life with exuberant vitality. Even if these parts separated from his body, they would still survive for a long time, and the body could live through them. In this step, unless his body was ruined completely with nothing left, Jian Wushuang would not die. If Jian Wushuang was more knowledgeable, he could hide a part of his body in a safe place. In this way, he could use it to recover even he was killed in a dangerous situation in the future. The everlasting realm, a real immortal body. Inverse cultivation is truly amazing. One can be immortal when they've only reached the eternal realm, the Gu King said. Like a parasite in Jian Wushuang's body, the Gu King could feel the change in his body and knew his new ability. Even the Gu King couldn't help but be shocked. Immortal. Jian Wushuang was delighted, but shook his head immediately. Unfortunately, this ability only exists in this step. If I become a Tao master in the future, this ability will be impaired. It will be impossible to ever be immortal again. After figuring out this step, Jian Wushuang started to explore his strength carefully. Stepping from the deification realm into the everlasting realm was just like a normal cultivator stepping from the divine realm into the eternal realm. Naturally, his strength would be greatly improved. As an inverse cultivator, Jian Wushuang's improvement was even greater. There has been great improvement in all aspects of my strength and body. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and felt the power gather. He was at least a dozen times stronger than he had been when he was in the divine realm. His strength was now far beyond the limit of the eternal realm. Moreover, by breaking through the realm, he was able to improve several of his secret skills. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes again to cultivate the Star River secret skill of the ancient god clan. There were 34 levels of the Star River secret skill. Jian Wushuang had reached the 15th level when he was in the Divine Realm. This was far beyond what normal Divine Realm experts could do. His secret skill level would naturally be higher now. Jian Wushuang reached the 16th level of the Star River secret skill very easily, then the 17th, the 18th, and the 19th levels. 3 days passed quickly. After 3 days, Jian Wushuang finally reached his limit in how far he could cultivate the Star River secret skill. He had attained the 24th level of the Star River secret skill. After cultivating 9 secret skill levels in one go, his power had increased 27 times. Adding in the 45 from before, Jian Wushuang's power was now 72 times that of a normal expert. Jian Wushuang was sure that it was absolutely comparable to or even stronger than the power of a normal Dao master. With my strength, I no longer need to fear a Dao master, Jian Wushuang thought. It is common for people to treat the inverse cultivation of an eternal realm expert as a Dao master. The strength of the 2 levels is comparable, the Gu King said, his voice sounding in Jian Wushuang's heart. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. He knew that before he'd broken through, he had been able to fight with ordinary Dao masters. Now, after breaking through the realm, his strength had skyrocketed. Naturally, his battle strength was stronger. Jian Wushuang began to cultivate the immortality secret skill. When he was in the ancient world, he had gotten the immortality secret skill, a secret skill for the body. His body was already very strong. With this breakthrough, he quickly advanced to the 4th level of the secret skill, divine body technique. His body became more tenacious and strong. Jian Wushuang finally came out of the secret chamber. As soon as he came out, Wang Yuan called him. In a meeting hall. "Third brother, you have finally finished your cultivation. Your senior brother has been waiting for you for half a month," Wang Yuan said. Senior brother? Jian Wushuang was confused. Then he noticed a young man sitting on a chair in the meeting hall. He had long, blood-red hair. It looked like he had bathed in a sea of blood. The young man was his senior brother, Xueling Tian. "Junior brother, how's everything going?" Xueling Tian asked with a smile. "Senior brother, how did you know I was here?" Jian Wushuang asked, walking toward Xueling Tian. "Someone brought me." "Look," Xueling Tian said, pointing to the opposite side. Only then did Jian Wushuang notice that there was another man sitting in the meeting hall. He was quite mysterious, enveloped in a black robe, so that Jian Wushuang could not see his face clearly. The man raised his head slightly. At the same time, laughter came slowly out from under his black robe. "Long time no see, Jian Wushuang." "Long time no see?" Jian Wushuang wrinkled his eyebrows and looked at the man. When he saw the man's thin, old face, Jian Wushuang trembled in shock. "Senior Di Jing, is that you?" Chapter 909. The Arrival of Di Jing. Chapter 909. The Arrival of Di Jing. The man turned out to be Di Jing, whom Jian Wushuang met in the ancient world and saved his life. Di Jing was a subordinate of Emperor Shao. "I don't come alone. She came here with me." Di Jing pointed to the door behind Jian Wushuang. Turning around, Jian Wushuang noticed a dirty girl who hid behind the door. "Lung Rushue?" Jian Wushuang felt surprised. "Hi, big brother. I haven't seen you in a while." Lung Rushue walked toward him with a bright smile. Jian Wushuang was wearing an odd expression as he looked at her. He had met Lung Rushue before, and knew she was the younger sister of Lung Rushuang. However, he found that Lung Rushuang was the only princess in Tang of the East. No one heard of Lung Rushue. Therefore, Jian Wushuang wondered about her. Now they met again. "How come you are still young after so many years?" Jian Wushuang chuckled. "I am a grown-up," Lung Rushue answered proudly. Jian Wushuang laughed and turned to Di Jing. "Dear Di Jing, are you in the ancient world with Emperor Shao? Why you come here with my first senior brother? Jin Wushuang sat beside him and asked. He used to think Di Jing's strength was unfathomable, although he was not as strong as Emperor Shao. As Jin Wushuang improved his strength and opened his mind, he was able to judge the real realm Di Jing entered. Dao Master. As the seventh war god of Emperor Shao, Di Jing was a real expert at the level of Dao Master. My lord went back to the eternal world. I come to see you. Di Jing smiled. See me? About the selection ceremony? Jin Wushuang guessed. Yes. Di Jing nodded seriously. Miss Long is my lord's flesh and blood. He has been helping her detoxify the ice heart poison for years. He loves his daughter so much. A few days ago, my lord heard that Emperor Long would hold a selection ceremony for Miss Long, so we came here instantly. Sure enough, Jin Wushuang was not surprised. Emperor Long wanted to make alliances with Xia clan through marriage, to which Emperor Shao would never consent. So my lord, let me ask you, would you participate in the selection ceremony held 3 years later? Di Jing got right to the point. Of course I would. Jin Wushuang did not hesitate. So, if you win at the selection ceremony, you will marry my lord's daughter? Di Jing stared at him. I will. Jin Wushuang nodded, but only if Miss Long is willing to marry me. Hey, don't worry, my big brother. I'm sure my sister will marry you. Lung Ruxue giggled. Jin Wushuang shrugged. Well, let's discuss it. Di Jing began to talk. The selection ceremony will invite experts from all the forces. Many geniuses want to win, but there's only one winner. So the competition will be fierce. And the competition focuses on 2 things. One is the wedding gifts. The other is talent strength. The geniuses eligible to participate must have a certain power behind them. Some of them may be the top geniuses from all the forces, while some may be personal disciples who have been carefully cultivated by old masters. In short, since they will attend the ceremony, their wedding gifts are definitely great. Among these geniuses, the one who has the biggest power behind him is Xia Meng, first master of Xia clan. The marriage between Xia clan and Tang of the East is bound to happen. Emperor Long had conspired with Xia clan earlier. As the biggest overlord clan in Tang of the East, Xia clan will prepare extraordinary wedding gifts. Jin Wushuang, have you prepared any wedding gifts? Di Jing asked. I do have prepared some, but I don't know if they are better than those of Xia clan. Jin Wushuang frowned. After he knew the selection ceremony from Wang Yuan, he immediately began to prepare 2 wedding gifts. They were crepe myrtle elixir and Bodhi Dan. The elixir could suppress the poison inside Long Rushuang. The 2 gifts were treasures. Especially the Bodhi fruit, it could help an eternal realm expert become Dao Master. Jin Wushuang was confident that his wedding gifts could match those of other geniuses, but he was not sure whether they were better than the gifts of Xia clan. After all, being the biggest overlord clan in Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land, Xia clan had an impressive history. Their wedding gifts would be well prepared. Not to mention, Jin Wushuang needed to surpass Xia Meng in every aspect. My lord said he could help you if your wedding gifts are not good enough. Di Jing said. Are you sure? Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Emperor Shao is Lung Rushuang's father. How can he prepare the wedding gifts for his son-in-law? Xueling Tian said nothing beside them. At this moment, he said to Di Jing, we won't bother Emperor Shao. Since Wushuang is the disciple of ancient sect, we will prepare his wedding gifts. My junior brother, Xueling Tian looked at Jin Wushuang. I will tell our master about this. His gifts won't let you down. Thanks. Jin Wushuang nodded heavily. He was confident in his master's mysterious and amazing skills. After hearing his words, Di Jing's complexion turned odd. According to the information he received, the master of Jin Wushuang and Xueling Tian was only an eternal realm expert from an ordinary sect in the remote domain. How can an eternal realm expert prepare great wedding gifts? Although puzzled, he didn't talk about it too much, because Jin Wushuang and Xueling Tian were so confident. Now that we do not have to worry about the wedding gifts, the only thing left is strength. Jin Wushuang, can you battle with Xia Meng? Di Jing looked at him. Chapter 910, The Third Treasure. Chapter 910, The Third Treasure. Xiameng. Jin Wushuang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Ever since he had arrived in Tang of the East, he had heard the name of the eldest son in Xia family more than once. The so-called number one genius in Eternal World, number one in Eternal Realm, the youngest Eternal Realm in the history of Eternal World, and so on. However, Jin Wushuang had been doubtful of the so-called number one genius, number one in Eternal Realm. If we were to fight one-on-one, he would definitely lose, Jin Wushuang said in a low voice. Oh, so confident? Di Jing looked at Jin Wushuang in surprise. He didn't know that Jin Wushuang was said to possess the fighting power of one in the seventh step of Eternal Realm even before breakthrough. Number one in Eternal Realm and Eternal World. He is just a joke in front of me. Jin Wushuang's gaze was cold. Then, King of Venomous Worms in his body spoke, Jin Wushuang, you are an inverse cultivator. Once you had reached Eternal Realm, it will just be like a Dao master of an ordinary cultivator. Plus, you have the bloodline of ancient god. On top of that, you have extraordinary encounters and many skills. You would be playing the bully if you were to compare to the so-called number one in Eternal Realm in this world. Bully? Jin Wushuang chuckled quietly. As you have no problem with betrothal presence and power, it will be much easier. You only have to surpass Xiameng in the son-in-law recruitment assembly. All forces and experts will be watching. Although Emperor Long is brutal, he shouldn't go against the rules, he said. Di Jing smiled. Of course, you have to prepare for the best and for the worst. If you were to lose to Xiameng on the son-in-law recruitment assembly, or if Emperor Long goes against his own rules, we will have to fight against Emperor Long and Xia family head-on. Di Jing's expression became cold. Back then, Master lost to Emperor Long, and he had no choice but to leave Tang of the East. However, although Master left, he never gave up. All these years, he has been storing up strength. Until now, although the accumulated power wasn't enough to match evenly with Emperor Long or Xia family, he stands a chance to fight a war. Stand a chance to fight a war? Shui Lingtian looked shocked and complimented. We of Void Temple knew long ago that Emperor Shao had been accumulating power. We never expected that the power that Shao accumulated over such a short period of time has reached such a level. TSK. He lives up to his name. Emperor Shao, the second place among the four emperors. Jin Wushuang was stunned at the comment. Emperor Shao was on the second place among the four emperors? Senior Di Jing, I never understood. Why would Emperor Shao and Emperor Long, who were a couple, suddenly have a falling out? And Emperor Shao is so powerful, why would he lose at the hands of Emperor Long back then? Jin Wushuang asked. Among the four emperors, Emperor Qing was widely acknowledged as the strongest. Hence, he naturally was in first place. As for Emperor Shao, he was in the second place. He was definitely stronger than Emperor Long by one notch. Why would he lose? I am not sure why Master fell out with Emperor Long back then. Master never told me either. As for why Master lost, it was because Emperor Long had a helping hand. An impressive helping hand, Di Jing said. Who? Jin Wushuang asked. National Master, Di Jing said. Jin Wushuang understood then. When he had been in Blood Eagle Guard, he had also heard that there was an impressive National Master in Tang of the East who had great skills. Just like the Divine Sea and Blood Eagle armor, they were both from the hands of the National Master. Oh yeah, Jin Wushuang, as you are joining the son-in-law recruitment assembly, do you have a recommendation? Di Jing asked. Recommendation? Jin Wushuang was confused. Not everyone can join son-in-law recruitment assemble. You, of course, need to have a recommendation, and the person who gives it to you has to have enough say to let Tang of the East treat him politely, Di Jing explained. Jin Wushuang looked to his senior, Shui Lingtian, subconsciously. Shui Lingtian, as one of the 18 masters of Void Temple, held a high position too. Don't look at your senior. His position has power, but Void Temple is aloof. They never get involved in any fight among forces in Eternal World. The son-in-law recruitment assembly is possibly the fight between Emperor Long and Master, so your senior is not in an appropriate position to get involved, Di Jing said. Tian shrugged helplessly too. If you have no recommender, Master invited one for you, Di Jing said. Who is it? Jin Wushuang asked. Alchemy Master. Huaqiong, Di Jing said. The Alchemy Master is widely recognized as the #1 elixir master in Eternal World. He is in eminent position in Eternal World. There are many experts who once looked for him to refine elixirs and owe him a favor. Although he is alone, as long as he orders, there will be a bunch of Dao masters swarming in to work for him. He alone represents a fierce force. Besides, this alchemy master is the master of your brother here. Huh. Jin Wushuang's eyes shone, and he immediately looked at Wang Yuan. Haha, third brother, don't worry about it. Master replied to me long ago that he agreed to give you a recommendation. After all, you offered him quite a number of good things. He was rather delighted. Wang Yuan smiled. I see. Your master is the #1 elixir master in Eternal World. No wonder your elixir refining skills could improve so greatly, Jin Wushuang complimented as he said, Thank Alchemy Master on my behalf. No problem, Wang Yuan waved. All right, I have told you everything I need to. 3 years later, the son-in-law recruitment assembly will take place. You have 3 years' time to prepare. 3 years later, don't let Master and his eldest daughter down, Di Jing exhorted. Jin Wushuang nodded solemnly. Very soon, Di Jing and Long Rushue had left, but Tian wasn't in a hurry to leave. He took Jin Wushuang to a secluded void. Junior, the son-in-law recruitment assembly 3 years later, I will come personally. However, due to my position, I can't be your recommendation. However, if there were to be any accident at the assembly, I will still appear as an individual to lend you a helping hand, Tian said in a serious tone. Thank you, Senior. Jin Wushuang expressed his gratitude. I came here today to ask about the son-in-law recruitment assembly, but there's one more thing, Tian waved and took out a scroll painting that seemed to be turning yellow. This is? Jin Wushuang looked at the scroll painting in shock. I returned to Firmament territory and I saw the master. This scroll painting, Master entrusted me to bring it to you. Tian said, Master said that he would give us 3 treasures that we could use when we leave Firmament territory to wander. He gave it to you. However, he gave you 2 previously, and this is the 3rd one. Chapter 911, Mountain River Map. Chapter 911, Mountain River Map. The 3rd treasure? Jin Wushuang was excited. When he left the Firmament territory, his master had promised to send him 3 treasures. The first treasure was the Blood Mountain Sword, which could be used both to kill and to suppress. Its mighty power even exceeded Emperor weapons. It had improved Jin Wushuang's overall strength considerably. He was good at using it. The second treasure was the token containing the 3 sword essences which could save his life. Each sword essence was more powerful than the last one. Jin Wushuang had only used 2 of them, and the 2 sword essences had achieved the expected effect. Xianyi had once told him that he was preparing the 3rd treasure and would find the proper time to give him it. Now Xianyi had asked Tian to give him this. Thank you, first senior brother. Jin Wushuang put the scroll into his interspatial ring. By the way, I have told our master about the wedding gifts. Just rely on him. He will give you an unparalleled gift in 3 years. Tian smiled. Jin Wushuang blinked excitedly. He knew his master never broke his word. The wedding gift was sure to be incomparable. Junior brother, I have to deal with some affairs at the Void Temple. Make good preparations for the selection ceremony. See you. Tian left. After seeing him off, Jin Wushuang returned to the secret chamber. The ancient yellow scroll was suspending in the air in front of him. It seemed to be ordinary. If it was sold on the street, no one would take a second glance at it. My master is so skillful that he has given me 2 useful treasures. The 3rd treasure must be even more beneficial to me. He spent such a long time preparing it. But what about its power? Jin Wushuang stared at the scroll expectantly. It's only a treasure. Why are you so excited? The Goo King asked carelessly. You know nothing about it. Every treasure my master has given me is of great use. So is this. And this one must be extraordinary, Jian Wushang replied. Oh, extraordinary? Jian Wushuang, do you know what level your master has reached? Is he a Tao master? The Goo King asked him. Jian Wushuang thought for a while and shook his head. My master is not a Tao master. He has only entered the eternal realm. Eternal realm? The Goo King laughed out loud. How can you expect an eternal realm expert to give you an extraordinary treasure? Jian Wushuang, is your horizon so narrow? Please leave me alone. His eyes fixed upon the scroll. Let it recognize its lord first. Jian Wushang dropped his blood on the scroll, waiting for it to recognize him as its lord. Everything went smoothly. Once the scroll recognized Jian Wushuang as its lord, he saw a glint of gold on its surface. Suddenly, the whole scroll took on an entirely new look, as if it had woken up. That's interesting. The Goo King was astonished too, but still didn't pay much attention. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief, then opened the scroll. He saw a vivid image. There were mountains, rivers, sky, and earth. Everything was vivid and lifelike. The most appealing part was the 9 continents, each of which was extremely realistic. Jian Wushuang took a casual look at one of them, only to see a boundless world. A series of information was sent to Jian Wushuang from the scroll. It's the mountain river map. The endless mountains and rivers divide the 9 provinces. The mountains and rivers are as palms, and the 9 provinces as the seal, creating the country. Jian Wushuang was shocked at these simple messages. A secret skill appeared in his mind. The secret skill was called the 9-province seal. The 9-province seal was a powerful secret skill based on the 9 provinces in the mountain river map. It had 9 moves in total. The first move, Qing Province as the seal, was called Split the Heavens. The second move, Yu Province as the seal, was called Hack the Earth. The third move, Yang Province as the seal, was called Overwhelm the Rain. The fourth move, Yin Province as the seal, was called Turn Up the Cloud. The fifth move, Jian Wushuang was in a total shock. It also hit the Goo King. How can it be? Incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Even I cannot crack the secret skills in the treasure. Are you kidding me? Jian Wushuang, are you sure your master gave you this scroll? The Goo King asked. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. Is he really just an eternal realm expert? The Goo King asked again. He is. Jian Wushuang nodded uncertainly. The Goo King did not say anything. After a long period of silence, he spoke again. If I'm right, it was your master who passed the secret skill which can improve your consciousness. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. If the universal Tao scripture did make his consciousness stronger, it had to have been refined by his master. Aha! It seems that your master is more than an eternal realm expert. Even I cannot crack the secret skills in this treasure. If he refined this scroll, I'm certain no one can reach his level of refining weapons. The Goo King became solemn. Jian Wushuang was silent. He did not reply, but instead continued to study the mountain river map. The mountain river map works in cooperation with the 9-province seal. The 9-province seal looks extraordinary. I wonder if I'll be able to understand the first move of the 9-province seal, as well as the second sword formation of the 9th heaven sword formation in the next 3 years, Jian Wushuang said hopefully. The 9th heaven sword formation was his unexpected tricky move. He had managed to display the second sword formation when he was meditating on Star Island. It took too much spiritual power for a divine realm expert to display the second sword formation, but it became easier once he entered Eternal Realm. Chapter 9:12, Before the Storm. Chapter 9:12, Before the Storm. In the secret chamber, the 2 original bodies of Jian Wushuang appeared at the same time. After, his world body remained in the secret chamber, meditating the 9-province seal on the mountain river map, while the slaughter body left the royal palace for a remote forest. Jian Wushuang stood on the void of the forest, staring at the sword magic weapons with mauve gleaming in them. Organic magic weapon, 1-meter sword, 72 in total. Jian Wushuang displayed the 9th heaven sword formation with blood sky sword. He shapeshifted it into 1-meter sword, the more powerful one. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang endless spiritual power seeped from his pores. 9th heaven sword formation, combine. Crash. The 72 1-meter swords merged rapidly and combined into a mauve sword. Although this sword was not large and a mere 3 meters long, its razor-sharp edge shined blindingly bright. Kill. Fueled by the killing intent in Jian Wushuang's eyes, the sword rushed forward quickly. The mauve glint flashed across the void. Boom! An enormous hole penetrated the center of a mountain 3,000 meters away from Jian Wushuang. The spiral hole drilled with outrageous force. The power is not sufficient enough, besides it consumes too much spiritual power. I need to improve upon it. Jian Wushuang brandished the sword formation again. In the forest, the slaughter body of Jian Wushuang absorbed and practiced the second sword formation. Jian Wushuang meditated the second sword formation, but it took too long to display skillfully. The two original bodies of Jian Wushuang endeavored to improve their strength, making preparations for the selection ceremony. Time flied. 3 years passed. 2 days remained until the selection ceremony. Deep in the royal place, in a garden covered by the restriction, white-robed Lung Rushuang looked up at the sky and whispered, "Is the day coming?" Sooner or later. Lung Rushuang outstretched her hands. A cold breeze blew past. It's so windy. Many profound clans resided in Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. Among them, the Xia clan reigned the strongest along with their first overlord clan. Except Xia clan, only a few top clans still existed. One of them, the Baiming clan, ranked on par with the Xia clan. A gray-robed middle-aged man sat in the splendid palace of the Baiming clan. He narrowed his eyes and rocked his chair, the man's handsome face and delicate, short dark hair wooing the servants around him. In front of him stood a number of black-robed men. They looked ordinary without any breath of cultivation power, but that was exactly why they looked dreadful. All the black-robed men, radiating a particularly powerful presence, were obviously supreme experts at the level of Tao Master. "Everything is finished, my lord," a skinny elder from the group said. If Jian Wushuang were present, he would recognize that the elder was Di Jing. The only person who commanded Di Jing in Eternal World was Emperor Shao. The gray-robed middle-aged man. "What about you?" Emperor Shao asked, glancing at the purple-robed man beside him. The man, Baiming Hao, was the leader of Baiming clan. Although a rebellious person, he behaved in front of Emperor Shao. "We are at your command, your majesty," Baiming Hao said humbly. "Good," Emperor Shao said, nodding slightly with sparkling dark eyes like the night sky. "My power and the experts I invited, as well as Baiming clan, is more than sufficient to wage war with Emperor Long. Most importantly, that man agreed to join us." "That man?" The black-robed men, including Di Jing and Bei Mingho, faces reddened in frustration when Emperor Shao mentioned that man. They just dared to fight with Emperor Long before that man agreed to join. Now they had a 30% chance of winning. "A 30% chance is enough for us," Emperor Shao said, crossing his hands. "But if Jian Wushuang wins and that bitch keeps her words, we may need not intervene. Just wait for the selection ceremony." Firmament territory was only a little territory in the Eternal World. Among all the sects and powers in Firmament territory, the 3 magnates controlled the lead. Ancient Sect was merely one of the top sections. In the palace of Ancient Sect atop a mountain, white-robed Palace Master Xian Yi gazed up at the sky with hands behind his back. He stood straighter than a pine. That is, before a figure suddenly appeared behind him. "Your Majesty, Palace Master Xian Yi." He was Palace Master Destruction, one of the 12 Palace Masters of the Ancient Sect. "According to your command, I've allowed our disciples to gather at Heavenly Peak Valley. Tomorrow we can begin the hunting competition," Palace Master Destruction said. Oh, Xianni furrowed his brow and smiled. The heavenly peak valley must be noisy with so many people. Go and maintain order. Okay, Palace Master Destruction said, nodding in bewilderment. To improve the strength of the disciples, the ancient sect hosted an unprecedented hunting competition. It was normal to hold a competition, but strangely, all the disciples participated. The outer disciples and inner disciples, as well as experts from the ancient sect, have all gone to help maintain order. Only Xianni remained. Was it necessary for all the disciples to participate in such a hunting competition? Despite his doubts, Palace Master Destruction asked nothing. After Palace Master Destruction left, Xianni stood alone at the peak again. He reached out and covered the heaven. The storm gathers. Wushuang, I have already sent you the wedding gift, but you should win at the selection ceremony by yourself. Come now, don't disappoint me. Xuani muttered to himself in a soft voice and smiled. Chapter 9:13, Taken Aback. Chapter 9:13, Taken Aback. When the selection ceremony arrived, Jin Wushang finished his meditation. During the 3 years of meditation, his 2 original bodies possessed a good command of 9 Province Seal and the second move of 9th Heaven Sword Formation. Having entered the initial realm of the second move of 9th Heaven Sword Formation, Jin Wushuang easily wielded it with outrageous proficiency. As for the 9 Province Seal and Mountain River map, it released great power in collaboration with the map. This secret skill was much more domineering than what Jin Wushuang had seen previously. Jin Wushuang only managed to crack the first move, while he's still unable to wield it. He received no chance of driving Mountain River map since it drained too much spiritual power. It was early in the morning. Jin Wushuang sat on a chair in the meeting hall with 3 other figures. 2 of them were his 2 close friends, Wang Yuan and Yang Zixuan. Yang Zixuan stayed at Circus Island before, but rushed to the royal palace to assist Jin Wushuang. At the first sight of Yang Zixuan, King of Venomous Worms could not help but exclaim, "Amazing aura of Emperor! What a high-grade bloodline!" With the help of Emperor Shao, Yang Zixuan once received a bloodline inheritance. No wonder he possessed a high-grade bloodline. He made great progress these last few years and ranked the top of the Eternal Realm. If he completely erupted the bloodline at any cost, he may have the strength to combat a Dao Master. A gray-robed elder also sat among them quietly. This weathered elder closed his eyes slightly, blinked twice, and repeated. He looked like a piece of wood. He was Alchemy Master Hua Qiong, the master of Wang Yuan, and the acknowledged first alchemist in the ancient world. This alchemy master served as the introducer of Jin Wushuang at the selection ceremony. The 4 figures waited for dawn without words. Although they didn't wait long. From the horizon, the sun rose, and the first rosy sunlight shined upon the ancient royal palace. The entire royal palace awakened. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. One by one, the bells tolled in a deep and resonant voice. The sound reverberated through the royal palace. In the meeting hall, the 4 figures opened their eyes and looked at the window. Finally, has it arrived? Zhao Wushuang stood up slowly. A smile softened his cold face as he saw the rosy sunlight. Let's go. Dan Zun also stood up. Afterwards, they set off for the ceremony venue. At the same time, in other places of the royal palace, experts from various forces of the eternal world also set off. A great many of experts rushed to the drill ground at the center of the royal palace like buzzing wasps. When Jin Wushuang and other 3 figures arrived, lots of people eagerly awaited there. So many people, Jin Wushuang said, scanning the crowd on the drill ground. There were numerous figures entering from the void nearby. There are millions of people. Wang Yuan was stunned by the scene. Crowds of people gathered around the grill ground. Everyone who attended the selection ceremony was capable, and many of them were preeminent. Fortunately, the Royal Guard of Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land sent all the members. They maintained order with Blood Eagle Guard. Some experts at the level of Tao Master also kept an bird's eye view of the venue. As a result, the drill ground was safe for all. Blood Mountain, I gave you a referral 2 days ago. As you requested, I used the name Jian Wushuang, Alchemy Master said. Thank you, Alchemy Master. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Because he wanted to marry Long Rushuang fair and square, he had to use his real name. Although it would cause a lot of trouble, he would face them sooner or later. Since Xia clan was so powerful, they must have received the list of the competitors. They surely were astonished to see my name on the list. Jian Wushuang said, laughing in his mind. He killed Xia Yin in person, the second master of Xia clan. People in Xia clan searched for him these years, but found nothing. This time, if they knew he dared to participate in this selection ceremony and to compete with Xia Meng, they would definitely do far worse than slander his name. A figure suddenly appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Hi, first senior brother. Jian Wushuang greeted him with a wave. His first senior brother, Xueling Tian. Have a gander at your wedding gift, my junior brother, Xueling Tian said, offering him an interspatial ring. Is this? Jian Wushuang smiled and took the ring. He saw the mysterious smile on Xueling Tian's face, which aroused his curiosity. What will the wedding gift would be? Jian Wushuang said, peeking inside interspatial ring with curiosity and anticipation. When he saw clear what the wedding gift truly was, he and King of Venomous Worms stomped their feet vehemently. How is this possible? Jian Wushuang said in a demanding voice, staring at the ring in shock. Monster! Your master is a true monster, Jian Wushuang. King of Venomous Worms roared. How did he obtain these? He refined them on his own? Impossible. That's impossible. Monster. Your master is a monster. A series of roars from King of Venomous Worms rang out in Jian Wushuang's mind. Jia Wushuang felt the same as King of Venomous Worms. Horrible. He even shivered with fear. He was totally taken aback by the wedding gift his master gave him, and believed whoever saw it would be taken aback as well. After all, this wedding gift was too. It was far too shocking and stunning. Chapter 9:14, Xia Meng. Chapter 9:14, Xia Meng. So what do you think, junior brother? Xueling Tian asked, looking at Jian Wushuang with great interest. He saw this wedding gift himself earlier and was quite astonished at the time. Jian Wushuang inhaled deeply and tried to hold back his great shock. He then nodded. With a gift like this, I shall never fear what the Xia clan holds in their hands, even if they take out everything they could find. Aha, laughed Xueling Tian. Don't worry. Xia clan won't be so stupid to bring out all they have even if they are going to unite by marriage. The wedding gift is all set, and for that aspect, you are on your own now. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded again. Blood Mountain, my friend, it is time you see yourself out. Alchemy Master looked over here. My third brother, Master asked me to inform you that everything is ready now. Just go for it. Yang Zishuan said. You can count on it. Have I, Jian Wushuang, ever disappointed anyone before? Not to mention that this time is about the matter of my life. With a grin, he clenched his hands. Before you even realized, he already moved towards the center of the drill ground below. We shall leave too, Master Bloodsaber, Alchemy Master said, looking at Xueling Tian with a huge smile. Right. Xueling Tian nodded slightly, but his gaze remained on Jian Wushuang. He then fetched out a token with his hand. We should pray that the selection ceremony goes well, otherwise. Xueling Tian gazed upon the token in his hand with a grim face. The huge drill ground extends for hundreds of miles, enough to accommodate hundreds of millions of people. At the edge of the drill ground gathered millions of people who are here to watch the selection ceremony. But there are only a few figures on the center vacant ground of the drill ground. These 10 people are talented genius recommended by expert to take part in this selection ceremony. And among those people, most have already made their names known in eternal world. You see that young man in white clothes? Is he not Dongyin Chong from Dongyin clan? Dongyin Chong has only cultivated himself for less than 10,000 of years, yet he is now at the top of eternal realm. He is indeed quite talented, maybe just a little behind Xiaomeng. Besides, Dongyin clan possesses great background which is thought to be only next to Xia clan and Tang of the East. It seems like this Dongyin Chong has a great chance of becoming the emperor's son-in-law. I have seen that long-haired man with a cold expression. He is the personal disciple of Deep Sea Palace Master. His name is Li Tianqiu, a great genius, and he is already well known in Eternal World many years ago. Deep Sea Palace Master, you say? He is a mighty Tao master that even Emperor Long regards highly. He is now an overlord in Eternal World for the Deep Sea Palace he established. That is Ku Yi, the personal disciple of Elder Deadwood. I heard he is an orphan adopted by Elder Deadwood. All these young geniuses have been recognized by the audience for they all have strong backing, great talent, and strength. But of course among these young men, there is someone unknown, unheard. Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang wore a blood-red robe fashioned from shuang armor. On his back he carried a blood-mountain sword. The young man just stood there with his arms folded and his eyes closed. Jian Wushuang was indifferent, though the eyes of the audience glanced at him from time to time. Who is the one carrying the sword? I have no idea, but he is recommended by Alchemy Master. Alchemy Master? He is the top alchemist of the Eternal World. Very impressive, but still we know little about his strength. Occasionally, people discuss Jian Wushuang a little. Just then, dozens of figures rushed the drill ground from the void outside. The aura spreading out of these figures was so strong that it attracted all the eyes of the people present. Xia clan. People from Xia clan. Xia clan has come. The first overlord clan in Tang of the East. There came a commotion all over the drill ground. Those figures hesitated not one bit. They made a straight path to the grandstand floating in front of the drill ground. Yet only one figure flew towards the drill ground down below. Soon this figure reached the center of the drill ground. This man wore a luxurious silk robe and let his long hair flow freely in the air. He possessed a gorgeous visage as if he was from a fairyland. With a crinkled smile on the corners of his mouth, he emitted a unique charm that no one could describe. With his appearance, a peculiar sense spread out. All the eyes of those attending were gravitated towards him, immediately making him the center of this whole world. Xiaomeng. He is the acknowledged first genius of Eternal World, first Eternal Realm. He is also the youngest to ever enter Eternal Realm, and the true chosen one. Everyone's eyes focused on him. Xiaomeng is considered the legend of the youth in Eternal World. Even someone like Dongyin Chong, Li Tianqiu, Ku Yi also focused their eyes on Xiaomeng. Indeed, they were true top genius, but the huge gap between them and Xiaomeng was clear. Xiaomeng, Jian Wushuang said, finally opening his eyes as he looked toward him. And coincidentally, the eyes of Xiaomeng also looked around and happened to meet Jian Wushuang's eyes. And then, they became the center of the whole world. Xiaomeng, who captured the eyes of all, paced slowly towards Jian Wushuang, and then stopped when there was less than 10 meters away. After that, Xiaomeng raised his head and looked directly at Jian Wushuang, his eyes covered by a freezing aura. Jian Wushuang trained his eyes on Xiaomeng calmly. Their eyes met and caused a huge collision in the void. It seemed the whole universe became silent all at once. For both Jian Wushuang and Xiaomeng, they could not see anyone at this moment. All they saw in their eyes was each other. This feeling was like a needle pointing to an awning. This unique scene was witnessed by the entire audience. The atmosphere in the drill ground stirred. What's happening? Who is that guy, and why is Xiaomeng so concerned about him? There are dozens of geniuses taking part in this ceremony. Among them are some talented ones like Dongyin Chong, Li Tianqiu, and Ku Yi. Yet Xiaomeng ignores all of them and goes straight to unknown folk? Who is he? All at once, many people wondered who Jian Wushuang really was. And then, In the middle of the drill ground stood two men against each other. Xiameng suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I have a younger brother, my sibling." Xiameng spoke in a low voice, but somehow his words managed to spread out among the drill ground for everyone to hear clearly. "He was killed by me." Jian Wushuang spoke with no emotion. He didn't evade the question one bit. Chapter 9:15, Tit for Tat. Chapter 9:15, Tit for Tat. He's dead. I killed him. These simple words sounded cold, but turned the drill ground on instantly. He's the guy who killed Xiameng's brother. Yes, I remember. More than 200 years ago, Xia Yin fought with a Divine Realm expert in Cirrus Island. The Divine Realm expert defeated him with only 3 sword strikes. Xia Yin died afterwards. It is said that he was killed by the Divine Realm expert when he went for revenge. The Divine Realm expert is called Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. It's him. That's him. No wonder Xiameng went to him directly. He's Jian Wushuang, who killed Xia Yin more than 200 years ago. Numerous exclamations filled the drill ground one after another. Everyone gawked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. At the time when second master of Xia clan died, the entire Xia clan was enraged, raising chaos in the kingdom Tang of the eastern land. During those years, Xia clan kept looking for the Divine Realm expert, but couldn't find him. Who knew the Divine Realm expert had not only made a breakthrough to Eternal Realm, but also came to the selection ceremony. So above board, didn't he worry about being killed by the Xia clan? It was you. Xiameng's expression turned cold. Without any effort to cover, his intention to kill was obvious. What of it? Jian Wushuang said, glancing at Xiameng. Good. I like your arrogance, Xiameng sneered. Don't worry, it's selection ceremony with Emperor Long present. Our Xia clan won't kill you here. But once the selection ceremony ends, you must die. No one can save you, no matter it's Alchemy Master who recommended you this time, or your senior brother Master Bloodsaber. You have no say about whether they can save me, or whether I will die, Jian Wushuang answered coldly. When I say you must die, you will, Xiameng said. It seemed like he announced Jian Wushuang's fate. Do I? I will wait. Jian Wushuang showed no change in his facial expression. It seemed he cared little about what Xiameng said at all. People around the drill ground heard their confronting conversations. Some of them became secretly expectant. In the void in front of the drill ground, a giant stand floated with some console tables on it. Many stalwart people with strong auras sat in front of the tables. There were dozens of them. They were either the masters of some big clans and powers, or the solitary experts with formidable prowess. Jian Wushuang's senior brother, Xueling Tian, Alchemy Master, was there too. Those experts saw clearly what occurred down there. Haha, it's quite confronting, but it makes sense. It's Xiameng's biological brother that Jian Wushuang killed. I quite admire this little guy. He knows that the Xia clan hunts him by any means. Without hiding away, instead, he comes to this selection ceremony above board. Does he believe his senior brother or Alchemy Master can save him? Although Alchemy Master is very powerful, as far as I know, he has nothing to do with Jian Wushuang. He won't risk his relationship with the Xia clan just for Jian Wushuang. As regards Master Bloodsaber, he is one of the 18 masters of the Void Temple, which should not be underestimated. But the dispute between Jian Wushuang and the Xia clan has nothing to do with the Void Temple. It's impossible for the Void Temple to step in. Master Bloodsaber alone is still not enough when pitted against the Xia clan. The experts in front of the console tables chatted freely. They hid nothing while talking. Everything they said was heard by people from the Xia clan and Master Bloodsaber. 2 Dao Master experts of the Xia clan sat in front of the central tables. Among them was Elder He. Jian Wushuang met him in Cirrus Island. The other one had messy black hair and dark skin, making him look like a wild man. The great elder of the Xia clan, Xia Yu. Hearing the conversations among the experts, Xia Yu snorted, a junior with no respect. He who killed our Xia clan people must die. Hearing that, Schwelling Tian, sitting right in front of Xiaoyu, looked over and said slowly, "Are you honestly this angry, Elder Xiaoyu? Master Bloodsaber, Jin Wushuang killed the second master of our Xia clan. We didn't destroy the ancient sect he belongs to. That's respecting you. Don't being unappreciated," Xiaoyu snorted. "What can you do if I am unappreciated? Do you even desire to kill me?" Schwelling Tian sneered, "Xiaoyu, I am not looking down upon you. I am sitting before you and I won't fight back. If you dare, just go ahead." Schwelling Tian sipped the wine glass before him. Hearing this, Xiaoyu furrowed his brow. To kill Schwelling Tian? He dared not. Not only won't he, even the master of the Xia clan, or the ancestor behind the Xia clan wouldn't dare kill Schwelling Tian so openly. After all, no power in the entire eternal world sustained the anger of the Void Temple. I don't dare kill you, but I do dare kill Jin Wushuang. I don't believe there is anyone who can save him today, Xiaoyu snorted. "Let's wait and see," Schwelling Tian said, not wishing to talk too much with Xiaoyu. "Bloodsaber, it seems that your junior brother has gotten into much trouble today." Beside Master Bloodsaber, there was an elder with white hair. The elder watched everything with a smile, making others feel warm. Same as Schwelling Tian, the white-haired elder was also one of the 18 masters of the Void Temple. "Just little trouble," Schwelling Tian smiled. There was an emaciated elder with young face and white hair sitting in front of the another table. A green-haired maid sat beside him. They were the Lord of Circus Island and his daughter, Lin Wan. "Dad, Jin Wushuang provoked Xia Yan because of me. If the Xia clan wished to kill him, you need to help him," Lin Wan said, her voice breaking. "The Xia clan is the #1 overlord clan in the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. I cannot become their enemies," Lord of Circus Island said, shaking his head. "Dad," Lin Wan said in a worried tone. Okay, don't fret. We can just sit and watch. It's not as simple as you imagine," Lord of Circus Island said and impatiently waved his hand. Lin Wan couldn't say more. Right then, with a group of attendants surrounding her, a beautifully harsh figure walked slowly from the distant palace. Everyone in the drill ground couldn't help stopping what they did and stare at the harsh figure. Chapter 9:16. It has begun. Chapter 9:16. It has begun. Dressed in white and surrounded by the others, she walked forward slowly. Abruptly, silence descended as everyone looked at her in captivation. Her skin was lighter than snow, and her eyes were like a clear spring. She stunned everyone present with her elegance and grace. Her beauty and breathtaking elegance were evident. No words could adequately describe her beauty. Above all, her aloofness was her most attractive trait. It was something that no one else in the entire world could come close to matching. This was Long Rushuang, the widely acknowledged #1 beauty in the eternal world, the princess of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land, and the heroine of this selection ceremony. All the male cultivators were enchanted when they laid eyes on her. Apart from Jin Wushuang, all the other geniuses cast her appreciative looks from their location in the center of the drill ground. Even Xia Meng's eyes were eager and his hands were clenched. "Only a lady of such attributes would deserve to be my wife," he thought. As Long Rushuang sat down at the Void's viewing point, everyone relaxed visibly. Soon, Emperor Long arrived. He sat on the towering throne in the middle of the viewing point and waved his hand. "Let's get started." Following his announcement, the sound of an ancient bell reverberated through the drill ground. It seemed to convey a special authority. Everyone became serious and respectful. Emperor Long looked down with a cold expression on his face. His grave voice echoed through the drill ground. "I hold the selection ceremony today to find a suitable husband for Schwanger. I won't marry her to a nobody. In order to marry her, show your sincerity and good faith. Secondly, show your talent and capability. The outcome of this ceremony depends on 2 criteria. First, the wedding gifts you have brought. Second, your strength." I will select the most outstanding man to be Schwanger's husband based on these two criteria. His announcement was met with equanimity. Everyone present was aware of the two criteria. There are 17 participants for the selection ceremony. Now please come up one at a time to show me your wedding gifts. Emperor Long was blunt. The 17 geniuses in the drill ground, including Jian Wushuang, were visibly excited. All of them were well prepared for the selection ceremony. They had chosen their wedding gifts very carefully too. Dongyin Chong from the Dongyin clan went up first. He bowed to Emperor Long and other experts on the stand. Emperor Long, I am Dongyin Chong from the Dongyin clan. I've brought 5 wedding gifts. I would like to marry the princess. Dongyin Chong wore a humble expression on his face as he produced an interspatial ring. The interspatial ring did not belong to anyone, so everyone could clearly see what was inside with their consciousness. Dongyin Chong continued, the 5 wedding gifts I have prepared are ancient heart elixir, Juku formation, part of the Shui Luo realm map, a treasure mountain refined by various priceless treasures, and 10 advanced level emperor weapons. Without his explanation, the experts on the stand had already recognized these treasures when he produced the interspatial ring. Haha, so generous. Although the ancient heart elixir, Juku formation, and the Shui Luo realm map piece are not that precious, they are rare and have special effects. Did Dongyin clan collect these 3 treasures at the same time? I've looked closely at the treasure mountain. The treasures it refined were priceless. Its worth can be compared to billions of divine gems. In addition, look at the 10 advanced level emperor weapons. Such valuable wedding gifts. Many experts on the stand looked amazed. The master of Dongyin clan looked proud. Nobody knew how much the Dongyin clan had paid to obtain such treasures. While the gifts were valuable, it was clear that Emperor Long remained unmoved. It was obvious that Emperor Long did not appreciate the 5 wedding gifts. Next. His voice held no emotion. Emperor Long did not comment on Dongyin Chong's gifts. Dongyin Chong frowned, but could do nothing except stand back. Thereafter, the other geniuses approached the stand to show their wedding gifts. All the geniuses had outstanding backgrounds, so their wedding gifts were impressive too. Some of them had amazed the people in the drill ground, and even the top experts on the stand. However, Emperor Long showed little interest in them. After 15 minutes, 15 of the 17 geniuses had presented their wedding gifts. Among the 15 geniuses, Ku Yi, the personal disciple of Elder Deadwood, had presented a very rare 9-colored cloud fruit. Many experts on the stand had been surprised by the gift, and some were even envious. Even Emperor Long had been surprised. That had been the only gift which had evoked a response from him. The 15 geniuses had stepped back, leaving 2 who stood at the stand quietly. The 2 geniuses left were Xia Meng from the Xia clan and Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, it's just you and me now. Xia Meng looked at Jian Wushuang. With your background, I'm curious what wedding gifts you will present. Xia Meng was well aware that ancient sect, to which Jian Wushuang belonged, was just a sect of a normal realm. It was considered a powerful sect of that realm, but was insignificant in the context of the eternal world. In addition, as far as he knew, Jian Wushuang's master was just an eternal realm. The only thing he could show off was his senior brother, Master Blood Saber. Among the 17 geniuses, Jian Wushuang's background wasn't the least impressive, but it was far from outstanding. Chapter 917, Xia Clan's Wedding Gift. Chapter 917, Xia Clan's Wedding Gift. Don't concern yourself with my wedding gift. Worry about yourself. If you don't have a decent gift, don't blame me for defeating you, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Defeat me? By you? Xia Meng sneered. Jian Wushuang, you have no idea what you're talking about. Do you really think you can defeat me? You are merely from the ancient sect, and all you have is your senior brother, Master Blood Saber. You are daydreaming. Open your eyes and see. Xia Meng's voice was cold, but he quickly stepped forward. Everyone in the drill ground and many experts on the stand looked at him. They watched in anticipation. The wedding gifts from the previous 15 geniuses had already given them much surprise. Now, Xiameng from the Xia clan would present his gift. The Xia clan was considered the overlord clan of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land and held significant power. Nobody knew how strong the Xia clan's foundations were. However, everybody was aware that even during the Prime Age with the 4 emperors reigning, the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land had held the Xia clan in esteem. Many opinions held that the selection ceremony was meant to lead to an intermarriage between the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land and the Xia clan. The wedding gift prepared by the Xia clan would likely be extraordinary and surpass those presented by the previous 15 geniuses. Distinguished Emperor Long, I am inferior Xiameng. To marry the princess, I have prepared 3 gifts. Xiameng looked humble and spoke calmly. 3? Only 3? So what? It's not the quantity that matters, it's the quality. Perhaps just one of his gifts will outclass all the gifts from other geniuses. Everyone broke into noisy chatter. Hearing the discussion, Xiameng smiled and produced a jade bottle. Please have a look. It's youth-retaining elixir, my first gift. Everyone in the drill ground noticed the ivory elixir with special fragrance in the jade bottle. Many people were shocked on hearing about the youth-retaining elixir, especially some female cultivators. Youth-retaining elixir. It's youth-retaining elixir. It is said that the youth-retaining elixir can maintain one's youth forever. An old lady who takes it will immediately become young and pretty. It's not useful for warriors, but it's the dream elixir for many female cultivators. The drill ground turned tumultuous. Distinguished Emperor Long, Xiameng said brightly, the materials to refine the youth-retaining elixir had become extinct in the eternal world. Therefore, no one can make it for a long time. However, our Xia clan still has some foundations. We have 2 of them, and we brought them as our first gift. 1 for you, and 1 for the princess. You are quite thoughtful. Emperor Long nodded. His coldness had melted down a little bit. Xiameng smiled and waved his hand. 2 strokes of flowing light appeared in the empty ground nearby. The flowing light turned into 2 tall men with scarlet eyes and scarlet armor. They stood quietly but emitted strong killing intent. This created an uproar in the drill ground. They are. The experts on the stand looked at the 2 figures. Emitting such fearful killing intent. It must be Blood Emperor puppet. Yes, that's right. There are 2 of them. They are Blood Emperor puppets. Unbelievable. These are extremely rare in the entire eternal world. Just 1 Blood Emperor puppet would be comparable to a General Dao Master. Xiameng brought 2. The Xia clan has deep foundations. The experts appreciated the value of the gifts. They knew the 2 tall figures were very precious. Xiameng said, the second wedding gift I've prepared is these 2 Blood Emperor puppets. I believe everyone knows that 1 Blood Emperor puppet is comparable to a normal Dao Master. That's to say, having 2 Blood Emperor puppets would be similar to having 2 Dao Masters. The whole drill ground burst into an uproar. Even though the youth-retaining elixir was rare, it was not that useful and had not surprised them. But the Blood Emperor puppet was different. 2 puppets were equal to 2 Dao Masters. What a precious gift. The 5 gifts Dong Yin had presented were insignificant compared with the 2 Blood Emperor puppets. After all the other gifts that had been presented thus far could be bought with divine gems. 2 puppet fighters with Dao Master strength were much better. I've heard that there are several Blood Emperor puppets in the Xia clan, but I didn't expect you to bring 2 today. Pretty good. Emperor Long nodded again. It was obvious that he was quite satisfied. Xiameng's smile widened after hearing that. Everyone waited in expectation for the 3rd gift. The 2nd gift of the 2 rare and precious Blood Emperor puppets had already been extraordinary. The 3rd gift would be much more precious. What would that be? Xiameng didn't keep them guessing. He took out 4 tokens. Everyone was confused because the tokens looked ordinary. Distinguished Emperor Long, elders, you are very knowledgeable eternal world experts. Have you ever heard of Magic Cloud Valley? Xiameng said loudly. Magic Cloud Valley? The general warriors around the drill ground were still confused. However, The top experts on the stand looked surprised. Magic Cloud Valley? The overlord of the eternal world hundreds of millions years ago? That's it. That was a very strong power. The Magic Cloud Valley in the peak era would be comparable to the Xia clan. Unfortunately, the Magic Cloud Valley was totally destroyed hundreds of millions years ago. Those experts had lived for quite a long time. They were familiar with the history of the eternal world. Naturally, they would have heard of the Magic Cloud Valley. Dear elders, as you all know, the reason for the doom of the Magic Cloud Valley was an unprecedented internal war. The war had tragic consequences. Many experts died. The space where the Magic Cloud Valley was located collapsed completely. Xiameng said slowly. Chapter 9:18. I have 3 wedding gifts too. Chapter 9:18. I have 3 wedding gifts too. Magic Cloud Valley had become a mysterious relic in the eternal world since the unprecedented war. No one had been able to enter it. Xiameng's words resounded through the drill ground. One expert on the stand nodded solemnly and said, "The Magic Cloud Valley relic is among the top 10 relics in the eternal world. It's said that the tokens of the 4 great elders of the Magic Cloud Valley are needed to enter it." Did you just? That's right. Xiameng said proudly. The last gift I have prepared is the tokens of the 4 great elders. With them, one can go to the Magic Cloud Valley relic and obtain all the treasures in it. Wow! All the top experts on the stand were greatly surprised. The third gift was so valuable. Not only was it a complete relic, it was one of the Magic Cloud Valley, the overlord of the eternal world at that time. Although the Magic Cloud Valley was not as powerful as the Xia clan, it was pretty close. The relic of such a powerful clan was very precious. That was a huge treasure. The Xia clan had presented it to Emperor Long as a wedding gift. So generous. Alchemy Master praised, "I've heard about the Magic Cloud Valley before. There were only a few people who survived the war. Various magic weapons and treasures were left in the relic. It's extremely valuable." Haha, generous, so generous. That's the Xia clan. Elder Deadwood laughed, but inwardly, he felt sad. Among the previous 15 geniuses, the most valuable gift that had been presented was the 9-colored cloud fruit from his disciple. Xiameng's third gift was such an incredible treasure that it dwarfed the 10 9-colored cloud fruits. Elder Deadwood realized that in terms of wedding gifts, Xiameng had overtaken his disciple. Everyone on the stand was astonished. "Xiaoyu, you're paying a high price to win the princess's hand in marriage. If Xia clan had kept the Magic Cloud Valley relic, your overall strength would have increased 10 to 20%. Would you really rather present it as a wedding gift?" Dong Yin clan's master's tone was sarcastic as he looked at Xiaoyu. "It's just the Magic Cloud Valley relic. It's not that important. Intermarriage with the imperial house is worth it regardless of what it costs." On the surface, Xiaoyu appeared nonchalant about the loss of the treasure, but inwardly, he felt different. Nobody knew how long it had taken to obtain the tokens. It had taken nearly 1,000,000 years to collect all 4 tokens, and now they were losing them at the same time. It was understandable that Xiaoyu felt some sorrow at their loss. However, the benefits of an intermarriage with the imperial house outweighed those of the Magic Cloud Valley relic. "Distinguished Emperor Long, are you satisfied with the 3 wedding gifts we present?" Xiaoyu asked. "Pretty good. It seems that the Xia clan has proved their good faith." The poker-faced Emperor Long finally smiled. Indeed, the wedding gifts from the Xia clan were very outstanding, especially the third one. The benefits of the Magic Cloud Valley were significant, even for the imperial house of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. Haha, it seems that the result of the wedding gifts competition is obvious. Xiaoyu laughed. "Elder Xiaoyu, is it too soon to make a judgment?" Someone snorted. Xiaoyu looked over and realized that Xueling Tian had spoken. He answered coldly, "Master Bloodsaber, do you think there is any wedding gift comparable to ours? Or are you saying that your junior brother is going to present a more precious and scarce treasure?" "Master Bloodsaber, are you daydreaming?" Xiaoyu sneered impolitely. The other experts shared the same sentiments but remained silent. Let's wait and see. I don't need to make any judgment. Everyone can tell whose wedding gift is better. Shui Lingtian snorted. Xiaoyu frowned and looked towards the drill ground. Xiaomeng stood back and looked at Jian Wushuang. He was surprised to see that Jian Wushuang had remained composed even though everyone else had been shocked by his gifts. Jian Wushuang stepped forward. Everyone in the drill ground stared at Jian Wushuang with expectant faces. They remembered the confrontation between Jian Wushuang and Xiaomeng before the selection ceremony. Xiaomeng had presented 3 impressive wedding gifts. What would Jian Wushuang present? Although it's impossible to match Xiaomeng's, it would be very embarrassing if the gifts are even worse than others, someone joked. In the middle of the drill ground, Jian Wushuang walked a few steps forward and stopped. He looked up at Emperor Long and the other experts and bowed. Distinguished Emperor Long, I am inferior Jian Wushuang. What a coincidence. I have brought re-wedding gifts too. Everyone was shocked. What a coincidence. Jian Wushuang had also prepared 3 wedding gifts. Xiaomeng had just presented 3 gifts. If there were no history of bad blood between the two, it might just be a coincidence. However, given their previous confrontation, it was obvious that Jian Wushuang had done this intentionally. Also 3 gifts. Xiaomeng was shocked for a moment. He sneered. Well, let's see if a bumpkin from an ordinary sect of the realm can produce anything to compete with my youth-retaining elixir, Blood Emperor Puppet, and Magic Cloud Valley Relic. Chapter 919. The battle has started. Chapter 919. The battle has started. Silence descended in the drill ground. Everyone waited with bated breath for the reveal of Jian Wushuang's 3 wedding gifts. Jian Wushuang didn't disappoint. He flipped his palm and showed a nearly clear jade bottle. There was a light purple elixir in it. Unlike general elixirs, this elixir wasn't fragrant and had an odorous scent. The experts frowned when they saw the elixir. This elixir is called Crepe Myrtle Elixir. Jian Wushuang looked up at Emperor Long. His voice rang out across the whole drill ground. Crepe Myrtle Elixir? Many people were confused as they had never heard about it or were aware of its function. However, Emperor Long seemed shocked. Lung Rushuang, who was sitting beside Emperor Long, appeared stunned as well. She looked at Wushuang. Jian Wushuang continued, more than 200 years ago, I was a 3-clawed blood eagle guard in the Royal Guard. I went through a Hell level assignment with the other 3-clawed blood eagle guards. Hell level? Everyone was taken aback. The Blood Eagle Guard was well known in the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. They had heard of some of their assignments too. Hell level assignment? Hell level assignments were fraught with danger. There had been few such assignments in the history of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. The reason for that Hell level assignment was because the princess had been badly poisoned. To control the poison, a natural treasure called Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Fruit was needed to refine the Crepe Myrtle Elixir. I went to an impasse in the Eternal World with other 3-clawed blood eagle guards. After surmounting numerous obstacles, I was the only one who survived and retrieved the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Fruit. Now, I present the Crepe Myrtle Elixir, refined by that Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Fruit, as my first wedding gift. Jian Wushuang's voice was as loud as thunder, and it rang out across the drill ground. Of course, he had mentioned the impasse without talking about the Stellar Fog Sea. The Stellar Fog Sea had been a mystery for a long time. If it were public knowledge that he had emerged from it alive, it would inevitably cause some trouble. Understanding dawned on the spectators. The Crepe Myrtle Elixir might not be very valuable, but it had been retrieved at great cost. The sincerity of the gift was incomparable. As for the function of the Crepe Myrtle Elixir, seated at the throne in the middle of the stand, Emperor Long raised his eyebrows. Looking at Jian Wushuang, he thought to himself, he really came out of the Stellar Fog Sea and got the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix Fruit. How did he manage to do it? Lung Rushuang was trembling slightly. He went to the Stellar Fog Sea for me? Her emotions were in turmoil. More than 200 years ago, Emperor Long had sent some experts to the stellar fog sea to get the yin-yang dragon phoenix fruit for her. However, she hadn't known that Jin Wushuang had been one of them. The stellar fog sea. It was the impasse from which no one came out alive. Jin Wushuang. Emperor Long finally said, "Your first gift is indeed quite useful for Shuanger." Everyone was amazed with Emperor Long's acknowledgement. For a fleeting moment, Xia Meng looked upset. It's just opportunistic. Even if his crepe myrtle elixir is more useful than my youth-retaining elixir, it's just the first gift. Everyone stared at Jin Wushuang as he smiled and took out his second gift. The second gift was also an elixir in a jade bottle. However, there were 5. Distinguished Emperor Long, elders, you are all very knowledgeable. I believe you can recognize these 5 elixirs without my introduction. Jin Wushuang took one out and placed it on his palm. The experts on the stand stared at the light yellow elixir. Is it the Bodhi Dan? Yes, it's Bodhi Dan. I've seen it before. It has the same color and same fragrance. I am sure. The legendary Bodhi Dan? Experts on the stand were agitated. Some of them even stood up. Bodhi Dan, the elixir that could allow an eternal realm expert to easily become a Dao master. It was a legendary elixir in the eternal world. It was almost extinct. One Bodhi Dan had a 90% chance of turning an eternal realm expert into a Dao master. 5 Bodhi Dawn meant 5 Dao masters. These were human Dao masters, unlike Xia Meng's Blood Emperor puppets. Human experts were obviously more valuable than puppet fighters. Jin Wushuang's first gift, the crepe myrtle elixir, might have been only slightly better than the youth-retaining elixir. The 5 Bodhi fruits were undoubtedly far better than the 2 Blood Emperor puppets. I am very grateful to predecessor Alchemy Master for the Bodhi Dawn. Jin Wushuang looked up at Alchemy Master. He had 5 Bodhi fruits, with which it was already difficult to refine 4 Bodhi Dawn. As the number 1 alchemist, Alchemy Master had refined 5. The success rate was 100%. Seeing the 5 Bodhi Dawn, Xia Yu from the Xia clan became upset. How is it possible? How did he get the Bodhi Dan? And he even brought 5? Xia Meng looked terrible, but calmed down soon. Though your second gift is more precious than my Blood Emperor puppets, don't forget my third gift. The third gift from our Xia clan is an enormous treasure house. It's invincible. Xia Meng was absolutely confident with their third gift. So what if the crepe myrtle elixir had a better function than his youth-retaining elixir? So what if 5 Bodhi fruits were more precious than his 2 Blood Emperor puppets? The most important and valuable gift they had prepared was the third one. It had outshone all the gifts from the others, combined. What did someone from an ordinary sect of the realm have that could compete with that? Jin Wushuang didn't mind Xia Meng at all. He looked at the experts and took a deep breath. He took out the third gift that had been prepared by his master, which had totally shocked Gu King and himself. Chapter 920. The Splendid Magic Weapon Pavilion. Chapter 920. The Splendid Magic Weapon Pavilion. The expectant crowd watched on as Jin Wushuang delivered the third wedding gift. There was an abrupt buzzing sound as a splendid palace materialized out of thin air in the void of the drill ground. Mighty and majestic aura emanated from the palace, drawing everyone's attention to it. Jin Wushuang declared, "This is the third wedding gift, the Magic Weapon Pavilion." Jin Wushuang's voice reverberated in all directions as everyone present looked at the pavilion with some skepticism. Magic Weapon Pavilion? What's the use of such a pavilion? Did anyone notice that the pavilion was taken out from his interspatial ring? Noise from the chatter echoed through the drill ground. Most of the comments reflected the doubts and suspicion of the crowd. In the upper stand, the top experts furrowed their brows as they glanced at the pavilion. This pavilion was taken out from his interspatial ring. So, it's a treasure that he can carry with him at all times. It's rare, but it can't be regarded as extremely precious. An expert blurted. The third wedding gift from Jin Wushuang is a portable pavilion. This pavilion can barely compare with a peak-level Emperor weapon. It may be more valuable, but as the third wedding gift, it's not enough. Haha, I thought he would produce a more valuable wedding gift, but this is mediocre. Xiaoyu mocked. Xiaoyu had initially been surprised at the appearance of the magic weapon pavilion in the drill ground. He laughed out loud. Jin Wushuang, this is your third wedding gift? A pavilion? Haha, this pavilion is less valuable than Bodhi Dan. Are you making fun of Emperor Long by presenting it as your last wedding gift? Despite Xiao Meng's sarcastic words, Jin Wushuang maintained his composure and he continued to smile. This is the wedding gift my master had carefully prepared for me. Today, let me open your eyes. Jin Wushuang's eyes were lit up with energy. In the upper stand, Jin Wushuang's senior brother Shuelingtian's gaze intensified. It begins. With a serious expression on his face, Jin Wushuang stared at the huge pavilion in front of him and focused his thoughts on it. Open. The pavilion opened wide in response to Jin Wushuang's command. The interior of the pavilion was revealed. Xia Meng, who had been ridiculing Jin Wushuang a minute ago, froze. In the upper stand, Xiaoyu was also taken aback. The spectators in the drill ground were stunned at the scene inside the magic weapon pavilion. Within the magic weapon pavilion, there were dense and innumerable exhibition shelves, each piled with countless magic weapons in a neat and orderly fashion. There were various kinds of magic weapons. It held all treasures one could imagine, like swords, broadswords, axes, spears, magic weapons, and so on. Most importantly, these magic weapons possessed extremely tough and strong auras. The auras had different characters, ranging from hostile and brutal, dark and cold, and sacred. All of these weapons had reached Emperor weapon level. The magic weapon pavilion turned out to be a huge treasure vault filled with numerous Emperor weapons. It was composed entirely of countless Emperor weapons. Everyone was shocked. Jin Wushuang, who had remained standing in front of magic weapon pavilion, took a deep breath and opened his mouth slowly. His voice was cold, but every word resounded like the beat of a drum. Magic weapon pavilion contains innumerable Emperor weapons. This includes 2,631 sword Emperor weapons, 1,594 broadsword Emperor weapons, 1,423 spear Emperor weapons, 1,080 axe Emperor weapons, stick Emperor weapons. In total, there are 13,799 Emperor weapons. Counting the magic weapon pavilion, which is comparable to a peak Emperor weapon, there are exactly 13,800 Emperor weapons. This is the third wedding gift that I have specially prepared to marry Her Royal Highness. At the end of his declaration, Jin Wushuang's voice was close to a roar. His hands were also tightly clenched, and his eyes were filled with unprecedented energy and light. A total of 13,800 magic weapons, and all were Emperor weapons. He believed that his incredible wedding gift would override all others in the selection ceremony. Xia Clan? Magic Cloud Valley? I will see if the so-called Magic Cloud Valley relics are superior to my 13,800 Emperor weapons. Jin Wushuang's heart was howling. There was dead silence. An eerie silence had descended in the drill ground. The only sound that could be heard was that of the accelerated pulses of the experts present. The experts present stared at the massive magic weapons in the magic weapon pavilion. Shock turned to panic, and then to fury and madness. More than half of the top experts in the stand couldn't help standing up. Even Xiaoyu from Xia Clan stood up. Jin Wushuang's words continued to echo in their heads. 13,800. They were not merely 8,000 divine weapons or eternal weapons, but 13,800 Emperor weapons. Those were precious Emperor weapons, which would be highly valued even by Dao masters. They had also realized that many of the Emperor weapons had reached advanced level or even peak level. 13,800. It was the sheer number of weapons that made all present tremble in shock and disbelief. This was an unprecedented and unbelievable wedding gift. Everyone was stunned by the number of emperor weapons in the magic weapon pavilion. All were stupefied. But this was normal. After all, when Shui Lingtian received this wedding gift, even the experienced Bone King who had wandered around with 8-star Imperial God was freaking out. All of you are surprised. Which King gloated and hummed in the body of Jian Wushuang. He was pleased at the reaction of the crowd. He was certain that Jian Wushuang's wedding gift was unparalleled enough to shock the whole world. Chapter 921. Crush at Wedding Gifts. Chapter 921. Crush at Wedding Gifts. It was silent in the drill ground. The huge, sacred magic weapon pavilion was quietly suspended in the void. Aura from the magic weapons within emanated from it. The horrible number, 138,000, echoed in everyone's mind. The experts in the stand had a wealth of experience and soon recovered from their shock. After coming back to themselves, those in the stand were in a frenzy. How is it even possible? Oh God, 138,000 magic weapons? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. It's incredible that someone can collect such a vast number of magic weapons for a wedding gift. Haha, 138,000 Emperor weapons. I really doubt that he brought all the Emperor weapons in the eternal world here. It's too incredible. There were gasps of horror. As experienced as the experts were, they had never witnessed such a shocking scene. Even Emperor Long found it hard to restrain his shock. How is it possible? So many Emperor weapons. If Tang of the East spared no effort, we probably won't be able to obtain 1 or 2/10 of these weapons. How did he achieve this? Emperor Long muttered, as he speculated on a possible reason. Is it from Stellar Fog Sea? The Stellar Fog Sea is so mysterious that no one has emerged from it alive for a long time. No one knows what is inside. Jian Wushuang managed to survive the Stellar Fog Sea. It is probable that he gained a great opportunity there and obtained an incredible number of Emperor weapons. As for that Bodhi Dan, it is probably from the Stellar Fog Sea too. Yes, definitely from Stellar Fog Sea. Emperor Long confirmed his guess inwardly. Jian Wushuang had indeed gained a great opportunity in the Stellar Fog Sea. The Bodhi fruit to refine the Bodhi Dan was from Stellar Fog Sea. But the magic weapon pavilion had nothing to do with Stellar Fog Sea. This magic weapon pavilion had been given by his mysterious master Xian Yi. And the 138,000 Emperor weapons were also from Xian Yi. This was a big gift from his master. Seated at the long table, Shui Lingtian smiled slightly and looked around. You guys, what do you think of the third wedding gift prepared by my junior brother? Incredible. The master from Dongyin clan said, 138,000 Emperor weapons. Even if Dongyin clan sells all it owns, it cannot compare to 1% of this magic weapon pavilion. Master Bloodsaber, how did your junior brother get all these Emperor weapons? All eyes turned to Shui Lingtian. They were curious about how Jian Wushuang had managed to obtain such a huge number of Emperor weapons. Was this opportunity in defiance of the natural order? Don't bother with how my junior brother got these Emperor weapons. I just want to know how this gift compares with that offered by Xiaomeng from Xia clan. Shui Lingtian asked with a slight smile on his face. The experts in the stand were in a daze for a second and exchanged glances. They were too embarrassed to respond in Xia Yu's presence, but the answer was obvious. Jian Wushuang and Xiaomeng had each prepared 3 wedding gifts. Xiaomeng's gifts were indeed extremely precious, especially the third magic Cloud Valley relic which had surpassed all others in the convention. However, compared to Jian Wushuang's gifts, Xiaomeng's gifts were inferior. The disparity was immense. For the first wedding gift, Xiaomeng had offered youth-retaining elixir. Jian Wushuang had provided crepe myrtle elixir. Youth-retaining elixir and crepe myrtle elixir were of equal rarity and value. Youth-retaining elixir stopped aging for female cultivators. This was an attractive feature, but it had no truly useful functions. On the other hand, crepe myrtle elixir could inhibit the toxin in Long Wushuang's body. Besides, Jian Wushuang had overcome great obstacles and retrieved it at great risk to himself. This love alone was something that Xia Meng could not compare with. The disparity between the second wedding gifts was more obvious. The two Blood Emperor puppets given by Xia Meng owned Dao Master level strength, but they were merely puppet fighters. Bodhidan offered by Jian Wushuang could produce human Dao Master experts. There were also 5 Bodhidan, and therefore potentially 5 human Dao Masters. And as for the third wedding gift, Xia Meng had provided 4 tokens that granted access to the Magic Cloud Valley relics. To obtain the treasures from Magic Cloud Valley, effort, cost, and time would need to be spent by the bearer of the tokens. Furthermore, only 50 or 60% of treasures may be retrieved. The Magic Weapon Pavilion offered by Jian Wushuang required no further cost or effort by the recipient of the gift. Most importantly, while the Magic Cloud Valley relics held a large number of treasure opportunities, their combined value did not even come close to the value of the Magic Weapon Pavilion. A total of 138,000 Emperor weapons. This number was really incredible. It was estimated that there was nothing in the entire eternal world which could match the value of these magic weapons. Naturally, the Magic Cloud Valley relics paled in comparison to them. So the 3 wedding gifts from Jian Wushuang and Xia Meng were compared. None of the wedding gifts from Xia Meng were comparable to those presented by Jian Wushuang. In the stand, Xia Yu's face flushed. He, Xia Clan, had spent millions of years searching for the Magic Cloud Valley relics. He had intended for the gift to shock the selection ceremony. He had not expected that Jian Wushuang's wedding gifts that would be much more precious than the Magic Cloud Valley relics. This was completely beyond his and everyone's expectations. A small boy from a remote domain and an ordinary sect had presented wedding gifts that far surpassed their Xia's. If news of this spread, their first overlord clan, Xia Clan in the Tang of the East, would inevitably become a laughingstock. So what if he has better wedding gifts than Xia Clan? The selection ceremony doesn't just look at wedding gifts. It considers talents and strengths too. We'll see who has the last laugh. Xia Yu snorted coldly. Chapter 922. A Competition of Strength. Chapter 922. A Competition of Strength. The experts in the stand nodded at Xia Yu's words. Indeed, wedding gifts was only one aspect of the selection ceremony. Strength mattered too. Moreover, the wedding gifts was only an external factor and did not speak for the ability of a person. Someone who was lucky and had no abilities could still obtain treasures that others couldn't reach. Many people felt that Jian Wushuang had probably lucky to get Bodhidan and Magic Weapon Pavilion. In the drill ground, Xia Meng had recovered from his shock. A grimace remained on his face. As he glanced at Jian Wushuang, coldness emerged in his eyes. Jian Wushuang, I have no idea how you got the Magic Weapon Pavilion. The strength and talent competition is next. This totally depends on personal strength. I shall see how you can compete with me. Xia Meng had utmost confidence in his strength. He was recognized as the first genius in the Eternal World. He was fully deserving of the title of First Eternal Realm Expert in the Eternal World. Over the years, many strong Eternal Realm experts had challenged him but lost. Without a doubt, the strength competition was totally different from the wedding gifts competition. From his seat in the middle of the stand, Emperor Long looked down. The strength and talent competition is next. As for the competition rules, before Emperor Long had finished his sentence, Dongyin Chong from Dongyin clan in the drill ground took the lead. He stood outside and said respectfully, Emperor Long, the strength competition need not be so troublesome. Oh. Emperor Long glanced at Dongyin Chong. Dongyin Chong continued gravely, as we all know, Xia Meng is well known as the first Eternal Realm expert in the Eternal World, and also the first genius. In terms of strength, he should be the strongest. Since this selection ceremony aims to select the strongest person, there is no need to waste time. If any one of us has doubts about Xia Meng's strength, just challenge him. Anyone who defeats him wins the competition. I know very well that I can't beat Xia Meng, so for this round of competition, I will just give up. Many people around Dongyin Chong shared his sentiments. Unlike the first round competition on wedding gifts, no suspense existed for the second round competition on strength. It was widely recognized that Xia Meng was the first Eternal Realm expert in the Eternal World. Even other geniuses with extraordinary strength not on the same level as him. "What do you think, Xia Meng?" Emperor Long said as he looked down. "I don't mind." Xia Meng laughed. "How about you?" Emperor Long looked at Jian Wushuang, Ku Yi and others. They nodded their assent. "So that's it. If any one of you has any doubts about Xia Meng's strength, just challenge him. If not, we'll take it that you have given up," Emperor Long said. As Emperor Long finished his words, all the geniuses, apart from Jian Wushuang, looked in Xia Meng's direction. Like Dongyin Chong, more than half of them had no intention of challenging Xia Meng. The rest of them were hesitant. Finally, a long-haired man with a saber stepped out. This long-haired man was the personal disciple of Deep Sea Palace Master, Li Tianqiu. Li Tianqiu appeared in front of Xia Meng with a cold and indifferent face and shocking killing intent. "I have long heard that Master Mubai of Xia Clan is the first Eternal Realm in the Eternal World. It is a pity that we had no chance to meet previously. Since we have that opportunity today, we should have a good fight. Besides, since I set foot on the 6 steps of Eternal Realm thousands of years ago, I have encountered many Eternal Realm top experts but never lost a fight. Let's see if I'm defeated today," Li Tianqiu said coldly. "As you wish," Xia Meng said with a slight smile. There was absolute confidence in his words and behavior. "Just go ahead." "Humph." Li Tianqiu was very decisive. With a cold snort, he started to attack. With a rapid wraith-like move, he leapt forward. The void before Xia Meng was suddenly broken and a strong wind swept over. When Li Tianqiu's body appeared, the saber he had carried behind him appeared in his hand. Aggression emanated from him. Swish! A black saber shadow pierced forward. Xia Meng had been standing quietly looking at Li Tianqiu's slash. When the ghost-like saber shadow approached him, a faint smile showed on his lips. He slapped his hand in front of him. This slap was as light as cloud and wind. However, its impact had a horrible, earth-crushing power which forced Li Tianqiu to retreat. "What?" Li Tianqiu was shocked. He had not expected his slash to be so easily blocked by Xia Meng. He stepped back, trembling. No wonder he is the first Eternal Realm in the Eternal World. He is truly strong. In that case, Li Tianqiu unleashed his full strength. A vast black fog surged violently upwards from his body and expanded to the surroundings. In a very short time, it had developed into a huge black ocean. It covered most of drill ground and obscured Li Tianqiu's figure. At the sight of this scene, the experts on the stand sighed. They turned and looked at a black-robed, bearded old man who wore a cold expression on his face. This was Li Tianqiu's master, the Deep Sea Palace Master. "Deep Sea Palace Master, this disciple of yours is quite good. At such a young age, he has cultivated your unique secret skill to such a high level. It seems that he has fully mastered Chapter 1 of Spiritual Sea Realm and carved out his own Tao. He is not far from being a Tao Master. Deep Sea, congratulations on having such a good disciple." Unmoved by the praise showered on him, Deep Sea Palace Master responded with a cold snort. "My disciple's strength is good, but compared with Xia Meng, he has a long way to go. I think that slap from Xia Meng has shown part of his own Tao. And in my opinion, that should be creation-level Tao, but it was not perfect." Chapter 923, Life or Death. Chapter 923, Life or Death. Creation-level Tao? The experts present expressed their admiration, but they were not surprised. They had recognized it too. An Eternal Realm who wanted to be a Tao Master had to develop his own Tao. And the Tao that was cultivated had various levels. In the Eternal World, the Tao that was cultivated had 3 levels: General Level, Universe Level, and Creation Level. A higher the Tao level would result in greater strength after breaking through Tao Master. Like Bodhidan, it helped the Eternal Realm to cultivate his own Tao in a very short time. The basic Tao cultivated was general level. The creation level Tao was more than 10 times stronger than general level Tao. Xia Meng had cultivated creation level Tao, but it was not perfect. No wonder he is the first genius in the eternal world. He had the courage to develop creation level Tao as eternal realm. How bold and resolute. If he had cultivated general level or universe level Tao, he would have taken a long time to become a Tao master. What an exceptional genius. Many experts sang his praises. Xiaoyu from Xia clan was filled with pride as he heard the others' acclamations. In the drill ground, Li Tianqiu changed into a huge deep sea within which many figures appeared. The figures struck Xia Meng with killing moves. These included the cold and domineering saber technique and a huge black mountain striking towards Xia Meng. Xia Meng stood in the middle of Black Sea and dealt with the attacks calmly and effortlessly. That's it. Xia Meng's lips curled and pressed his hand outwards. The force from this move rushed toward the huge Black Sea in front of him and cracked the void before him. This horrible power continued to pass to the Black Sea. The impact set off huge waves in the Black Sea. At the same time, the Black Sea began to shrink at an alarming rate. After a moment, the Black Sea gathered together and the figure of Li Tianqiu appeared. Li Tianqiu's face was pale. A trace of blood hung in the corner of his mouth and his aura was weak. No wonder you are the first eternal realm in the eternal world, Xia Meng. I thought we would have a close fight, even if I could not defeat you with my ability. It never occurred to me that I can't even make you show your full strength. Now I am utterly convinced that I have lost this fight. Li Tianqiu said with a low voice. You did well. Xia Meng made a small obeisance. People in the drill ground were all inwardly amazed at the result of the fight and Li Tianqiu's words slash. Li Tianqiu is very powerful, but he still lost the fight. Xia Meng didn't even use all his strength. The result should be acceptable to Li Tianqiu. After all, his opponent is Xia Meng. Xia Meng is so strong that no one in the eternal realms can defeat him. Chatter broke out among the audience along the perimeter of the drill ground. Li Tianqiu withdrew. Having witnessed Xia Meng's prowess, the geniuses who had been hesitant about challenging Xia Meng looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They were now certain that they had no way of challenging him. They would be easily defeated by Xia Meng, so there was no point in embarrassing themselves by challenging him. Xia Meng's grin widened and was filled with menace as he glared at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. Xia Meng's resounding voice reverberated through the drill ground. 200 years ago, outside the Circus Island, you killed my brother Xia Yin. Today, at this selection ceremony, would you dare to have a fight with his brother? Life or death? Xia Meng's voice had become extremely cold at the last few words. The drill ground was in uproar. Challenge was from Xia Meng to Jian Wushuang. Instead of Jian Wushuang challenging Xia Meng, haha, it's getting more interesting. Does Jian Wushuang dare accept the challenge? Accept the challenge? He is stupid if he accepts. This is a strength competition. It's not like the first round of wedding gifts competition. Besides, Xia Meng has declared a life or death duel. Even if Xia Meng kills Jian Wushuang in the fight, he will receive no punishment. How cruel Xia Meng is. Voices filled with horror echoed through the drill ground. The audience waited in anticipation. They wanted to know if Jian Wushuang, who had violently opposed Xia Meng from the very beginning, won the first wedding gifts competition and crushed Xia Meng thoroughly, dared to accept to Xia Meng's challenge, a life or death duel. The top experts in the stand wore interested expressions. Elder Xiaoyu, this selection ceremony is held by Emperor Long. I'm afraid it's not good to have a killing happen here. A master from a big clan besides Xiaoyu exclaimed. Jian Wushuang killed second master of Xia clan. How can this be so simple? I have said that no one can protect him today. As for selection ceremony, we, Xia clan, of course, won't go against Emperor Long. If Jian Wushuang has no courage, he can just refuse the challenge. Xia clan will find another chance after the selection ceremony to kill him. Xia Yu added coldly. Shueling Tian, who was quietly sitting opposite Xia Yu, smiled slightly when he heard Xia Yu's words. Challenge my little junior brother? And a life-or-death duel? Ha, Xiameng is really good at digging his own grave. Shueling Tian laughed coldly and said nothing. Idiot. Xiameng is really an idiot. In the same stand, Wang Yuan, who was sitting beside Alchemy Master, laughed out with no mercy. Others say he is the first eternal realm in the eternal world, and he really believes it. He has just never met our third brother. This Xiameng is looking for his own death. Yang Zixuan nodded as he stood beside him with his arms crossed over his chest. With all eyes on him, Jian Wushuang stepped forward. He lifted his sharp eyes and stared at Xiameng. He spoke with an icy voice. Its effect was akin to that of a furious thunder blast. You want to fight? So be it. Between you and me, it's life or death. Chapter 924, Jian Wushuang against Xiameng. Chapter 924, Jian Wushuang against Xiameng. Jian Wushuang's towering size burned with wrath following his thunderous roar. He joined the fight. He joined the fight. This is a battle of certain doom. How is it possible that he agrees to join the fight? What courage! Is that folly, or does he indeed wield strength enough to defeat his opponent? Cries and yelling drowned over the incessant chatters rising from the spectators' stand of the arena. Seeing that Jian Wushuang appeared to accept his challenge, Xiameng smiled maliciously. He flicked his wrist. A blood-red glove appeared out of nowhere, worn over his hand. The glove exuded an aura of intense bloodthirstiness and malice, a clear sign that it was a strong and potent emperor weapon. This appearance of the glove itself roused the fear of everyone present. Many of the spectators present noted that Xiameng had not used his glove when he defeated Li Tianqiu. It seems that Xiameng is thirsty for blood. The spectators braced themselves for a gruesome and terrible fight. Some of them even began to fear for Jian Wushuang. Xiameng was the greatest warrior of the eternal realm in the lands of the eternal world. Even the invincible Li Tianqiu was defeated by him without any apparent effort. It was widely believed that no other warrior of the same realm would be equal to Xiameng. Xiameng clenched tightly his gloved fists, and instantly, the fabric of space of the air around it began to crack and tear. With a stare filled with hate and malice, Xiameng looked at Jian Wushuang. I will let you realize, Jian Wushuang, the differences between you and me. Let the fight begin. Jian Wushuang voiced rumbled as he replied coldly, his arms crossed at his front. Xiameng giggled wickedly and disappeared into thin air even before his laughter ended, appearing behind Jian Wushuang in the blink of an eye. Such a speed! The audience all gasped with amazement. Such a speed indeed. Even Li Tianqiu himself could hardly hide his bewilderment. Xiameng had not displayed the full extent of his quickness in his battle against Li Tianqiu. What he had now shown was the agility and pace which none of the eternal realm could rival. Whoosh! A huge wave of air swept across the arena into the spectators' stands. Xiameng appeared before Jian Wushuang, his cold and deathly eyes gleaming hungrily. Without allowing his opponent any chance to react, he struck it where Jian Wushuang stood immediately with his gloved fist. The earth-shattering stroke. Xiameng bellowed loudly. His fist slammed forth with terrifying destructiveness that even the air trembled. The fabric of space crumbled before the tremendous force of his stroke. The aura of his blow passed through the distortion caused to the rupture in the continuum of space, growing rapidly into the size of a huge mountain, a blood-red mountain of death. The huge blood-red mound sped directly at Jian Wushuang, threatening to slam into him with a force sufficient to decimate all lives. The overwhelming power of the aura from Xiameng's stroke tore through the air, ripping the surrounding space into shreds as it began to crackle and snap. The spectators at the stands all beheld the spectacle fearfully with their breaths held, watching blankly at what was to come. To them of the common masses, this should not even be possible with one of the eternal realm. Does Xia Meng intend to kill Jian Wushuang in one stroke? One stroke? It may be possible with so powerful and terrible a stroke. The crowd now began to mutter and whisper anxiously. But Jian Wushuang was still looking calm and collected, clearly unfazed by the tide of death rolling towards him. He could feel the pressure crashing into him face first from the lumbering aura in the form of a blood-red mound rushing towards him. It was a strength almost impossible and yet immensely powerful for one of the eternal realm. But this was hardly anything in the eyes of Jian Wushuang. With everyone staring at him, Jian Wushuang moved. He lowered himself into a horse stance and channeled all the might he could muster into his right fist. This startled everyone who was watching him. He's not drawing his sword. He carries a long sword. He should most likely be a cultivator of swordsmanship. But why is he not drawing his sword to defend himself? What is he doing? Is he thinking of fighting against Xia Meng with only his fists? Is he mad? Or is he giving up, knowing that his end is inevitable? Clearly Xia Meng has given his all by using his magical weapon. He even used his most powerful secret technique. And yet, Jian Wushuang chose to fight against him barehanded? This is courting death. He is mad. The bystanders around Jian Wushuang all believed that he was either driven mad or he had committed a serious blunder. But in truth, Jian Wushuang was as tranquil as a still lake. A mere warrior of the eternal realm does not require me to draw my sword. Jian Wushuang screamed within himself with rage. He clenched his fist tightly, concentrating his powers, and readied himself to retaliate. In his fist, Jian Wushuang had accumulated the huge and terrifying powers produced by his methods of inverse cultivation that allowed him greater power than that of his current level, which were increased by 72-fold with the use of the 24th level of the Star River secret skill. The methods of inverse cultivation alone had bestowed upon Jian Wushuang strength and power far beyond that of the eternal realm, yet he had also used the Star River secret skill to further enhance its yield by 72-fold. 72-fold. The powers he wielded were truly unfathomable. I have something I have been waiting to tell you, Xia Meng. Jian Wushuang wore a solemn expression as he looked at his opponent through the distorted anomaly between them. Ah! Standing behind the huge blood-red mound of auric energies, Xia Meng was indeed surprised by Jian Wushuang's sudden remark. You have always been widely acclaimed as the strongest warrior of the eternal realm in the domain of the eternal world. But to me, you are nothing but a mere mockery of your pitiful self. Worthless and puny. Jian Wushuang's boomed loudly across the arena. At the same time, he punched with his fists forward, unleashing the astounding force that he had held in his fist. Bang! He drove his fist forward, creating a huge, spiraling corkscrew of raging winds that immediately dispelled everything in its path. With only sheer might, Jian Wushuang had shown that he required no secret techniques or any methods to defeat his foe. It was a punch that fully demonstrated his power, which was already close to that of a Tao master. With no need of drawing his sword or the use of any secret techniques, Jian Wushuang had shown to the world that he possessed the strength of a Tao master, and his single blow had fully illustrated how easily he could defeat his foe. Down you go! Jian Wushuang roared. Rumble! The gigantic blood-red mound of auric energies shook and began to crumble, disintegrating instantly once it hit Jian Wushuang's fist. But his stroke was far from ending. The auric blow from his punch, after reducing the huge blood-red mound into nothingness, shot straight at Xia Meng and blasted directly into his outstretched palm, which was wearing the blood-red glove. Bang! Then a loud crack like a smashing sledgehammer reached their ears of everyone around immediately, followed by the subtle, terrifying sounds of cracking bones. How is it possible? Xia Meng's eyes widened with shock and disbelief as he looked at his right hand. His hand was completely mangled. The bones of his hand to his arm have all been utterly crushed by the shock of the blast, which did not stop at that. Instead, the impact was transmitted to all parts of his body. Chapter 925, Double. Chapter 925, Double. Erg. A huge mouthful of blood gushed from Xiameng's mouth, escaping like a pouring dam. Like a kite with a broken string, he staggered uncontrollably for a moment and collapsed to the ground. The greatest eternal realm warrior of the eternal world, Jian Wushuang smirked faintly as he slowly withdrew his fist. But his words were hardly a lie. With the power Jian Wushuang now wielded, the title of the greatest warrior of the eternal realm was nothing but a paltry sideshow to him. Even Zidong, whom he had encountered during his second test at the Star Island, was much stronger than Xiameng. With the power of the divine realm I wield, I could have pummeled Zidong into heaps of filth during the third test of the Black Tower back then. Now that I have reached the eternal realm level, it is hardly surprising that my power has increased many folds. Jian Wushuang brooded to himself. The cacophonic dissonance of cries and screams in the arena instantly fell into a deadly silence. The tens of thousands of spectators were all dazed, their eyes wide with disbelief and their jaws dropped and speechless. Even the greatest experts who have been watching from the void were awestruck into a bewildered taciturnity. One stroke? Indeed, it was all he took. But it was not Xiameng who annihilated Jian Wushuang. Instead, it was Jian Wushuang who had so easily crippled Xiameng. Exia, Xiameng, lost? A voice broke the eerie silence across the arena. It was a voice which escaped from an unknown mouth. In the next moment, the entire arena erupted into roars and jumped to its feet. Impossible. Am I dreaming? A warrior of the eternal realm defeated Xiameng, and he did that with a single stroke. Is he really only at the eternal realm level and not a Dao Master? But how is it possible that a warrior of the eternal realm could defeat Xiameng with only one blow? This is inconceivable. None could easily believe what they were now seeing. The notion of Xiameng being so carelessly defeated was only too unthinkable to everyone around. The uproar was very much greater, even much greater than the moment when Jian Wushuang had produced the magic weapon pavilion. After all, his opponent was none other than the greatest warrior of the eternal realm, the indomitable Xiameng. The crowd witnessing the unbelievable spectacle would hardly be so terrified if Jian Wushuang had defeated Xiameng in a close fight. But the fact that Xiameng was utterly incapacitated with only a single blow had sent the crowd into delirious fervors of insanity. Who else but Dao Masters could so easily defeat Xiameng with only one stroke in the vast domain of the eternal world? Step 7. High above atop the platform, the Lord of Circe's Island was the first to rise to his feet. His eyes gleamed brightly as his gaze was transfixed upon Jian Wushuang. Indeed, only a prodigy of immeasurable talent, who had reached the fabled Step 7, could possess the strength of a Dao Master despite being only an eternal realm warrior. Jian Wushuang is clearly such a prodigy. The legendary Step 7, it was said that only one had reached Step 7 many long years ago. Who would have expected that we would witness the emergence of another equally talented prodigy? This is unthinkable. An eternal realm warrior who possesses the power of a Dao Master? Even the greatest warriors in the domain could hardly refrain from being surprised and amazed as they surveyed Jian Wushuang. The strength and talents that Jian Wushuang had displayed had utterly exceeded their imaginations. Your junior brother is remarkable indeed, Bloodsaber. I wager the Temple Master would be pleased to have one of such talents if he is here. The elder with flowing white hair said. He was the other master of the Void Temple. That may be so. This junior brother of mine commands greater talents and potential that dwarfs even mine. Xueling Tian smiled with pride. He immediately turned towards Xiaoyu, who was seated right opposite of him, and sneered, "Do you have anything else to say, Xiaoyu?" The battle is far from over. What are you being cheerful about?" Xiaoyu retorted coldly. Xueling Tian's eyebrows twitched suspiciously. Everyone above the stands turned immediately to Xiaoyu, watching him dubiously. It was clear that Jian Wushuang had reached Step 7, the level of strength that Xiameng could never hope to defeat. But why was Xia Yu not admitting being defeated when Xia Meng was already in such dire state? Was he hoping that the master Mubai of the Xia clan would die in battle here and now? In the hands of Jian Wushuang? Ha ha. As if on a cue, the answer revealed itself to the entire arena instantly. Xia Meng, who was sprawled on the ground, drenched in the blood and viscera of his mangled and gnarled arm, began to scream and laugh maniacally. Jian Wushuang! Jian Wushuang! Xia Meng howled continuously, like a deranged and wounded beast. His voice rang through the entire arena, filled with hate and malice. Jian Wushuang looked intently at Xia Meng, his expression grim and sullen. With a face as pale as death, Xia Meng's eyes flared with rage and contempt. An icy voice reverberated from his throat, echoing in a crisp and clear tone across the arena. I have not expected that you wield such power, Jian Wushuang. Surely you have reached the legendary Step 7, unless I am very much mistaken? Ha 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 ha. Great. You are powerful indeed. You are the second to have reached the fabled Step 7 in the entire history of the eternal world. Xia Meng continued yelling deliriously. Jian Wushuang frowned with a foreboding dread, not knowing what else was hidden in his opponent's sleeves. Everyone in the arena could only watch in silence and doubt. Why is Xia Yu not admitting being defeated? What does he intend to do? Ha ha ha. His insane voice turned sharp and steely suddenly. Do you honestly believe that this is enough to defeat me, Jian Wushuang? Ha 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 ha. How naive. What revolting arrogance. Wait. Just wait till you see this. Xia Meng continued, breaking into another fit of maniacal hysteria. No one could understand what he was trying to say. Even Jian Wushuang himself was puzzled, but he could not shake off a strange feeling of premonition. Just then, poof, a figure shot from the sky, smashing into the grounds with the suddenness, speed, and intensity of a comet falling from the sky, creating a huge crater in the middle of the dueling grounds. Slowly, the dust began to subside, revealing the identity of the figure. But everyone, including the many prominent warriors of the land who were seated upon the stands, instantly jumped with shock. The person was completely the same with Xia Meng. He was a complete double, bearing the same appearance and poise. There was only one difference between them both. The newcomer wielded an aura many times greater than the Xia Meng that Jian Wushuang had defeated, a superior aura that was at another complete level. You have done well, Jian Wushuang. Despite being at the Eternal Realm level, you have managed to defeat my doppelganger. The frosty voice came from the Xia Meng, who had just appeared. With a blink of an eye, the entire arena burst into another frenzy of panic and madness. A double. It was a doppelganger. It was merely a double that Jian Wushuang defeated, but his double could defeat Li Tianqiu with ease. His true power would surely be invincible. The gazes and stares of the spectators in the arena froze instantly upon the true Xia Meng. All of them shared an uneasy shudder, for it was clear that Xia Meng's aura was many times greater than that of his doppelganger, an aura which was clearly of the level of Tao Master. Chapter 926, The Battle of the Tao Masters. Chapter 926, The Battle of the Tao Masters. Tao Master. Xia Meng is now a Tao Master. How long has it been since he started cultivating? Surprised, everyone on the drill ground began discussing Xia Meng. The top experts in the audience wore very colorful expressions after detecting Xia Meng's aura. How could he be a Tao Master? I heard that he's only been cultivating for thousands of years, but he's become a Tao Master in such a short time. I think he's the youngest Tao Master in the history of the eternal world. His doppelganger had deceived us all by only revealing part of his Tao earlier. Now that he has become a Taoist, he must have opened up a complete Tao at the creation level. Even if he's new to the rank, he's probably at the top of rank 1 with a Tao at the creation level. The experts looked at Xia Meng with respect. Xia Meng had previously shown great potential, but to them, he had been just an insignificant youngster. However, Xia Meng was now a Dao master who had opened up a Dao at the creation level. This was enough for the experts to regard him as their equal. There were 3 ranks for a Dao master. Xia Meng had demonstrated the battle strength of someone at the top of rank 1. Elder Xiaoyu, you have a great expert in your clan, the experts said. He has become a Dao master at such a young age with a Dao at the creation level. He'll go on to achieve even greater things in the future. Xiaoyu wore a smug look as the experts in the audience sang praises about Xia Meng. The old dog. No wonder he's so confident in this battle. It turned out that it was Xia Meng's doppelganger earlier, while the real thing has long become a Dao master. Xue Lingtian clenched his hands, his face turning gloomy. Xia Meng stood in the center of the drill ground. He had recalled his doppelganger, and there was powerful aura from his original body. He looked over at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang was now reassessing Xia Meng as an opponent. He would have nothing to fear if Xia Meng was only in the eternal realm, but things were different now that the latter had become a Dao master. After all, there was a huge difference between an eternal realm expert and a Dao master. Be careful, Jin Wushuang. Xia Meng has opened up a Dao at the creation level and became a top rank 1 Dao master. Gu Qing's voice rang in Jin Wushuang's mind, warning him. Maybe I shouldn't have looked down on him before. Well, no. This makes things more interesting, Jin Wushuang said, licking his lips as he felt his bloodline power surge. Boom! His bloodline power exploded and his body immediately turned golden. 2 quadrangular stars appeared on his chest. 2-star gold-armored ancient god. However, unlike before, his body did not grow too much. He was only about 2 meters high after making his transformation. It was because Jin Wushuang was able to control the size of his body after turning into the 2-star ancient god. I'd like to see how powerful you are as a Dao master, Jin Wushuang said. Jin Wushuang, the gold-armored ancient god, looked at Xia Meng with a pair of dark golden eyes. The desire to battle rose from his body. You'll find out soon, Xia Meng replied. Following these words, Xia Meng flew high up in the void. Then, he brought his palm, covered in a blood-colored glove, down to the spot where Jin Wushuang was standing in with force. The slam turned into a bloody mountain, skyrocketing dozens of times more powerfully than before. Jin Wushuang was no longer where he was by the time the bloody mountain descended. Boom! The bloody mountain crashed onto the ground, causing the entire drill ground to shake violently. Then, the center of the ground caved in to form a massive, hand-shaped pit. The pit was several miles wide and more than 10 feet deep. Countless gravel was sent flying. Every blade of grass in the area withered. Swoosh! Jin Wushuang appeared next to Xia Meng in a strange and unpredictable manner. The scarlet sword appeared in his hand at the same time, emitting a horrible killing intent. It was his Blood Mountain sword. His sword had become all that more powerful after he entered the Eternal Realm. Jin Wushuang swiped Xia Meng with his sword in a casual manner, and a scarlet thunderbolt burst forth from the tip of the sword, carrying a potent destructive aura. The scarlet thunderbolt was none other than the divine Yin thunder that he had cultivated on the Star Island. Hum! The sword light smashed through the void, destroying everything in its path. Xia Meng sneered and hoisted himself higher up into the void with a slight movement. The sword light swept past his feet. The sword light ended up sweeping the perimeter of the drill ground after missing its target. The countless spectators that stood on the fringe of the drill ground panicked when they saw the sword light charging at them. The general of the royal guards, who was in charge of maintaining order in the assembly, intervened just then. The general, a genuine Dao master, rushed toward the edge of the drill ground as quick as lightning. As he raised his right hand and made a fist, a giant demonic ape phantom appeared behind him. He threw a punch, causing an explosion in the air. Crash! The sword light collided with the fist, sending horrible waves and air currents flying in all directions. What? The general of the royal guards was surprised. He was stunned that his punch had merely blocked the sword light, not entirely shattering it. The horrible air currents formed a huge storm that swept over the spectators on the rear. There were more than 100,000 of them who stood close to the battlefield, and they were all hurt by the storm that carried a small amount of sword essence. It took a moment for the storm to be settled. The scene stunned the crowd. The horrible palm attack had destroyed everything within a few miles of its force. The sword light had formed a storm and knocked down more than 100,000 people, and after the general of the royal guards intercepted it, to boot. What kind of absurd strength was this? It's a battle between Dao masters. A sudden uproar swept everyone on the drill ground. Chapter 927. You're still a joke as a Dao master. Chapter 927. You're still a joke as a Dao master. The experts in the audience did not expect this battle to evolve into such a situation. The original contest between the two groups in the Eternal Realm had now turned into a battle between Dao masters. Emperor Long, who sat in the heart of the audience, threw a lavender luminous pearl into the air. The pearl cracked and subsequently formed an enormous layer of restriction that enveloped a large area of the drill ground. Only Jin Wushuang and Xia Meng were enveloped in the restriction area. Now you can fight as hard as you can, Emperor Long said. Jin Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief. He did not want that to hurt the audience again. With Emperor Long's layer of restriction, he could use his skills without having to worry about the audience. Jin Wushuang, Xia Meng called out in his cold voice. Jin Wushuang looked over at him, and their eyes met. In the next second, they both disappeared. Bang! No one in the audience saw where Jin Wushuang or Xia Meng had gone. Following the loud roar, they saw a huge sword scar in the center of the drill ground. It was almost 10 meters wide. Before the audience could react, another explosion went off in the void and formed a huge black hole. The residual power was swept around like a tornado. Everything happened too swiftly. Jin Wushuang and Xia Meng moved so quickly that the audience in the drill ground could not see what was happening. They could only hear the violent explosions in the void and see the cracks on the ground. Only the experts in the audience got a clear look at the battle, and what they saw amazed them. They saw Xia Meng sending palm strokes flying in the void without an end, creating a formidable force. Sometimes, it resembled the eruption of a volcano, and other times, like the surge of the magnificent sea or the descent of a meteorite that threatened to destroy the world. Xia Meng unleashed his creation-level Dao at its full strength. This was the real battle strength of a top-rank 1 Dao master. However, Xia Meng's strength surprisingly did not seem to work on Jin Wushuang. In fact, Xia Meng had no advantage at all. The top experts in the audience could see that Jin Wushuang was executing his swordsmanship at full strength, too. Each of his movement was unprecedentedly fast. Moreover, his sword contained the destruction aura of the Scarlet Thunderbolt, which boosted the power and speed of his swordsmanship. Jin Wushuang had such amazing swordsmanship. Besides, he was now a gold-armored ancient god who possessed the Star River secret skill and the level 2 Divine Thunder. This placed Jin Wushuang in a better situation than Xia Meng. Bang! There was another loud thump. Then a giant portal appeared above the battlefield. This was a black hole formed by the collision of their power. Jin Wushuang and Xia Meng separated again. Xia Meng roared as he glared at Jin Wushuang. Then, his body was soon enveloped in a layer of bloody mist. The bloody mist gathered and condensed behind him, soon forming 5 giant beasts. These 5 beasts were strange and fierce. Not only were they tall, but their arms were thick and strong as well. Xia Meng's eyes had also turned scarlet. That's 5-fingered palm. He has such a secret skill. The top experts in the stand were surprised to see the fierce beasts behind Xia Meng. The 5-fingered palm was a creation of a very powerful top Dao master of the Eternal World, on par with Emperor Long and Emperor Shao, a long time ago. It was a secret skill that was ranked in the top 3 of all palm skills. The power of this secret skill could not be underestimated. When Jin Wushuang saw the 5 fierce beasts, He knew that Xia Meng was about to perform his unique skill. He focused his energy on his interspatial ring, sending streaks of flowing lights shooting out of it. The flowing lights were sword shadows. Sword formation, condense. Jian Wushuang used his intention to command the numerous sword shadows to combine at an astonishing speed. Soon, they formed a lavender sword that was 6 meters long. This sword was also formed out of 36 magic weapons. It was the first step to lay down the 9th heaven sword formation. Though Jian Wushuang had been displaying the first step of the 9th heaven sword formation earlier, the swords of the formation were different. The swords he had previously used in the formation were called Shui Tian Luo, while the ones he was using now were the 1-meter swords. Each of them was worth 1 billion divine crystals. There were now 36 of these 1-meter sword, one of which was already much more powerful than an ordinary emperor weapon. Its wielder was none other than Jian Wushuang, who was in the eternal realm. Go! The lavender sword turned into a purple flowing light, carrying the divine thunder that rushed out so quickly that it seemed like they had never been in the void. Xia Meng snorted coldly. Behind him, the 5 fierce beasts bellowed. 5-fingered palm, cloud-covering hand. The killing intent surged in Xia Meng's eyes. He made a heavy slam with his right hand. His palm cut through the void without making any sound. In the next moment, a giant palm print emerged from thin air. Then, as if the palm stroke had broken many layers of the space, there was one black hole after another in the void. They all aimed straight for Jian Wushuang. Just then, numerous lavender flowing lights fell down like meteorites and crushed the center of this giant palm. Kaboom! A loud crashing noise reverberated in the air, and a large amount of power began to disperse into the surroundings. The center of the giant palm broke open, leading to its collapse. The lavender flowing lights also rebounded from the crash and flew out toward the rear. Is this all you've got, Xia Meng? Jian Wushuang asked coldly. Xia Meng looked up at him. I'll repeat what I've previously said if this is the extent of your strength. Jian Wushuang's words reverberated through the entire drill ground. You were a joke to me back when you were in the eternal realm. Even now as a Dao master, you're still a joke. Second sword formation, condense. Chapter 928, Number 1 of the Eternal World. Chapter 928, Number 1 of the Eternal World. Buzz, more sword shadows flew out. An additional 36 1-meter swords joined the existing 36 swords. 72 of them formed a new lavender lightsaber in the void. This was the second sword formation of 9th heaven sword formation. Kill! Jian Wushuang's eyes glinted with killing intent as the lavender lightsaber pierced the void. Xia Meng stood in the void with 5 huge, fierce beasts standing behind him. He readied himself to make another killing move, but before he could do so, a lavender flowing light cut through the void without hindrance and directly pierced him. It was so fast. The flowing light was too fast. The second sword formation was much faster and more powerful than the first. Xia Meng had merely survived the first sword formation. However, the second sword formation was rumored to travel 10,000 miles in a second. This might be exaggerated, but it demonstrated how terrifyingly fast the second sword formation was. Xia Meng had no time to resist such a high-speed attack. Snap! The jade that Xia Meng had been always wearing shattered and produced a transparent halo that enveloped him entirely. The lavender flowing light hit the halo with great force, piercing it. The resulting strong wind sent a violent shock through Xia Meng's body, and he was pushed backward by several steps. Though Xia Meng was in a very pathetic state, he nevertheless survived the flowing light. Xia Meng's face was as pale as a ghost. When he managed to regain his footing, he quickly retreated far into the void. Silence fell over the drill ground. Everyone was horrified to see what was happening. Xia Meng lost. He's really defeated this time. He almost got himself killed. Everyone outside of the restriction layer began fervently discussing the battle. Everyone could see that Xia Meng would not have survived Jian Wushuang's attack had the jade not cast such a strong barrier. I almost died? Xia Meng was similarly stunned and frightened. He had experienced several crises since he began cultivating, but never had he come so close to death. I would have died if not for my ancestor's jade. How is this even possible? He did not know that Jian Wushuang had a special talent. When Jian Wushuang was just a divine realm expert, he already possessed 7th-level battle strength equivalent to that of an ordinary Dao master. When he entered the eternal realm, there was an even more unimaginable growth in his strength. A rank 1 Dao master was nothing to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's strength in the everlasting realm was one that defied the natural order. His second 9th heaven sword formation could easily crush a rank 1 Dao master. There was a lot of exclamations coming from the audience. Did Xia Meng really lose? Xia Meng is an authentic Dao master who has opened up a Dao at the creation level. His strength is also at the top of rank 1 level. To think that an eternal realm expert defeated and almost killed a top Dao master. Jian Wushuang is the number 1 of the eternal world. He's also the number 1 genius. Xia Meng is indeed a joke in front of him. The experts in the audience exclaimed with admiration. Everyone acknowledged Jian Wushuang's strength. Only Jian Wushuang deserved the title number 1 of the eternal world. Xia Meng's totally out of Jian Wushuang's league. Xia Yu was upset to hear all the compliments for Jian Wushuang and yelled, "You bastard! How dare you use killing moves?" "So what?" Shueling Tian replied coldly, speaking in place of Jian Wushuang. "Xia Meng was the one who challenged my junior brother first. It was also he who suggested the fight for life. We all witnessed it. It's clear who really has the killing intent." The top experts looked over at Xia Yu with a hint of mockery in their eyes. No one was a fool. It was obvious that Xia Meng was the one who wanted to kill Jian Wushuang in the first place. Since it was he who challenged Jian Wushuang's life first, it would be his own fault even if Jian Wushuang had killed him during the fight. Xia Yu blushed, momentarily speechless. Xia Meng, having escaped to the edge of the drill ground, stared at Jian Wushuang in awe. He dared not fight Jian Wushuang anymore. After all, he only had 1 jade. With his jade broken, nothing could save him from another of Jian Wushuang's killing move. He had lost this battle. Jian Wushuang had defeated him so quickly and thoroughly in front of so many people. His confidence in his strength was completely crushed. Now, he felt only fear. "Your Highness." Shueling Tian stood up from the audience to address Emperor Lung. "This battle is over and it's obvious who the winner is. Your Highness, please announce the name of the Emperor's son-in-law." Everyone turned to Emperor Long with complicated expressions. Jian Wushuang had prevailed in terms of wedding gifts and strength. He was the rightful winner according to the rules of the selection ceremony. He was rightfully Lung Rushuang's future husband. This ought to be the result of the contests. However, it was hard to say whether Emperor Long would acknowledge this outcome. After all, everyone knew that the purpose of this selection ceremony was for the marriage alliance with the Xia clan. It was something that Emperor Long had already promised the clan. This ceremony was just a process. The plan was to have Xia Meng excel in the selection ceremony and become the emperor's son-in-law in the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. That way, Lung Rushuang would be forced to face the reality. It was beyond anyone's expectations that Jian Wushuang would come into play and even thoroughly defeat Xia Meng. This outcome was not within the plans of Emperor Long and the Xia clan. The experts in the audience were curious about the choice Emperor Long would make. Would she announce that Jian Wushuang would be the emperor's son-in-law in accordance with the results of the 2 contests of the selection ceremony? Or would she still choose Xia Meng without fearing the ridicule of so many people? The choice was up to her. Everybody waited for her to make her decision. Chapter 929. The Result. Chapter 929. The Result. Emperor Long, I hope you make the right choice. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang stared at Emperor Long as he stood on the drill ground. Mother. Lung Rushuang was also looking at Emperor Long. I hope you can keep your promise. Your Highness, our agreement is dependent on the marriage alliance between the Xia clan and the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. The agreement between us is invalid without it. Xia Yu also stared at Emperor Long as he secretly conveyed his message to her. Silence fell over the drill ground. Everyone waited for Emperor Long to announce the final result. Who would be the princess husband? Would it be Jian Wushuang or Xia Meng? All eyes were on Emperor Long, who was frowning as she sat on the throne at the center of the audience. Her expression was grave. To think that Jian Wushuang would be that skillful. Xia Meng is such a good-for-nothing to be defeated by an eternal realm expert. What a headache. She hesitated. Yet, she promptly made her decision. Whoosh! Emperor Long stood up and cast the audience a cold look. Only one person will be the Emperor's son-in-law of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land. That is, Emperor Long pointed to a direction. Xia Meng of the Xia clan, she said. Her voice echoed all over the drill ground. Everyone, including those on the drill ground and those seated in the audience, heard her. Everyone was surprised at this result. How can it be Xia Meng? What a joke. Does she think we're all blind? Jian Wushuang defeated Xia Meng in the 2 contests of the selection ceremony. Jian Wushuang is the winner, and he should be the princess's husband. How could it be Xia Meng? Humph, Emperor Long is so shameless. If she has decided that Xia Meng would be the princess's husband, why bother holding this selection ceremony? She's deceiving herself. Voices that carried anger and indignation came from all directions. There were tens of millions of audiences around the drill ground, and everyone was a clear witness. They knew that Jian Wushuang was the rightful winner of this selection ceremony and could not believe that Xia Meng would be the emperor's son-in-law. The audiences could not calm down as they felt such indignance for Jian Wushuang. They could not be convinced. Many experts on the stand sighed with emotion. To think that Emperor Long would dare to do this. She'd even sacrifice her reputation and that of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land for this marriage alliance. What's the benefit of her doing this? Is it so important to form the marriage alliance with the Xia clan? The experts were all confused. Some experts even frowned with dissatisfaction. So Emperor Long has long decided that Xia Meng would be the princess's husband. Had I known this in advance, we wouldn't have gotten involved, Deep Sea Palace Master said angrily. Elder Deadwood also snorted. I heard that Emperor Long would do anything to achieve her goal. I see that it's true. Both of them came from places beyond the territory of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land and possessed extremely powerful strength. Therefore, they dared to speak up without fearing Emperor Long's subsequent retaliation. Some other experts were also dissatisfied with Emperor Long's decision, but endured it after considering her title and strength. Of course, there was another one who dared to speak out. That person was Tian. Emperor Long, do you know what you're doing now? Tian asked with a sullen face. There was anger in his eyes. I surely know what I'm doing now. It's not your concern. The result of the selection ceremony is up to me, and I'm entitled to choose the right person to be my daughter's husband. What does this have to do with you? Emperor Long's voice was cold. Emperor Long, Tian became even angrier, but had to hold his temper. After all, he had to respect Emperor Long's strength and title. Mother, you've broken your promise, Long Rushuang said in a faint voice. She stood up from her seat and looked at Emperor Long. Keep quiet. You're not speaking here. Emperor Long turned around after reprimanding her daughter and said nothing more. Long Rushuang's disappointment gradually turned into despair. Long Rushuang had previously harbored expectations about her mother. However, everything had now shattered. The way she looked at Emperor Long changed. It became colder and more distant. The drill ground turned tumultuous. Shock and terror seized the crowd. Xia Meng looked at Jian Wushuang in triumph and deliberately sent the latter a secret message while laughing. Jian Wushuang, what's the use of winning the contests? So what if you have better wedding gifts and strength? In the end, I'll be the emperor's son-in-law and Long Rushuang will finally be my woman. As for you, You're just a countryman from a remote world with a little bit of luck, yet you wish to compete with me? How ridiculous! Who are you to compete with me? Do you see the outcome now? Haha, aren't you angry and unsatisfied? But what can you do? It's useless. Emperor Long has long decided that I'll be her son-in-law. You're just a contemptible scoundrel. Just enjoy your moment at the selection ceremony. When it's over, my clan will kill you immediately. That's your ultimate result. Haha. Xiamang's voice continuously came into Jian Wushuang's ears. There was a hint of arrogance, madness, and triumph in his voice. These were the words from a winner to a loser. They were like silver needles that pierced Jian Wushuang's heart. Jian Wushuang kept his head down. Why? I've presented the best wedding gifts and talent. Why wouldn't she choose me? Jian Wushuang roared in his heart. He clasped his hands so hard that his fingers dug into his flesh and caused it to bleed. He gritted his teeth and trembled. I can't accept this outcome. I definitely can't accept this outcome. I won the selection ceremony, but Emperor Long chose Xiamang. Just because Xiamang is from the Xia clan. Emperor Long, you're so cruel. Jian Wushuang roared, sending sound waves echoing in the air. He then raised his head as horrible killing intent erupted from his body. Chapter 930. I'd love to. Chapter 930. I'd love to. Rumble. Jian Wushuang's killing intent skyrocketed into the sky. The rumbustious drill ground gradually calmed down. The audience, tens of thousands of them, all turned to Jian Wushuang. They were also full of anger. Nobody could endure this unfairness. They were also curious what Jian Wushuang would do next. Jian Wushuang, do you have any doubts about my decision? Emperor Long asked coldly. She did not regret the decision that she had made. The whole eternal world might despise her for what she had done after today, but she did not care. She cared only for success. The Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land would reach new heights once her plan with the National Master succeeded. When that happened, no one in the entire eternal world would dare talk about her behind her back. Doubt? Jian Wushuang scoffed at Emperor Long's question. Who dares to question your decision, Your Highness? But the protagonist of this selection ceremony, after all, is not Your Highness, but Lung Rushuang. Emperor Long did not expect such words from Jiang Wushuang. Jian Wushuang ignored her and looked over at Long Rushuang. Jian Wushuang. Long Rushuang looked at him with a complicated expression. Long Rushuang. Jian Wushuang called her name softly. Do you remember the tune you played for me in the nature residence the day we first met in the ancient world? Long Rushuang did not answer. That tune is called the Icy Heart Melody. Jian Wushuang spoke slowly. The Icy Heart Melody is supposed to be cold, but my heart melted after hearing it. From that time on, there's a place in my heart for you. I never forgot you even after so many years have passed. In fact, I miss you more and more. Long Rushuang, forget everything else. In the presence of so many people and so many powerful experts in the eternal world, I want to ask you, will you marry me? There were tenderness and expectation in his eyes. He waited for Long Rushuang's answer. The drill ground was silent as everyone awaited Long Rushuang's answer. Would she agree? Long Rushuang opened her mouth. Shuanger, Emperor Long said in a warning tone as she glanced at her daughter. Unfortunately for her, Long Rushuang had lost all affection for her the moment she announced Xia Meng as the emperor's son-in-law. She ignored her mother and continued speaking. Long Rushuang stood on the stand, her beautiful eyes landing on Jian Wushuang. There was only Jian Wushuang in her eyes at that moment. She could not help recalling how she had met him for the first time in the ancient world. That day, when Long Rushue had caused a strong enemy to attack Jian Wushuang, she offered to help him. She was surprised at his stubbornness when he turned her down. Later, Jian Wushuang made a desperate decision to abandon his doppelganger to survive. She appreciated his decisiveness. Jian Wushuang was not strong back then. He was just nobody in the ancient world. But he impressed her. Since then, Long Rushuang had always been curious about him. Perhaps it was fate. Jian Wushuang possessed a special cultivation method that could neutralize the icy heart poison in her body. After that, they became involved with each other. She would never forget the time when Jian Wushuang helped her transform the icy heart poison in the ancient world. It looked like an ordinary detoxification process, but it was her first time experiencing something like that. She had never been in contact with a man due to her noble status. That was the first time that a man touched her hand and even poured his spiritual power into her body. For the first time, she was in such close contact with a man. His breath and aura were carved deeply into her mind. She had always dreamed about him. Now, he was proposing to her in front of so many people. Long Rushuang smiled. She was born indifferent, and there was almost never a smile on her face. But she was smiling now, unleashing a beauty that drew all eyes to her. Finally, she opened her mouth to speak. Her simple words that carried an unprecedented determination spread around the drill ground. I'd love to. She said the 3 words. Emperor Long's expression instantly turned cold. Xia Yu and Xia Meng became sullen. Jian Wushuang smiled with relief. He was afraid that Long Rushuang would reject him. If that was the case, he would leave without saying anything. Yet Long Rushuang agreed. She was willing to marry him. I have heaven and earth as my witnesses. Jian Wushuang extended his hand to make an oath. His voice was as sonorous as thunder, echoing in the sky. Long Rushuang is my woman from today onward. She will only marry me. I, Jian Wushuang, will marry her, no matter what happens. Whoever dares to stop me has to die. Jian Wushuang's voice, containing his killing intent and resolution, echoed throughout the place. Everyone on the drill ground could feel his determination. Swoosh! His aura skyrocketed to its peak. His sword essence surged at the same time, causing his blood mountain sword to shake. Everyone was stunned. Jian Wushuang then raised his sword and pointed the tip at Emperor Long. Emperor Long, will you stop me? Jian Wushuang asked. There was no respect in his tone. There was only coldness. This scene stunned everyone present. How dare you? You're the first person who dares talk to me like this in so many years. You deserve to die. Emperor Long was also furious, and killing intent flashed dangerously in her eyes. She flew swiftly in his direction. Oh no! Xueling Tian was shocked. Many experts on the stand were also shocked. Emperor Long, she was going to personally attack Jian Wushuang. Chapter 931. I'll break your arm. Chapter 931. I'll break your arm. Emperor Long swooped down from the stand with her killing intent fully unleashed. The experts were all shocked to see this. Emperor Long, the emperor of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land, was going to make the attack herself. Emperor Long. Jian Wushuang looked at Emperor Long, who was aiming at him. There was no horror or fear in his eyes, only determination and resolution. He held his sword in hand. Suddenly, a token appeared in his other hand. He then crushed the token. Buzz! The destructive sword essence surged, a force capable of destroying everything in the world. The sword essence formed a barrier with an overwhelming power, blocking Emperor Long from coming closer to Jian Wushuang. This is... Emperor Long looked at the source of the sword essence with a frown. The top experts in the stand looked in the same direction, too. Everyone could feel this terrifying sword essence. A giant spectral image suddenly appeared behind Jian Wushuang out of the blue. This spectral image held a sword, too. The horrible sword essence was from this spectral image. This must be the 3rd level of sword essence left by Sunrise Sword Emperor. It's indeed powerful. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands, feeling the horrible sword essence. This sword essence came from the token that Xianyi had given him. The token contained 3 levels of sword essence, with each level being stronger than the one before it. Jin Wushuang had used 2 levels of sword essence. This was the third and final one. If the previous 2 levels were just the casual creation of Sunrise Sword Emperor, then the third contained all of his strength. Jin Wushuang also guided the sword essence. Emperor Long. Jin Wushuang called out, "You don't deserve to be Long Wushuang's mother. I might not be strong enough to kill you with this sword, but it's enough to break your arm." Jin Wushuang's voice was full of anger. There was killing intent in his eyes. As he moved his mind, the giant spectral image appeared behind him again. He swung his sword in an apparently casual manner. Everything seemed to be quiet and still. Emperor Long's terror was reflected in her eyes. She felt the terrible destruction aura sweeping at her, and she struggled to get away. Chi! The sword light ruthlessly cut through her arm, severing it from her body. Her severed limb flew out. Her blood gushed out in the void. Emperor Long was shocked. Everyone on the drill ground was equally as shocked as they watched the severed arm falling into the pit in the drill ground. Half of her body was drenched with blood as she stood in the void. Just as Jin Wushuang said, Emperor Long lost an arm. Emperor Long, the emperor of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land, had her arm cut off in front of tens of millions of people. It was the work of an Eternal Realm expert to boot. Even if Jin Wushuang had used a special skill, it was still a feat that would shock the entire Eternal world. "Jin Wushuang, I'm going to kill you." Emperor Long screamed with anger and madness, her beautiful face contorted into a heinous expression. Her killing intent instantly skyrocketed. Jin Wushuang, an Eternal Realm expert, had cut off her arm in front of so many people. Jin Wushuang had been a nobody to her until now. This was an absolute shame for her. Kill, kill, kill him. The words echoed inside her head. Emperor Long readied herself to attack again. Humph! Her scoff resounded like a thunderstorm in a clear sky. It also sounded like a drum being beat in everyone's ears. "That's enough, you lowly bitch." Out of nowhere, a giant figure in a gray coat appeared beside Jin Wushuang. This person was very handsome and had delicate and short black hair. There seemed to be lightning flashing in his dark pupils. He stood there with his hands behind him, exuding a superb temperament. His unique air impressed everyone on the drill ground and in the audience. The experts immediately recognized him. Emperor Shao. It's Emperor Shao. Emperor Shao is one of the 4 emperors. He's here. It's Emperor Shao. The exclamations reverberated in the void. People were still grappling with shock. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. With the swooshing sound of the wind, 10 figures appeared behind Emperor Shao one after another. The men were all dressed in black robes and emanated strong auras. They were obviously supreme experts at the level of Dao Masters. Among them was Di Jing, who was very familiar with Jin Wushuang. Are those men the 10 war gods under Emperor Shao? Yes. The 4 emperors in the peak period of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land had a group of loyal Dao Masters each. Emperor Shao was ranked 2nd then, and it was well known that he had 10 war gods. Each of these war gods was a true Dao Master with incredible strength. Later on, when Emperor Shao broke off relations with Emperor Long, a war between them broke out. Emperor Shao was defeated, and his 10 war gods were either wounded or killed. It's evident now that Emperor Shao has once again collected 10 war gods over the years. Now that Emperor Shao has come here in person and even brought his 10 war gods, things are becoming even more interesting. The top experts talked with emotion. The ordinary warriors were excited. They were shocked to hear Emperor Shao call Emperor Long a lowly bitch. Who would dare call her that? Then, they recognized the 10 war gods behind Emperor Shao and became enthusiastic. It was Emperor Shao. Emperor Shao, one of the 4 emperors in the peak period of the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land, was as noble as Emperor Long. He was also a little stronger. Emperor Long had defeated him many years ago. But he was now back with his 10 war gods. Chapter 932, Emperor Shao and Emperor Long. Chapter 932, Emperor Shao and Emperor Long. Emperor Shao, Jian Wushuang greeted, looking at Emperor Shao. Well done, young man. Emperor Shao looked at him appreciatively. It's unfortunate that Emperor Long still chose Xia Meng. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang felt dejected. Emperor Shao also turned sullen. Having observed the selection ceremony, he was well aware of what Emperor Long had done. She'd sacrifice her reputation and even that of the entire country just for the marriage alliance with the Xia clan. How could she be so disgraceful? How dare you come here, Shao? Emperor Long cried, casting her cold gaze on Emperor Shao. Humph, Shuang'er is also my daughter. You can't decide on her marriage alone. Emperor Shao replied, You bitch, I've always known you to be a cruel person, but I never thought you'd go so far as not show any concern for our daughter. Since I'm here now, I won't let you make the decision for Shuang'er. Haha, with your strength alone? Emperor Long retorted sarcastically as she stared at Emperor Shao. You lost our battle and ran out of the kingdom Tang with your followers. For many years you dared not show your face, yet you dare stop me today? How? With your 10 war gods? Of course not, Emperor Shao answered coldly. I wouldn't have come today if I'm not fully prepared. Just then, more than 10 figures dashed out of the void and arrived at the drill ground. There were 13 of them, each emanating strong, steadfast aura that instantly pegged them as Tao masters. Their leader was a man dressed in purple that gave off a rather feral air. Many people on the stand recognized him at once. Baiming Hao? Isn't that Baiming Hao of the Baiming clan? There are also a few Tao masters of that clan. The rest are also Tao masters in the eternal world. Did Emperor Shao invite all of them here? Baiming clan was also a top clan in the Kingdom Tang of the Eastern Land and was almost as good as the Xia clan. There were also quite a few solitary Tao masters with fairly good strength. Baiming clan? Emperor Long's voice was icy cold. How audacious of you, Baiming Hao. Baiming Hao sneered but said nothing. It looks like you're here to avenge yourself, Emperor Long said coldly while looking over at him. But this battle formation of yours isn't good enough to defeat me. Of course, this isn't all that I have to show. Emperor Shao nodded before looking over at where the audience was seated. There, an elderly person with gray hair and a young-looking face stood up. Everyone was stunned to see who it was. Lord of Circus Island? Emperor Long was taken aback, too. She did not care about the Baiming clan. They were a top clan with several Tao masters under them, but their Tao masters were only at rank 1 or rank 2. Baiming Hao was the best of them, but even he was only at the top level of rank 2. Lord of Circus Island was another story. Being the owner of Circus Island, he was undoubtedly one of the overlords of the eternal world. There were 6 Tao masters under his patronage, and each of them was incredibly powerful. Lord of Circus Island himself was a formidable opponent. He had stayed in the level of rank 3 Tao master for many years, and his strength was unfathomable. He ought to be evenly matched with Emperor Long and Emperor Shao themselves. Emperor Long had to be careful when dealing with a person with such strength. She stared at him and asked coolly, Lord of Circus Island, are you going to intervene? Emperor Long, both you and Emperor Shao are my friends, and you were once a couple. I'm not supposed to intervene in this matter. However, what you've secretly done lately is against the will of heaven, and therefore I must intervene. Lord of Circus Island said. His words surprised the people on the drill ground. Had Emperor Long done something that went against the will of heaven? What exactly did she do? Lord of Circus Island turned to look at the alchemy master in the audience and asked, Alchemy master, can you watch over my daughter for me? No problem. The alchemy master smiled. Thank you. Lord of Circus Island then turned to his daughter, Lin Wan. Wanner, you've been asking me to help Jian Wushuang. Now I'll help him as you wish. Father, Lin Wan was a little surprised. Go now. Lord of Circus Island waved. Lin Wan nodded and went to take a seat next to the alchemy master. Finally, he jumped down from the stand and stood next to Emperor Shao. Very well, Lord of Circus Island. Emperor Long laughed. She then looked around and addressed the crowd in a cold voice. Who else? Who else is also here to help Xiao? Come out. Me, too, said a cold voice as another figure jumped off the stand. This person had long bloody hair and wore a bloody robe. He was Jian Wushuang's senior brother, Xueling Tian. Senior brother? Jian Wushuang looked at him. Xueling Tian grinned. Junior brother, I said I'd definitely help you in the event of mishaps. Master Blood Saber. Emperor Long's fury was apparent in her cold voice. You're the master of the Void Temple. Are you really going to intervene in this matter? Haha, Emperor Long, you misunderstood me, said a gentle voice. It belonged to a white-haired elder who had been sitting next to Xueling Tian the whole time. He was also one of the 18 masters of the Void Temple. The white-haired elder smiled. Emperor Long, Master Blood Saber will act in his individual capacity today. His actions today have nothing to do with the Void Temple. In his individual capacity? That's to say, the Void Temple won't be mad at me even if I kill him today? Emperor Long retorted coldly. Correct. The white-haired elder gave a small nod. Very well. Her voice was as cold as the snow in the coldest winter. I thought this would be just an ordinary selection ceremony, but I didn't think there'd be so many unforeseen events and so many people to help Emperor Xiao. But that's fine too. Since you're all here, that saves me the time to go after you one by one. Today, I'll kill you. Whoever's in Emperor Xiao's camp has to die. Heavenly Guards. Emperor Long's scream rang through the entire imperial palace. Figures dressed in golden robes rushed out of the imperial palace and went to her at an extraordinary speed. Chapter 933. The War Breaks Out. Chapter 933. The War Breaks Out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There were 24 golden figures who had gathered behind Emperor Long in total. Despite their expressionless faces, their aura was strong and steadfast. They were evidently Tao Masters. They're Emperor Long's 24 heavenly guards. They're said to be Emperor Long's most elite force, and they're all genuine Tao Masters. Those on the drill ground exclaimed. Xia Yu. Emperor Long turned to Xia Yu. This is all happening because of our marriage alliance. Does your clan intend to help? Fret not, Your Highness. Since we've formed a marriage alliance, we're now a family. Whoever is against you is also against our clan. Naturally, we're on your side, Xia Yu said with a laugh. Xia Yu then crushed a token. The crushed token caused a space wave to break out and a wormhole to appear in the void. Then, numerous people filed out of the wormhole. The 9 of them, coupled with Xia Yu, Elder He, and Xia Meng, meant there were now 12 members of the Xia clan present. They stood together, emanating dangerous auras. The 12 Tao Masters of the Xia clan were all here. Emperor Xiao, it's been a long time. How are you? Asked a booming voice that resembled the growl of a beast. Xia Tao. Emperor Xiao frowned as he stared at the leader of the Xia clan, who was a burly man with brown hair. His name was Xia Tao. He was the master of the Xia clan as well as Xia Meng's father. While he was not as strong as the ancestor of the Xia clan, he was also an overlord of the eternal world. Not even Emperor Xiao would dare underestimate him. Today, Xia Tao had even brought all the other Tao Masters in his clan with him. You're here too, Lord of Sursus Island. Looks like you've chosen to side with Emperor Xiao. Xia Tao narrowed his eyes at Lord of Sursus Island. Correct. Lord of Sursus Island nodded. What a pity. Xia Tao shook his head. I had previously entertained the idea of forming a marriage alliance with you, but it wasn't fulfilled due to some mishaps. Now that we couldn't be a family and you're in Emperor Xiao's camp, I'd have to keep you here forever. Lord of Sursus Island laughed. I've lived for too long anyway. I'd be happy to have you help me end it. Enough of the chat. Let's settle our affairs here today, you bitch. Emperor Xiao sneered. Humph. You suffered such a terrible defeat back then and today, you'll experience the same. Emperor Long's eyes glinted with a powerful killing intent. Go! Emperor Long's command prompted everyone in her camp to move, including her 24 heavenly guards and the Dao Masters from the Xia clan. Take care of yourself, young man, Emperor Xiao said, casting a glance at Jian Wushuang. I will. Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly. He was no longer the same youngster that Emperor Xiao knew in the past. He was now qualified to participate in this war today. Kill. Everyone in Emperor Zhao's camp also began moving following his command. This included the 10 war gods with Di Jing at the helm, the Baiming clan, and other Dao Masters that Emperor Xiao invited, such as Lord of Circus Island and Master Blood Saber. Jian Wushuang gripped his Blood Mountain sword firmly and felt his aura skyrocket. He swiftly readied himself to attack. The camps of Emperor Xiao and Emperor Long had more than 60 Dao Masters in total. They were about to collide. Hurry and retreat. We should retreat now. Everyone on the drill ground panicked when the two camps started to attack each other. Tens of millions of people at the drill ground withdrew with unprecedented shock and madness. They were very clear that the war between so many Dao Masters would cause incredible chaos and wanted nothing more than to retreat as far as possible for fear of getting involved. Even a battle between two Dao Masters would spell disastrous consequences for anyone unlucky enough to be nearby. Yet, there were more than 60 experts at the level of Dao Masters in the camps of Emperor Xiao and Emperor. That was such a big amount. Emperor Xiao, Emperor Long, Lord of Circus Island, and Xia Tao reigned supreme among all these experts. Nobody wanted to get involved in such a war. Even the strong experts, including Deep Sea Palace Master and Elder Deadwood, in the audience had retreated to a distant place. None of them wanted to get involved because there was no promise that they would survive it. The experts from both camps finally collided in the void. Boom, 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 boom. There was a terrible explosion in the sky. The war had just begun, but there were already more than a dozen large black holes in the void. The smaller ones were almost 10 meters in diameter, while the bigger ones were more than 30 meters in diameter. Terrible forces were also directed onto the ground. Jian Wushuang and Xiameng's battle had previously created many pits, but the entire drill ground was immediately reduced to ruins after a detonation. The drill ground continued to collapse despite having already been reduced to ruins. The spiritual powers of different colors formed spiritual storms one after another, sweeping in all directions. The entire battlefield was completely enveloped in an unprecedented storm. Those weaker than a Dao Master would be killed if they touched the storm. Jian Wushuang, who lived in defiance of the natural order, was the only exception. The terrifying storm continued to expand at a frantic pace. The entire battlefield was also expanding wildly. The war broke out on the vast drill ground, but it was not large enough to accommodate the many powerful Dao Masters. Before long, the battlefield covered more than half of the Imperial Palace. Bang! Nearly 100 buildings in one corner of the Imperial Palace fell apart following a loud explosion. They collapsed into smithereens that were swept away by a gust of wind. Swish! The ground in the center of the Imperial Palace was ruthlessly cleaved open with a flash of blade light, and a huge knife mark was left there. The mark was over 300 meters deep and made for a terrifying sight. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.